chat's calling, grab your mug and settle in. We're unwrapping cases, rumors, filings, all the mess these folks get in. Lights are twinkling, drama sprinkling, same chaos, extra shine. It's a holiday hangout, so come on in and hit go live. Cozy blanket, court romantic, somehow both at once again. Every dot drop feels like Christmas when the tea comes rolling in. Chats laughing, mods are clapping, trying not to lose the plot. But if the filings go sideways, hey, at least the coat goes hot. Wrap the week up like a present, tie a bow on all the hype. If the judge says something spicy, we'll pretend that it was nice. From the chaos to the comfort, from the hearings to the cheer. Pull up close, the stream is starting, it's our weird little time of year. It's a baker Christmas stream where the tea is warm and the kisses screen lights are bright. Chats in the zone, hit that play or not alone. It's a baker Christmas stream where the tea is warm and the kisses screen lights are bright. Chats in the zone, hit that play or not alone.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And please don't make spoilers on rewatch streams. I've already removed one that could give away the outcome of this case because it takes away the fun for the rest of us. So please be mindful that not everyone has watched every trial in the history of the world and spoil it by saying, oh, you should just wait to day 2 when the elephant man comes in and gives his testimony. Let it be a surprise like we never ever watched it before. What did Ohio ever do that helped society? They made the greatest American college in the world. Go Buckeyes. Jamie has been requesting this case because it's out of Ohio. And as Jamie says, nothing can beat the OH. So everyone this week will be in Buckeyes territory. This will be probably the greatest case ever because Jamie knows Ohio better than the back of her hand. And she promises me anything that has to do with Ohio. Her alma mater is the bestest ever. So we are looking for some great stuff. As you all know, yesterday there was a Kelsey Fitzsimmons fundraiser that because of all the drama that started yesterday and my no balls status, I chose not to join because I didn't want to bring that drama over to the wonderful people who just wanted to raise some money. So for the rest of the week, we'll keep the link up for Kelsey Fitzsimmons fundraiser to try and atone for me choosing not to bring drama to other people's channels yesterday. And if you are in a giving mood, you can use the QR code and go to her Give Send Go. Go Bucks. Good morning. Yeah, finally a trial, Sue, so you can stop being mean. Also, remember that we are having the Buckeyes on the 1st of January. That's my annual award show, second annual award show, where we will try and figure out who is the best newcomer in chat, who is the most welcoming person in chat, who is the worst person in chat, Sue. And you can go to the Discord and join in and fill out the questionnaire. It is anonymous, so Sue can't figure out that it was you who voted for her as the worst person. Last year, there was a lot of death threats. People kind of got scared off because Sue sent people to their houses. Won't happen this year. We promise you. So go in and vote for your favorites and your Sues of the channel. You're pulling an all-nighter. Yeah, I almost did that last night. My cougar class didn't go so well because I was just bent. I storm outside. Might as well stay inside and watch an old trial. Good morning, everyone. Stephen, I hope you've stocked up on all the necessities and stay inside. Don't go out for some stupid things. Yeah. Dave, I don't think anyone will nominate you in any of those categories. Yeah, Sue is always, yeah. Yeah, you can dish it out, but you can't take it. No one ever feels sorry for me with the way she treats me. Hey, Panella. Yes, you can go here and you can vote. It's on you don't have to go to the Discord. You can just go to the form and please don't cheat like Valhalla does and make 45 different accounts just to try and win Mod of the Year again. It depends on if I'll stumble into a word that no one else knows except all of you who have a very big vocabulary for all of that stuff. But enough of all that stupidity that was on the interwebs yesterday. And Sarah Curlup, whatever. Welcome as a member of the channel. Please, if you're out there and you have a friend who likes either watching trials or watching a guy make an ass of himself by saying words he doesn't understand, or just want a place to hang out during the daytime when they're stuck in a snowstorm, tell your friends about me, because I would really like, YouTube will always regulate your numbers, and I'm down to 21,010 subs, probably because I'm an asshole. So just to give me a little leeway so I stay above 21,000 subscribers. It doesn't mean anything, but it's just nice to get those goalposts. So get a friend and get them to follow the channel. Maybe they'll hang out and chat and be cool people. Maybe they'll be lefty, and you'd never know. Hey, US Lily. Hey, Katie Bradley. Finally, some daytime streaming for you again. Hey, Lois Cox. And Anastasia. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, let's do it to it so we can get to bed and get some rest. We all need it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As the judge just stated to you, opening statements is our chance to give you a roadmap. I know that this courtroom's a little wonky right now, so I'll probably wander back and forth, so please don't mind me over here. Now, I'll be honest with you, when I first get a new book, one of the first things I do is actually read the last few chapters of the book. It gives me an idea of where things are going to go. The ending is usually the most important part. It's usually the most exciting part. But what I've
Can't recommend that, because then it's kind of like spoiling a trial you're just wasting 8 days of watching. And if that's why, if people spoil it, I don't want to watch it.
Learned over the years is that that's a pretty bad practice to have, because without an understanding of the characters, of the plot, of what's happening beforehand, the ending really can be far different than what you're reading in black and white and what you see in front of you. Now, what you'll see in this case, ladies and gentlemen, is that this is really no different than some of those books. The ending that you may just see if you were presented that today is not what it seems. And what you'll hear during the testimony, during the evidence in this case, is that there's a lot of things you need to be aware of about what happened before Emily Noble went missing, what was happening and what people were doing while Emily Noble was missing, and what happened afterwards. Those details are extremely important in this case, and we ask you to focus on those details as you hear the evidence. What we expect you to hear during the presentation of the next 2 weeks, when you hear the evidence, the testimony, is that you'll see the ending in this case. You'll see that this is a very real case. This isn't a book, this is very real. And it'll be clear to you what happened to Emily Noble. Emily Noble was born on May 24th of 1968. You'll hear from friends, family, people that knew her, were describing to her that she was outdoorsy, that she liked to forage for plants and herbs in various forested areas. The exact place that you went yesterday during your jury view, specifically, and I'll point that to you here in a second. You'll hear that she was outgoing and never met a stranger. You also hear that she was brave, and you'll hear ample testimony about Emily Noble's life. Now, you'll hear early on from some of the people most closely related that knew Emily the best. You'll hear from her sister that during this time period, where most of the facts and circumstances of this case will be, which is May 24th, May 25th, and May 26th, that was a special time period for both Emily and her sister. You'll find out through the testimony, and we expect you'll hear that today, that Emily and her sister were born 2 days apart, the 24th and the 26th. And so the 25th was the one date and time that they were the same age. And that was a special time for them, and something that they seemingly celebrated almost every year. What you'll hear during the testimony in this case is, again, the experiences everyone had with Emily, and the one thing that I think will be prevalent is that she has undergone a large amount of tragedy in her life.
Yes, we are starting from the beginning. This is the prosecutor giving opening statements.
And as you'll hear testimony, we expect you'll hear testimony that during all these trials and tribulations that Emily went through, she was brave, she persevered, and fought through. Now, we expect during the testimony that you'll hear evidence that Emily was previously married. The individual's name is Mark. You'll hear that at...
No, that's called being Irish twins, I think.
At one point, while they were married, Mark died in 2011, and that he committed suicide. What you'll hear is that, again, that happened in 2011, and we expect you'll hear testimony about how Emily dealt with that in her personal life.
It's called audio low because I have it at my normal level and I can hear it absolutely fine. But I can put the boost on if old geriatric people can't hear it with their older ears. And Stephen might have a bad connection. I'll try and up it a little bit.
Her friends and family that were around her at that time, and how she persevered through a very trying time in her life. We also expect that you'll hear testimony that both of Emily's parents died within a year of each other, in 2015 and 2016. And that, again, Emily, we expect you'll hear testimony, her reactions to that, what she did to work through those issues, what she did to work through that stress. And we expect you'll hear testimony from those individuals over the next 2 weeks. During that same time frame, Emily met the defendant, Matheau Moore. When Emily met Mr. Moore, he also had a son that he brought to that marriage, and that son's name is Joey. We expect you to hear testimony a little bit about Joey over the next couple of weeks. What you'll hear is that during their marriage, up until 2018, that leading up to their marriage, that there was a relationship between Mr. Moore and Miss Noble and Mr. Moore, that they met each other, that they started a relationship. At that time, the defendant was living in Las Vegas. Eventually came to Westerville, and that's where they lived in their condo at Abbey Cross. From that time period on, the two of them, as well as Joey, lived at that location, the location that you saw yesterday during your jury view. As I mentioned, you'll hear a little bit of testimony about their relationship during that time period, friends as well as family members that were around during that. Once the defendant was around, we expect you'll hear testimony from the witnesses over the next couple of weeks that some of those relationships that Emily had, long-standing relationships with friends, became strained, that they became less frequent. The more routine or even yearly get-togethers ceased happening, and that those relationships ceased to exist other than conversations occurring on the phone, text messages, but those yearly meetings and get-togethers that were so prevalent and important to many people became less frequent. We expect you'll hear that in 2019, tragedy struck Emily Noble once more, and that was when the son of the defendant, Joey, who was living there that Emily took a passion to, committed suicide as well. Now, what's important to note, and I expect the testimony that you'll hear over the next 2 weeks will demonstrate to you, is that Emily was proactive when these issues occurred in her life. She sought therapy, she talked to others. During this time period, after Joey committed suicide in 2019, we expect that you'll hear testimony that she took time off of work to be at home with the defendant, to work through what had just happened in their life, to seek therapy. And that towards the end of 2019, after doing those things, after being proactive, she continued to persevere and went back to work. Now, we also expect you'll hear testimony that leading up to that, and then going now into 2020, that Emily was making real changes in her life. She was changing her lifestyle, her diet, trying to be more physically fit, those types of things that she's been working through over the course of the years, and that she was making serious changes in her life and seemingly was in a good place based on individuals that were around her, speaking with her, and talking with her. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's information we expect to hear over the next 2 weeks, and I think that that is of paramount importance to understand the background and what is occurring prior to the disappearance of Emily Noble. And we expect that you'll hear ample testimony of that over the next 2 weeks. But ladies and gentlemen, you'll also hear testimony about May 24th, 2020, and May 25th of 2020. And that is the last time Emily Noble was found alive. We expect you'll hear testimony that on the 24th, which of course was her birthday, that she and the defendant went to a water spring in Buckeyes, Ohio, which is about an hour and a half southeast of Columbus. That they had plans that day, eventually went back to their home in Westerville, in the what's known as the Uptown Westerville area, which is the little downtown area where there are many stores, restaurants, places you can walk back and forth, walk into. You'll hear that the two of them went to a couple of different establishments, Old Bag Nails, Cobley, Jimmy V's. Again, these are restaurants that are located in Uptown Westerville. And that roughly around the time period of 7 p.m., a little bit before, they were back at their home on Abbey Cross in Westerville, the place that you visited yesterday. You'll see throughout this trial there were a few pictures taken from that day, pictures of Ms. Noble, the defendant. And one thing that you'll note is that these are regular pictures, selfies. There's no injuries to the neck, face area, and that becomes important when we're looking at the timeline of events. And again, you'll hear testimony about this as we go through this case over the next 2 weeks. The next day, on May 25th of 2020, we expect you'll see evidence that it wasn't until 5:47 p.m. that the defendant made a phone call to one of Emily's friends to say she was missing. It wasn't then until 5:54 p.m. that the Westerville Police Department was first notified that Ms. Noble had seemingly disappeared and vanished out of sight. What we'll ask you to do is focus on the timeline of events, and you'll hear testimony over the next 2 weeks. You'll hear and see a body camera from one of the officers today that originally came out to the scene and spoke to Mr. Moore. Expect that during that testimony you hear evidence that Mr. Moore was awake, according to his words, as early as 10 a.m. Again, as early as 10 a.m., the phone call made with the friend was at 5:47 p.m. We expect that you'll hear his story initially, that the two of them had came back to their house, slept together in the bedroom, that he woke up at some point at 1:30 in the morning, went and slept in another room, and then when he woke up, she was gone. Now,
Hey, James.
Morning.
Welcome to your favorite state in the all of U.S. The Ohio State.
Oh, God.
Go Bucks. I put it in the description as well to make sure that you would feel at home.
Oh, I appreciate it. You are the best.
I am the best. It's my Christmas present to you this year. That's your Christmas bonus.
Thank you.
I am so great. Jamie, Miami is beating Ohio Wednesday.
I hope so. Get them. Hi, guys.
I don't have to
How are you?
introduce this trial to you. You kind of know it, but
Oh, I'm very much, yes, I love this trial and I love this lawyer. And it's very good. If nobody's seen it, just wait, guys. It's craziness.
it seems like a lot of people are in love with his attorney, who is apparently older than she looks.
She reminds me of Rosemary. She's very, she's a spitfire.
Can I do the thing that I normally do when you come in?
Yes, sure.
Because your audio is effing all the way up again. It's worse than it normally is.
All right.
I'll try it. The filming and audio is great from this. Many other trials 20 plus years ago. It's amazing how trials with new tech today are such crap to watch. This trial is actually not that old. I think is it from 2022 maybe? So it's not that old. It's not that old. But so far it's good. And it could get way worse than this.
ladies and gentlemen, you'll see pictures of the house. You'll hear the statements made by Mr. Moore at the time. And what you'll find out during the testimony is that not only had Emily apparently disappeared, according to the defendant's own statement, but that was done without a note. You'll find out that she didn't tell anyone she was leaving. Her phone was left behind. Her ID was left behind. Her wallet was still at the house. Her car was still at the house. And that she seemingly disappeared after making the bed that morning.
Thank you, Cherry Bagwell, for hyping my honey buns. Apparently, you have your hype reset on Mondays. I don't know what it is. But last week, someone told me that I was in the top 100 on the hype list. So that's why when I said, hey, that could be cool to get a little bit higher. I don't know what it means. I know Jimmy went to number 1. So if I can get to like number 95, I would be lucky. So if you have and if you want, my intro song is out there to hype. I thought this was a case from 2002. No, it's from 2022, I believe. Jamie watched it on some channel. So
I watched it by myself, and then I watched it on another channel.
yeah, it was on 2022 or something. It happened.
Is this better?
Well, it's livable. It's just I don't know what's gotten into your audio, but it'll have
I don't know.
it all the time when you talk.
I can hear it between us sometimes, but I don't know if when I listen to it on YouTube, I don't hear it on YouTube, so it's weird. So I don't know.
Yeah, because it's sometimes it's like a hard stop sound in my ears. So I don't know.
I don't know.
And we're talking about the wife, girlfriend, not daughter. Yes, she's from 1968, so that will be an old daughter.
Yeah, so did you hear all the fun stuff going on in this woman's life? Jeez, oh Pete. Her ex-husband, well, it was her husband at the time, committed suicide. Then her stepkid, like, and then
Yeah,
her
she wasn't.
parents passed away.
Yeah, and then she went to therapy. And for those of you who don't know, well, it'll probably come up when the defense goes about it. But this is, did she do it or did he do it case? Is it self-deletion or is it red rum?
Yeah.
So this is and again, please no spoilers because Jamie is itching to yell. But we'll have to keep her on the stretch table. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have strong opinions, but I'm not going to spoil anything. And please don't spoil.
Yeah, we already had one in who kind of spoiled it. Guy Vermectin. Yes, it's Jamie's mic that's making fart noises. It's not my buttocks. As I told you yesterday, if I secretly sneak one out, you will not be able to tell because the only physical changes that will be me.
Yeah. Tell me if you can hear me or not, people. If not, then I'll try it again. I don't know how to fix it.
So that's how I do farts on camera. Hype is a verb. I've been hearing it, but still not sure I understand. But I figured out I usually do. Apparently, when you go into a video, down in the comments, there is like a hype button, and you get 3 hypes. I don't know what it is because, again, I'm a brand channel, whatever that means. So I don't get to give away free memberships like everyone else does, and I don't get to have hypes or anything like that. So I can't help you with a lot of it. I'll just sit here and say, hey, please go like and subscribe and do the one. We've only been talking about farts for one day because it was my morning show. I need to go put some honey in my throat. I'll be right back.
You also hear testimony that leading up to that weekend, Ms. Noble made a dentist appointment for the following week, and that was not canceled. We also expect her to testimony that nothing had changed with her employment, and seemingly everything was normal. What you'll hear during the testimony, during the body cam, as well as testimony from officers and detectives from the Westerville Police Department, is that the defendant's statements jump around. The timeline is unclear, his own timeline. Where individuals were is unclear, and that seemingly statements are made initially to control the situation. We expect your testimony of that today. Shortly after, actually that day as well as going forward, you'll hear from numerous individuals that were part of the search process to find Emily Noble. We expect you'll hear through testimony that individuals that were part of that search process may have never even met the defendant. Some of them had met him one time when they initially went and got flyers very early on in the investigation or when the disappearance first happened, but otherwise didn't see or even meet the defendant while these searches occurred for almost 4 months. You'll hear about these searches that police were involved, friends were involved, people that had never met Emily were involved because they wanted to do their part to help. They were searching close by, further away, woods, water, basically any area that they could think of. We also expect that you'll hear testimony over the next 2 weeks of some cell phone forensics that were done on the cell phones, attempts by law enforcement to put a timeline of events together. And again, as we go through that evidence, you'll see, or we expect that you'll see, the discrepancies that are occurring during this time period, not only leading up to Emily's disappearance, but also the night in question on the 24th and 25th. September 16th, 2020. is when you'll find out that the remains of Emily Noble were first located. What you'll hear is that 3 ladies, one of which knew Emily, one was the sister of that individual, and then a third person that had never met Emily in her life, were searching a wooded area that was nearby the condo. After searches that had occurred for the better part of 3, almost 4 months at that time, resulted in not finding Ms. Noble, that searches more close by started to occur again, places that were thought to have been previously searched.
Turn the light off so they can see that.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you went up on a jury view yesterday, and what we expect the testimony will show, and I'm going to mark on the screen so that you have a chance to see what we're talking about. I put a red X on a location on Abbey Cross Lane. That's the location you first stopped at yesterday, the home of Emily Noble and the defendant. You'll see just to the west, there's another red line there. That little, what appears to be a street, is actually the bike path that you walked through yesterday. And then that wooded area to the west, that direction, is the wooded area that you'll hear about over the next 2 weeks. The area that Emily Noble was found was roughly in that area where I just placed the X there. Now, you'll hear testimony from the 3 individuals that found Emily, that they were walking down the bike path, walking in a westward direction. The woods became crowded. As you all witnessed firsthand yesterday, there's shrubs and trees and things all over the place, and it's not readily apparent how you can get through the wooded area. But we expect to hear testimony from the 3 individuals that as they were walking in a westward direction, eventually they found the remains of Emily Noble, found what they were looking for. You'll hear testimony that they called Westerville police, and at that time, Emily was finally found. You'll see pictures of the scene taken from DCI. You'll see pictures of Emily and how she's situated. And what you'll see is that she was in a kneeling position under a tree that was about almost 6.5 feet tall, and was found with a micro USB cord wrapped around her neck. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that wasn't the end of the investigation. And you'll hear testimony towards the tail end of these 2 weeks about the physical examinations that were then done, both on the scene as well as Emily Noble's remains. What we expect you'll hear during the testimony from the 2 experts from the state is that Emily had bilateral fractures of the hyoid bone, which is a bone further up in the neck area. And they'll describe to you and show you where that bone is located, where the fractures were located. But bilateral meaning one on each side, with pressure on both sides. We also expect during the testimony you'll hear there are bilateral fractures of the greater horns of the thyroid cartilage, which is roughly an inch or so under in the same neck structures where the hyoid bone would be. And again, you'll hear testimony from...
Jamie, do you know that thing where you put a little honey in your mouth to try and combat a sore throat?
Yes.
If you can't find your honey and you think, Marissa sent me some hot honey. Honey's honey.
No.
Well, I hope it works, but I'm gonna have a burning ring of fire when I go to the can. It's gonna be burning red and wild. Poor little ring of fire, my ring of fire.
Oh, goodness.
Hot honey is the greatest invention America have ever made. It's honey infused with chili. It's and Marissa sent me a bottle of it last year. Thank you, no, this year. Thank you, Marissa. It's really good on your pineapple, not pineapple, pepperoni pizza.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Good morning, Midwest Granny, and please stay safe. I've heard that the Midwest is going to get a ton of snow today, so I hope all of you are inside, stocked up, and ready to watch some trial.
The wind is what's crazy. We were getting like 60-mile-an-hour winds last night, up to.
Ooh.
Crazy.
Hot honey is really good. I had it it at Dollywood the first year I was there. They had like a small honey from their own, not orchard, beehives. It's called a apiary, I think, is a bee menagerie. So that was a pick me up. Woo! Well, it's in the middle of the afternoon, but still, it'll make you up, wakes you up.
A couple of experts demonstrating where that area is located on a body. You'll hear that there was trauma to the left maxilla, the nasal bones, the left side of her face, up by her nose, top of her lip area. And what we expect you'll hear during the testimony is that these injuries that are described were all perimortem, or at or around the time of death, as opposed to healing fractures that occurred earlier in time, or items or injuries that would have occurred after death. And we expect you'll hear testimony in that regard from many witnesses over the next 2 weeks, those experts. Specifically of those experts, we expect towards the tail end of our case that you'll hear from Dr. Smock. And during his testimony, he'll go through with you his experience, his background, his education, and we expect that his opinion will weigh heavy in this case. We expect during the testimony you'll hear from Dr. Smock that Emily Noble did not die of an incomplete hanging, that the scene itself was not consistent with the injuries he noted, and that his belief is based on the location, the bilateral fractures, that the cause of death of Emily Noble was a manual strangulation.
Bye, Jamie.
We expect your testimony based on his experiences dealing with these types of cases, his educational background, why you will be able to make that finding and demonstrate that to you. We also expect Dr. Smock will explain to you that based on the scene, based on the injuries, based on his opinion, this was a staged suicide, something made to look like a suicide. Again, if you read the end of that book and saw the pictures and saw Miss Noble the way she was, you may think one thing. But when you get a chance to hear about the characters and see the timeline of events and see the injuries and hear all this testimony, the ending is not what it seemed maybe at first glance, but it's far more complicated and far more real than that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we expect that what you'll hear during the testimony as well is that Mr. Moore, from the beginning, was trying to control the situation, that he continued to stage this scene other than the physical scene that you saw or that you'll see occurred in those woods. And we expect that you'll hear during the testimony that Mr. Moore, the night of the 24th going into the early morning of the 25th, that very important time frame in this case, that between 1 and 4 in the morning, he's sending messages to friends, stating he's taking a sleeping pill and that's probably going to sleep in. Again, I believe the evidence will demonstrate that from the beginning, Mr. Moore is controlling the scene and trying to stage what eventually will be located in those woods. That becomes of paramount importance when we believe you'll hear testimony today of Mr. Moore and comparing Mr. Moore's original statements to law enforcement about when he woke up, roughly 10 or 11 a.m., that that's inconsistent with some of the activity that occurred on his phone, demonstrating that he was awake far earlier than that, at 8:30 in the morning, and that he was awake even further in the earlier morning up until about 4 in the morning. So we expect that when you hear the testimony that there's a major discrepancy in the time frame. You'll hear a part of that today when you hear the initial statements, as well as when looking at the cell phone forensics. Ladies and gentlemen, we expect you will find out during the testimony that that's not all. That the defendant sent a text message.
Either he strangulated his girlfriend, wife, or she took a sharp drop with a sudden stop. And we are here to figure out which one of them it is. And good morning, Brandon.
To Emily just before noon on the 25th.
Yes, it's this demonstrative exhibits, as you can see on this one. It's so they have easy access to it in the courtroom. Some trials, they will have them in another room. We had a trial where they brought in an entire door because they wanted, that was the Carrentala case. They put the door frame on the stand They didn't ask it any questions, but they put it up there. It almost fell over and killed someone in court. Could have been an interesting trial. Who is then at fault? Is it the door frame, or is it the prosecutor who brought it in as evidence? But it didn't happen. But we have had an entire door frame just put in the side of the courtroom. It was really weird.
The Find My iPhone app, which is an application designed to try to find where someone else's phone may be. And that he did that in around noon hour on the 25th, instead of leaving the room that he was laying in, instead of walking through the house to see if Miss Noble was there. And again, we expect to hear testimony that it wasn't for at least 6 hours after that before Mr. Moore finally called someone and said, "My wife is missing." Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see body camera footage from Officer Hollis today. Again, Officer Hollis is the responding officer on the scene. He came, had the initial conversations with Matheau Moore, and we expect that you'll see during that body camera footage that there's a specific area noted in the back of the garage that after some period of time, almost 2 hours after the report, Mr. Moore points to and says, "This is weird. This cord doesn't belong here." And what we expect you'll see during the body camera footage is that there have been things moved during the pendency of when Officer Hollis originally first comes on scene to when the defendant points this area out. Following that conversation and during that conversation, you'll hear that Mr. Moore says, "This area is weird. I haven't touched it, but this seems out of place to me. Somebody must have done this." But what we expect you'll hear is that this is just another example of the defendant controlling the scene, staging the scene to make this look like something other than what it was. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after 2 weeks of testimony, you're going to hear evidence about cell phones, physical evidence. You're going to hear about the parties, everyone involved. And we ask you to be diligent in your review. Diligent in your review of the timeline, how things go together, and diligent when reviewing this case and discussing. And at the end of the 2 weeks, we're going to ask you to see this for exactly what this is. We're going to ask you to make a finding of guilty of the charge of murder. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give your attention for counsel for the defense. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Keeping the lights at that level.
You just want the document.
Based upon my lived experience with crazy broads, short drop all day, the woman could run through the padded walls while undoing her straitjacket. Brandon, I, of course, am not a massage therapist, so I would never ever believe that any woman could be unreasonable or insane or sound like her mother or just make it up in her head or just never listen. Any of that will never ever cross my mind because I'm not a massage therapist. So your lived experience I cannot confirm because I know all women to be unicorns who are absolutely always based in fact, logic, and never emotional. So I would have to claim this is your truth journey, and I absolutely not in any way thinks that about any women, says it. Thank you, Lauritiuk. Just type honey bun. Says you're number 100. Ooh, maybe I can get to number 95. Jamie, that could be cool if I was number 95. Yeah, Jamie doesn't care. This is an example of why you should lawyer up and not help the cops because you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. No spoilers, but always call a lawyer and say, hey, I think this is going to go bad. Can you come talk to me?
Sure.
Yes, Marissa, you dislike all of my songs. This is the latest song you disliked. Well, I'll take 69 any day. And I don't know if you're talking, Jamie, because I can't hear anything. Hey, Sebastian.
Good morning. As I introduced myself yesterday, Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore, my co-counsel, Alexander Petrillo. The state, I just listened to them for about 30 minutes, and they told you their theory. Their theory is that Matt Moore killed his wife, don't know when, but Matt Moore kills his wife, and then somehow gets her body into the wooded area where you walked yesterday, and stages her death. And then I heard the state go on to say that their evidence will show how not just was he that sophisticated to figure out those two things, but he then also took great efforts to control the situation after May 24th and May 25th of 2020. Members of the jury, the evidence will show that the state's theory is based on speculation and inferences. It is not supported by the evidence. And simply, members of the jury, their theory doesn't make sense. Now, I know you were listening to the state's opening just as well as I was, and the judge has already told you that our opening statements are not evidence. They are just how we believe the evidence will unfold. But I say this, that in my 30-some minutes of listening to the state's argument, I noted that they didn't mention reasonable doubt. That is their burden. Their burden is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And we talked about that in voir dire. It's their burden and their burden alone. And the judge has already given you the instructions of law, and he will again, which say, if the state fails to meet their burden, then the only appropriate verdict as to each of the three counts in this case is not guilty. And here's why I mentioned reasonable doubt, and that they didn't mention it. Is because, as the judge has told you, and as I talked about in voir dire, reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense. And so I want to talk about this morning during my opening statement as to why it doesn't make sense that Matheau Moore, and I'll call him Matt, that Matt killed his wife Emily and then staged her suicide. First, members of the jury, the evidence will show there's no physical evidence. You will hear evidence the state will put on, we anticipate, that law enforcement extensively searched the area of 46 Abbey Cross. Not just Westerville Police Departments, but the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigations was brought in. A unit whose sole job, members of the jury, is to look for forensics. They're there too. And it's not just the house. And when I say the house, members of the jury, the evidence will show that they searched the entire perimeter area. But the evidence will also show that exhaustively and extensively they searched the Ultima, they searched the Subaru, they searched the attic, with Matt's permission, by the way, did they do all these searches. They searched the bedding, the sheets that were in Joey's bedroom, where Matt Moore told the police, the evidence will show he slept once he got up in the middle of the night and he had to go to the bathroom. He slept in that bedroom. More bedding. They searched the bathroom, and this is why this is important. The evidence will show, members of the jury, and in particular, what was in the hamper in the bathroom, because they searched this too. The evidence will show that the clothing in the hamper is the same clothing that Matt Moore and Emily Moore were wearing on her birthday the night before, when she's last seen. And so what comes of all these searches that were made by law enforcement, not just at Westerville Police Department, but also for BCI and I, the house, the cars, the attic, the clothes, the evidence will show you that there's nothing. There's no blood, there's no tissue, there's no fibers, there's nothing. But the evidence will show it wasn't just people that searched all of those places that we just went through. It was also cadaver dogs. Cadaver dogs that the evidence will tell you are trained specifically to come to a scene, a location, and alert when they smell or detect either blood, tissue, or any smell of death. The cadaver dogs, in addition to humans, searched all the areas I just told you about. And what will the evidence show that the cadaver dogs found? Nothing. There's no physical injuries. And when I say physical injuries, I mean to Matt. He calls the 911, as the state has said, on May 25th and reports that his wife is missing. I want to pause there, though. He calls 911, brings the police to his house. because the evidence will show certainly that that's what a 911 call does. Common sense tells us that. They get there, and then within 48 hours, they ask my client, Matt, to come down to the police station and give a statement, and he does. He goes to the police station, and when he's there, two of the detectives say, "What about scratches or injuries on him?" The evidence will show that Matt Moore takes off his shirt, not at the direction of the state, but he takes off his shirt. Now, before he takes off his shirt, of course, his face is exposed, and you're going to see a body cam video of Officer Hollis, and you will see what Matt Moore is wearing when the officers arrive, and you'll see which parts of his body are exposed. So he takes off his shirt. Officers lean in. Hands, forearms, chest, neck, face, back, legs. What did they find? Nothing. And consider this evidence, members of the jury, or the lack of evidence, particularly after you went to that wooded area yesterday. The judge is correct to say that your jury view in and of itself is not evidence. But it is, as the judge told you yesterday, something for you to consider when you hear the evidence that's presented. Think about how hard it was to get down there. And I even just wrote what the state said in their opening about that area. It was essentially shrubs and trees, not readily apparent it's even there. Now, members of the jury, again, our statements are not evidence. But what the state says they will give to you to meet their burden, hold them to it. Because as they started this morning, that is their roadmap. So there's no physical injuries on Matt Moore. There's no time of death in this case, members of the jury. The state has alleged, and the judge read you the charges, and the state has just stood up in his opening and said that on May 24th and May 25th of 2020, Matt Moore killed his wife, and then there's also a charge of felonious assault, but there's 2 counts of murder and felonious assault. The dates are the 24th and 25th. There is no witness. There is no expert. There is no police officer. There is no lay witness that can or will give you the time of death. And I remember in voir dire yesterday when I was talking to the veneer about dates and attention span, and I remember saying dates are incredibly important in this case. The dates we know are the date that Emily went missing. The last she was seen is by a neighbor that lives across from 46 Abbey Cross, where you went yesterday. In fact, a neighbor that lives directly across the street. He sees Emily going for a walk that morning in her walking clothes. And we know, the evidence will show, evidence that we will present, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But we know that he definitely saw Emily on the 25th and not any other day, based on the cell phone evidence. So there is no time of death. We know that Emily went missing on March 25th is when she's last seen by someone other than Matt Moore, and we know that she's found on September 16th. We do not know when she got to the park or how she got to the park, but with respect to time of death, there is no information that the state will offer you as to that at any point in this trial. We will, however, present an expert from the University of Tennessee, who is a researcher at an institute called the Body Farm. And in fact, it's an expert that the state originally engaged in this case, and then the evidence will show decided not to use after she rendered a report.
Objection. Fair characterization.
Ladies and gentlemen, opening statement is not evidence, so therefore you will not consider statements as evidence to render your decision in this case. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Vivaldi is an expert from the University of Tennessee. She will testify that the most you can tell from the scene, based on her training and expertise, and her work studying decaying corpses, is that the body decomposed there and had been there for a while. There is no time frame that even the best expert can put as to where and when Emily got to that scene. Furthermore, not only is there not a time of death, but the evidence will also show that there is no trace of Emily in that wooded area in May or June of 2020. And I want to go over some maps with you, and I know members of the jury, you were there yesterday. Let's start with this. This, as the state just showed you, is the map of the general area. To orient ourselves, this is kind of the general area right here where Emily's found. And as you are walking up that sidewalk, you might remember seeing an electrical box on the ground. That can always orient you in the pictures that you will see. But that's the general area right there where Emily was found. And yesterday, of course, this right here is the bike path. walking path. And this, of course, is County Line Road. Want to talk to you about when I say the evidence will show there's no trace of Emily in the woods or May or June. You are going to hear testimony that on the 25th, when the police arrived at the house, Matt Moore voluntarily said to the police officers, "Let me take you to the area where Emily loved to walk and forage." Where did he take her? Where did he take the police? Right there. Their own officers will have to admit to that Matt, as the evidence will show, walked them along this very line. And then what happened, well, the evidence will show that area, that exact area. In fact, the police will not only concede this during the evidence of this case, but they have all along in this investigation. They searched this area on foot 3 times. 3 times in May and June, and nothing. But like with the house and the car and the attic, it wasn't just humans, because cadaver dogs searched that area too. The evidence will show, and what was found when cadaver dogs went to the area where Matt Moore took the police as Emily's favorite walking path? Nothing. The evidence will also show the individual that lives at that house right there, whose kids play in the back of her house, butts right up to that wooded area, was home all Memorial Day weekend. Whether the weather was warm, the evidence will show. She saw nothing. She smelled nothing. No trace of Emily in the woods in May or June. Furthermore, the evidence will show that there's no evidence that connects Matt Moore to the scene. The state has just promised you that they will give you the testimony of Detective Hollis, and I believe that will happen today, and you will be able to see the body cam of Detective Hollis when he rolls up onto Abbey Cross on May 25th and interacts with Matt Moore. The state in their opening talked to you about this corner of the garage. The Detective Hollis body cam will also show you something else that's interesting, is that in the camera, in the footage, the police are, from the beginning, telling Matt that he's a suspect, that they know they killed his wife. Right from the beginning. And so why is this important? Is because the evidence will show that if that's what the officers were thinking, that common sense and the evidence supports, they didn't lose sight of that guy. They did not lose sight of him. Not mentioned, but the evidence will show that on May 25th, because not only did they not want to lose sight of him, they didn't want to lose track of him. They put a GPS on his car without him even knowing. Because that's the whole point of a GPS, right? Put it on someone's car so they don't know we're looking or following, so that we could trace their every move at any minute of any day. What did they find from the GPS? Nothing. Further, not only is there no movement from Abbey Cross and Matt to that scene, is that the items found at the scene, forensically, tested, in particular, the USB cord that Emily had tied around her neck. What forensics are on the USB cord connecting the cord to Matt? Nothing. Further, there's no eyewitnesses. And I don't just mean eyewitnesses to what they claim is a murder, to the transportation, allegedly, of a body to a wooded area. There's no eyewitnesses to putting a body in there. And members of the jury, again, I say this. I know the judge told you your jury view wasn't evidence, but it's certainly for your consideration. You walked county line. You were...
Brandon, don't listen to the women says in this chat. It's either Jamie or Sue. They are always trying to. I think they have a Deadpool going on you. So please don't listen to them. Stay away from the light.
No. Come on. I want Brandon to thrive.
Jamie, stop being mean to Brandon.
Brandon, happy Monday.
Yeah, don't tell him to go take a swim or anything.
I hope you live a very long Monday.
Sue, stop always starting shit and then say, "Oh, she's like that kid who do the. Why are you hitting yourself? Stop hitting yourself." Constantly with Sue. But
started it. Yeah.
so far, I like this attorney. She has some spunk.
Yeah, she's not dull, and I think that's what I like about. I like a good attorney that's not gonna bore you to death.
Yeah, the state opening, I can't remember a word of what he said.
No, because they have nothing. So he just said bore you to death with a bunch of BS about a
Yeah.
story about a book. You always read the first couple chapters, but it's the ending
No,
that's
no, he
important.
always reads the last couple of chapters, Jamie.
Oh, the last couple, because the ending is what's important. Yeah.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Mom, Brandon ran into my fist. And normally when the defense comes out firing like this, they have really bad evidence from the state side. Normally they'll
Mhm.
spend way more time on any reasonable doubt and all of that crap. But a
Yep.
USB cable, how the hell can you do it with a USB cable? That's a thick cable.
They are going to show pictures of the body, just so you are aware that will, I mean, they did on when I watched it. And if you want to see, you'll see. They'll show it.
But still, a USB cable is not a common,
No.
because it's really hard to tie into a noose.
Yeah. You'll see. The way she was positioned too, it was weird.
It's co-defense.
Yeah.
You can smell the desperation when they say evidence will show 100 times during opening. Well, if she points to the evidence will show, she better show that the evidence shows. That's what I think.
Well, all the prosecution had was she was such a happy person, even though all this tragedy in her life, she was so happy. So why, I don't know. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Glasses on head guilty. Where the hell else should my glasses be if they're not on my head? It's his wife is the one who jumped off the planet or
Yeah.
got unalived.
Or he did it to her.
Yeah.
Were able to feel and observe the amount of traffic on that road. You were also able to feel and observe whether there is a place where you can park on that road next to the wooded area. But there's no eyewitnesses. And certainly there was no eyewitness given by the state in their map. There's also members of the jury, the evidence will show no motive. And I know we talked about this yesterday in voir dire,
It's,
that the
Emily-
state under Ohio law doesn't have
Emily
to give
Moore.
you motive. And I completely agree with that. I also, though, as the judge will tell you, agree that there is a further instruction, that the absence of motive can be used by you in your determination as to purpose or intent. And the judge will tell you more about that, but it's critically important. Now, in the state's opening, they talked about Emily's bravery and her persistence. Joey, Matt's son, at around the age 18, hung himself with a cord in a wooded area about 1 mile from Atticus. About 10 months prior to Emily being found in a wooded area with a cord around her neck. There is no question that Joey's death was a suicide. That's what the evidence will show. His death was a suicide. And I remember during voir dire, one of the jurors said, second most common death of juveniles is suicide, and Joey was a victim of that statistic. And the state actually and I will agree that Joey's suicide and hanging was particularly troublesome to both Matt and Emily. Both of them, neither of them could work. Emily took a 3 to 4 months absence from her job. Matt, well, you'll see there's text messages between Emily and Matt. Matt really was at a place in his life where getting up every day and just even doing things of normalcy was well seemingly impossible. And the evidence will show that. And then the state talked about what Emily did, was that Emily then went to counseling in August of 2019 because of Joey's death. And members of the jury, you will hear that when she goes to counseling, she goes because she is traumatized by the death and loss of Joey. She reports difficulty feeling sad and empty and guilty. She's paranoid about her husband's well-being. She's struggling with loss of interest in activities, with memories. She notes in her therapy that she has a prior history with struggling with anxiety. And members of the jury, the evidence will show she has a history of struggling with anger prior to the loss of her other loved ones. And she's starting to experience depression and notes that she's experienced depression before. The state in its opening talked about Emily's traumatic life. And I say this, there's not a lot of things that the evidence will be agreed upon by both sides in this case, but certainly that's one that I agree. Emily's first husband killed himself by shooting his head in 2011. A year later, in 2012, the evidence will show one of her very good friends killed herself. The evidence will show that. In 2000.
In Denmark, you have a saying that someone is a bad luck bird. It seems like Emily was kind of a bad luck bird.
Yeah.
Her
A lot of
husband,
people in
her
her life.
friends, her kid.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And her parents, they didn't unalive themselves, but they passed away, and in like tragically.
Thanks for the spoiler, Jamie.
Well, they said it. They said it in the
Oh,
opening.
I didn't hear it.
Well, now you know.
2017, her brother-in-law by marriage, so Mark's brother, kills himself. In 2019, Joey hangs himself in a park from a tree. Trauma is almost an understatement as to what Emily had lived through.
Let's just say it's a happy thing that she didn't go around Brandon, because with his tendencies to try and
my
find an excuse
Lord.
every day by pressuring Sue, that's he would have been out swimming with Bruce.
Well, I'm glad he didn't. I'm glad he stayed out of the water. Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, don't go near Bruce.
There is no question about that. But Joey, her stepson, and again, our openings aren't arguments, but the state said Emily was passionate about Joey. And the evidence will certainly support her passion and love for Joey and what that loss in 2019 did to her, emotionally and physically. And then, members of the jury, at the end of 2019, you will see that she unexpectedly stopped counseling and therapy. And instead, she turned to what Emily knew so well, which was trying to find peace in nature and the woods. She would walk daily, she would forage, she would go into the woods. You will hear that Emily and Matt were kind of a bunch of hippies. They would collect plants, nettles, they would dry them in the garage. You're going to see pictures of this. They canned, they liked to forage for their own food, despite them living in Westerville, Ohio. She went to nature, the evidence will show, to find peace. And of course, it was nature where she was found on September 16th of 2020. Members of the jury, there's also no evidence of staging. I certainly listened to the state's opening that their theory is that Matt kills her, takes her to the wooded area, and then stages her death. And this is why, as you listen to this evidence, I ask you, members of the jury, to really use your common sense. Because the evidence will show that Emily is found in the position where you stood yesterday, under that branch. She's found with her water bottle next to her. Her hair is down. We know that because the way her hair is matted when she's found. Her hair is down. Hair tie around her wrist. She's in her walking clothes. And hair tie around her wrist, I just say, is because we know that the last person that saw her leaving for a walk. She's in clothing that, as you look closely, right, is clothing that you would wear when you're walking. And you don't even need to look closely because the evidence will show she has her tennis shoes on. Not the shoes or the clothing that she's seen in the night before. And the evidence will show there is no question as to what Matt and Emily were wearing on the night of the 24th, on her birthday, because we have pictures, selfies, that they took of themselves at the bar as they're celebrating her birthday. And here's something else with respect to the evidence will show about about the staging, is that as Emily's found, her right hand is gripping her ankle. You will hear evidence about the difference between a complete hanging and an incomplete hanging. But members of the jury will hear evidence about is gripping her ankle.
Her what? Her ankle?
Yeah, I keep trying to see what it
is gripping
cutting off at gripping
her
her.
hand. Her right hand is gripping her hand.
Her what?
I can't understand what she said.
Anyone in chat have any? Because it's not like CC even tries to pick it up. Her hand is
I know it-
gripping something. Her right hand is gripping something. Hey, Kim. Yeah, it sounds like her rang, but it's what? I don't.
Yeah, when
Yes.
people say ankle, it sounds like it could be ankle, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we'll probably find out.
You will hear evidence about the difference between a complete hanging and an incomplete hanging. But members of the jury, there is no evidence that that scene was staged. And then lastly, I want to talk about where the state ended. Sort of the last chapter in their book is their experts. I noticed in their opening statement they spoke a lot when they talked about their experts about Dr. Smock. And as you listen to the evidence in this case, the evidence will show that Emily goes missing on the 25th. She's found on September 16th of 20. Almost a year goes by before Matt Moore is charged.
Oh,
Living in this community, out on the street, almost a year. And so what happens, will the evidence show, right before he gets charged? Again, timing is everything. Dr. Smock is engaged by the state and he issues a report. As you listen to the testimony of Dr. Smock, I ask you, members of the juries, to consider three things. First of all, what he relied upon in determining his conclusions. His field of expertise and the opinions that he can and cannot render. Because members of the jury, I heard the state in their opening say, quote, and then please always trust your notes over mine. Dr. Smock will tell you the cause of death was manual strangulation. I ask you, members of the jury, to wait until Dr. Smock's testimony, because the judge will tell you that's what jurors have to do, is to be open-minded and wait till you hear all the evidence. Dr. Smock himself, under oath, will have to agree, and will agree, that he is actually not allowed to offer any opinions with respect to manner and cause of death. Only a medical examiner is allowed to do that. And the evidence will show that the medical examiner in this case, the doctor that actually performed the autopsy on Emily Noble's remains, that the only cause of death that medical...
Marissa, you are one of those kids who was told in school, don't read ahead. Let's,
Well, they have a picture of the body. Like, I don't know if people wanted to see it. I mean, they're going to show it on the stream, but I didn't know if you'd actually show it.
well, if there's no blood and it's not that bad, I'll...
She's like skeletal. That's about it.
Well, that's all of that new Ozempic. It makes the women really skeletal. It
Yeah.
looks weird,
So-
Jamie, when they get on the Ozempic diet.
They do. It does.
Because it'll
That's what
just
you have
eat
to-
everything, muscle and fat, so they'll just... Maybe stop when you got rid of the love handles and stuff like that, but they always keep going. It looks weird.
I don't get it.
No,
Yeah,
just-
there's nothing gross. The only thing weird, it's just basically because she was there a while, so it's just skeletal. And like her clothing, you can kind of see her. You can see her shoes on her and stuff.
Well, we will have Marissa deem if it's okay, because she has read ahead, Jamie.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't know? Gandalf said, "You shall not pass." And then he fall off a mountain. And those stupid eagles that could have said... That movie could have been over in 20 minutes if those stupid eagles were just, no, we are on strike. Fucking communist eagles. We don't want to fly to Mount Doom. It's bad storytelling. Fedorowski will back me up. Lord of the Rings is one of the worst told stories ever.
I liked it.
The Eagles could have fixed this problem in 5 minutes, Jamie. It's not like they had any anti-air artillery. They couldn't have taken out the Eagles.
I love how passionate you get.
Why do you have to remind me of Lord of the Rings all the time?
Because you need to change your mind.
On Monday, we do legs, because when you're hanging with Emily and have nowhere to hide, but you want a Polish bike ride, your quads better be effing swole. word of the day is a Polish bike ride. Polish bike ride, as always, be cautious when you go to Urban Dictionary and try to figure out what Brandon is talking about today, because sometimes it's really gross. Why the hell did my camera just switch modes again? That's it's so annoying, this camera.
Thank you, Brandon, for your.
But as always, consider if you need to bike, right? So go to Urban Dictionary. Polish bike ride. We aren't sure. We only know there's no cure. The bully gave him a Polish bike ride. That's the first thing. The second thing. The second thing seems almost impossible. The third thing, yeah. The fourth thing. Oh, the third thing is, the fourth thing is, Danny had a Polish bike ride. Now that Kayla rode her like a horse as she was pounded from behind. Never go look up any of the words of the day. Never ever look it up. But today is actually one of the nicer.
Somebody rides another person like a horse while they're getting it. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what is that person getting out of it? Just the. Okay, that's fine. I don't need answers. I don't need answers. I don't know why I ask questions.
Yeah.
What?
The fifth one, the Polish bike ride, or PBR as it's called in the slums of Denver, is a term referring to as any sexual assault on a plant. No one knows how long they have been doing it, but the first recorded PBR occurred at a Broncos game with one drunken fan and a young Fern. The fan quoted after the arrest, the judge asked for it. I want to say this is the one Brandon was thinking about. You degenerates in Denver.
Oh my Lord.
I know it's just to drive some traffic. Oh, Kim is having a bad day.
Medical examiner found is that injuries to the head and neck caused her death. Injuries, right? Head and neck caused her death. Now, that's what the evidence won't show, and why I led my opening with, why doesn't the state's case make sense? And while it's not my usual practice, this case is unusual in many ways. And so I will, in my opening statement, tell the jury, you, each and every one of you, what the defense will put on as evidence. And I say I don't usually do this because I don't have a burden. I, as Matt Moore's attorney, Matt Moore, Alexander Petrella, have to put on nothing. But we will. And in fact, we're going to give you 4 experts.
That's life advice.
And lay witnesses. And here's a brief overview of what our experts will say. First and foremost, we'll call Dr. Bolte. Biomechanics expert, Dr. Bolte is the director at the Ohio State Biomechanics Research Center. He's an expert in the experimental analysis of human injury tolerance and mechanisms under different loading conditions. Here's the value and what you will hear from Dr. Bolte. Undisputed testimony. And it's undisputed because he went to the scene and tested the branch. And he did so at the request of the state of Ohio. And I say this, members of the jury, the evidence will show, again, jury view, when you went down there yesterday, was shown the branch where Emily was found is quite small. Quite small. Dr. Bolte will come in here and say that actually when he went down there, he, as an expert in biomechanics, thought there's no way this branch could hold. But he did 2 different tests. A static test and a dynamic test. Dr. Bolte will tell you that, and this is on video, you will see the video. You will not have to imagine this. You will see the test. First test is he slowly adds weights, increments of weights, to the branch to see if not only will the branch hold, but the rate of deflection of the branch. Static test, branch holds. In fact, the deflection measurement is 2 inches. That's how strong the branch is. Then, after after he's tested on the static test, he does a dynamic test. And a dynamic test, the evidence will show, is what happens if someone were to hang themselves and let their weight fall. Could it happen? He takes a crash test dummy, the same weight as Emily Noble, ties a USB cord in the same or similar fashion as Emily tied around her neck on the 25th of May. It's on video, you will see it. And he takes the crash test dummy and he drops it. That's the branch. Holds her up. We will also give you the testimony of Dr. Heather Garvin, a forensic anthropologist who is board certified.
Kimberly, where the hell do you live and why? Minus 22 Celsius.
Which is what? Fahrenheit.
That's minus 7.6 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, where's she at? Is she in Canada?
I asked the questions.
Yeah, okay.
I'm at the cottage by my parents' house in Canada.
Canada, yep.
22. I think the coldest it's ever been in Denmark is 18 below. And that's really uncommon. It's 38 degrees here. I had to de-ice my car this morning, Jamie. I don't like that because when I'm in my shorts going to Cougar class, it'll make everything smaller.
Yeah, it's 26 degrees here right now.
Yeah, but you had a
Snowing.
60 mile per hour winds yesterday.
Yeah, it was crazy. Thought my house was going to blow down.
No
Yeah,
hydro,
Baker
no
really
pump, no
gave
water.
me the shut the F up, didn't he?
No, I'm the one
Not-
asking. How the hell should you ask? She's in Canada. I just asked her, where are you and why are you there?
No, Brandon put it in chat too. It was funny.
Yeah. And I love that their electricity is called hydro.
Hi, bro.
Hydro. It's made with
Oh,
water power.
I like that. Sounds fun. Yeah, I'm surprised you guys can't hear it. It's insane. It's blowing snow everywhere.
How does Georgia, USA, I think GA is Georgia, right?
Yeah.
Georgia, USA nearly have the same temps as you a lot of the time. You shouldn't have because you're in an inland climate, I think. No, Georgia is at the coast.
Yes, above Florida.
So, well, we have coastal climates as well. So probably, remember Denmark is hotter, way hotter, ladies, than most of the Scandinavians. Well, Denmark and Norway, because the Gulf Stream runs up and then goes into the Greenland pump and goes down your east coast. So that's why we have it hotter here. We don't get as hot in the summer as you do, I bet. Fun fact, 40 Fahrenheit is also 40 Celsius. Yeah, there must be a crossover point. But I just don't understand why your widows don't start like normal people. Freezing point is 0. No, let's make that 32 degrees because it makes sense. Water freezes at 32 degrees and boils at 40,000 Fahrenheit. 0 to 100, everything is better in metrics. But actually, Georgia should be way warmer than us because that's on level with North Africa, I think. Oh yeah, then you should. Well, Tennessee has better summer weather than we do, but this year we have better winter weather than you do.
Yeah.
And lucky for you that you're not now near South Carolina, because then Sue would just come over and yell at you.
And board certification, the evidence will show, certainly matters. She's one of 100+ individuals in this country who is a board-certified forensic anthropologist. And she will talk about what the state said in their opening with respect to the fractures. Most specifically, the state just told you that there's perimortem nasal fractures. Dr. Garvin will say that in her experience, training, and education, that she sees no perimortem nasal fractures. She will also tell you that based on her training, experience, and
The direct link is in the top of the chat. I'm right. I'm always right.
expertise, that the bilateral fractures that the state just told you about to the greater horns of the hyoid and the bilateral fractures to the superior horns of the hyoid can occur in hangings. Incomplete and complete hangings. Now, members of the jury, you will not hear from Dr. Garvin cause of death, because she cannot testify as to cause of death. Well, again, only a medical examiner can. But she will tell you about mechanisms of injury. We will also give to you the testimony of Matt Curtin. In the state's opening, I wrote down law enforcement attempts to put together a timeline based on the cell data. We will actually give you a computer scientist who is a...
Andrew, that's because no one ever had a 10 mil socket. No one owns that because it's missing in every single set. I think it comes missing from the factory. It's always gone to 10 mil.
cybersecurity expert. All he does is look at cell data and computers and peel back the onion to find what's there. Even when the users want to hide anything and everything. That's who Matt Curtin is. And Matt will tell you 3 really important things that, again, show that the state's theories don't make sense. He'll tell you about phone location history for Matt and Emily on May 24th and 25th. He will tell you about patterns of user activity, or more specifically, he will tell you how there are no patterns because there is not enough data. He will also tell you about the user browser history. All this evidence about how Matt is so sophisticated, staging this whole area. What are his browser history searches? What are Emily's browser history searches leading up? Matt will give you that information. But I tell you this now, the evidence will show there is no browser history about how do you kill someone, how do you hang someone, how do you stage a suicide. Nothing. There is some browser history from Emily about going into the woods to find your soul, though. And then in addition, we will also give you Dr. Vidoli, which I talked about from the University of Tennessee. Her entire life's work is studying bodies and their rate of decay and decomposition. In addition to experts, we'll give you...
Kelvin is a made-up name. Everything is metric.
lay witnesses. Again, members of the jury, it's not our burden. But nothing could be more important. And so we will give you the cadaver dog handler. She will come in here and testify and tell you what she searched with her dogs. She will tell you what a cadaver dog is trained to do. She will tell you the expertise and certification of her dogs. And she will tell you that they found nothing. We will give you other testimony. We propose, members of the jury, but I remind you that we have no burden. And maybe it sounds a bit like a broken record that I say that, but there is no such thing when it comes to a case like this. The burden is here. It is the highest burden in the land. This is a criminal case. Reasonable doubt is based on reason and common sense. On behalf of Matt Moore and my co-counsel, I am confident that after you have heard all the evidence, that you will render the appropriate verdicts of not guilty. Thank you so much.
Thank you, counsel. Statement called.
You're welcome.
I liked her fire. I'm afraid she's setting up a lot of promises that she better have the payoff to. And again, please no spoilers. I haven't watched the trial, but she's promising us a whole lot of evidence that she's going to find and show to you. So I hope it's true. I hope it's true that that they have all of this evidence if they claim it.
Yep. And I'll say I love all your opinions, so because I have seen this.
Yeah.
Yes, opening statements just started, Gabby, or we just ended.
Yeah, we
opening
just
statements.
started. This is the first witness is going to come. So, and Gabby, don't spoil it.
Morning,
Stephen
Gabby.
Collins is aging well, it looks like. I don't know who Stephen Collins is. Jamie, do you know what I did yesterday?
What did you do yesterday?
I watched Lethal Weapons 1.
You've never seen it?
No, I've seen it before, but
Oh.
it's been a long time since I watched Die Hard the other day, and then I watched Die Hard Mega Hard. You call it Die Hard with a Vengeance. We call it Mega Hard. I don't know why. And then I was sitting around yesterday. You might have heard there was a little kerfuffle and a little drama going on. And I thought, if it, I'm going to turn off Twit Twat and I'm just going to watch the movie. And I watched Lethal Weapon. It's a good movie, Jamie. Did you know that?
I seen it for the first time this year, yeah. Was it this year? I
Did
think
you
it
know
was.
Murtaugh was only hitting 50 when he said, I'm too old for this shit?
That's it?
Yeah, it was his 50th birthday.
Hmm.
And he was too old for this shit. And I'm sitting here thinking, I'm beefing online with people who is 50 plus years old. They should be too
Yeah.
old for this shit.
You would think.
Yeah. 50, or as Gabby said, a long time ago. Die Hard with a Vengeance was Die Hard in New York in Norway. Well, that's another way to call it as well.
Is it the airport one?
No, it's the New York one.
Is that the one with Samuel Jackson?
Yes, it's the
Okay.
Jesus. Why do you call me Jesus? It's Jesus.
Oh my God. I'm glad that you got a good pick me up because sometimes you need to shut
Yeah,
that Twitter
sometimes you
off.
need to go back
Have
and
some
watch a
fun.
good movie. I really wish that I had any of the. I need some good 80s action movies now. When I'm angry, I need to
Yeah.
watch like Cobra or Commando or
hmm
Let Him
Or
Sleep.
there's some
He
good
is dead
90s.
tired.
Oh,
Such a
Speed
bad
is always a
movie.
good one for me. Speed in 94, I think it was. I like some of the 90s action movies too.
Yeah, Speed was just yeah, it's more of a romantic action movie. It wasn't for me.
Maybe my perspective of it, because I'm a girl, is different, but I just
Yeah.
love it's such an action movie on just like a bus. It's just so much fun. I don't know.
No, the other way around. Why do you keep calling me Jesus? It's Hey Zeus. It was a good movie, but
That was a good one.
I seen they're making a remake of The Running Man. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna watch that one.
You don't think so? I don't know. I'm kind of interested. I liked obviously the original.
It's Under
That's
Siege
true.
where Erica Elniak is Miss. Is she Miss November? And you see her tatas. And also, Jamie, just to make sure it wasn't 80s movies, there was booblets within the first minute of the movie.
Yeah. Love it. I love that that was just always a thing. It's so much fun.
Yeah, every movie had booblets in it. Hey, Plossie, we're just going to start with the first witness opening statements. The prosecutor was a little bit dull. The defense attorney was very fire. And then Jamie made me talk about boobies.
That's okay. We watched When Harry Met Sally yesterday. It was the first time I've ever seen that.
That's a bad movie.
I liked it.
Yeah, it's a chick flick. Of course you like it.
Oh yeah, we were just we did a little Rob Reiner, like that was appreciation movie.
Did you
That's
know
what
he
we
made
did.
The Princess Bride?
Yeah, we've already watched that though.
I don't know that movie.
That was a good one. I like that one too.
Yeah. I'm going to go blow my nose. Let's get to the first.
AS.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Alexandria, Virginia,
And where generally is that?
near Washington, D.C.
How long have you lived there?
Most of my adult life, so all but 8 years since 1989.
Okay. And where'd you grow up?
Here in Delaware County in Westerville, Ohio.
And where'd you go to high school?
Westerville North High School.
Okay. And where'd you go to school after that?
I went to Ohio University.
Can you talk briefly about what your educational background is?
Sure. I graduated Ohio University School of Journalism and Public Relations and worked for 5 years before getting married, and then I went back to school more recently.
And generally speaking, what do you do for a living?
I work in information technology.
I want to talk a little bit about your family first. So who were your parents?
Lester and Ruth Ann Noble,
And where did they live?
Westerville, Ohio, Genoa Township.
And how long did they live in Westerville?
Well, they met in high school. I know my mom moved to Westerville about then. My dad was born in Westerville, so their entire lives.
Did you have any siblings?
I do, an older brother and my sister Emily.
Who's your older brother?
Andrew Noble,
And how much older is he than you?
I think 6 years.
And then you mentioned your sister Emily.
Yes,
And is she older or younger than you?
she's 1 year younger.
I'm sorry to do this, but I got to ask you, what's your birthday?
May 26th,
And what year?
1967,
And that would make you how old today?
55.
And you mentioned that Emily is a year younger than you are?
Yes,
When was Emily's birthday?
May 24th,
Of
1968.
So
Not
two days shy of being a year apart.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
That's one of my favorite memories or commonalities with my sister. She came home from the hospital on my birthday, and I had stayed with my grandma for 2 days, and she gave me a doll and taught me to touch her gently on the nose and say, "My baby." And so that's exactly what I did when I first saw Emily, is I touched her on the nose and said, "My baby." And my mother said she spent the next 2 years saying to me, "That's my baby." That was a special moment and one we relived every year. Not the my baby part, but celebrating the fact that we were the same age and had that special 2 days together.
So when Emily would have a birthday on May 24th, on the 24th and 25th, and you would be the same numerical age
Yep.
for those 2 days,
Yes.
until you would turn a year older on May 26th.
Which she was happy to remind me. So on the 24th, I usually called her and said, "Happy birthday, sister, we're the same age today." Then on the 25th, at some point, she'd call me and say, "Hey, sister, we're the same age today." And then on the 26th, she would call me and say, "Hey, happy birthday." I'm younger, as though to say I'm younger again.
Was that time always a special time for
Yes.
the two of you?
Yes, in fact, I can say that no matter what had happened during the year, that day was sacred. I mean, that always happened every single year.
May I approach what lets me mark the stages of it 1?
Either one? Yes.
I'm handing you photographs of Mark State Exhibit 1. Take a minute to look that over. Do you recognize that individual?
I do.
And who is that?
That's my sister, Emily Noble.
I got to sign this to publish State Exhibit 1 of the jury.
No, Jerry. No big deal.
For the record, we're now showing State Exhibit 1 up on the overhead. So again, can you tell the jury then who this is?
This is my sister, Emily Ann Noble.
How would you describe Emily?
She always came up to here on me, so she's small of stature, but I would say that in terms of personality, there are always 3 main things that would come to mind for me, and the first is she was courageous and strong. The other is that she really loved nature and the outdoors, and any story I would tell about us growing up would involve those 2 ideas. But since she's been gone, I realized how very social she was, and I didn't realize the extent until she was gone.
And how did you find that out?
Well, the day that I found out she was missing, I reached out. I just jotted down a list of about, 8 names immediately came to mind, and I called each of them, and it spread out from there, people calling me, and it became a large part of my day interacting with dozens and dozens of people. And then I looked on her Facebook page, and she had just shy of 1,000 friends, and I didn't realize that, but a lot.
I want to talk about some of the events and things that occurred in Emily's life over the years. So
Okay.
I want to talk first about kind of some of the friends that she had in the 90s. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, the 90s would be, I first moved to D.C. So when I first moved to D.C., the friend that immediately comes to mind is Derek Hayes. She had dated his brother and became very close with both of them. And he was dying of HIV/AIDS. And she brought him to my home where I lived with 3 other women. And he shared about his illness with us. And it was life altering for me to hear that. I was a conservative Christian, and we were a household of conservative Christians. And it really was helpful to hear and put a face to that horrible disease. And it changed my thinking entirely. And that's pretty typical of the friends that I met of Emily's. That was the first friend of hers who died that I remember. But I met other friends that she would bring to the house for Thanksgiving or a family cookout and say, hey, this is Rex, or hey, this is Karen. And they were just fun and lively people and characters. I remember Rex came to our house with overalls without a shirt and just had all kinds of funny stories to tell. And that was the second friend I remember her saying that died one day. I asked how he was doing. So those are the ones that come to mind in the 90s.
Would you say then that she was confronted with death?
Objection, Your Honor, is deleted.
Rephrase your question.
Was she around death even at an early age because of her association with those people?
Yes.
Was Emily ever married?
Yes.
And can you tell us who she first got married to?
Yes, she first married Mark Farmelo, a local musician, and that was in 2008, and I'm trying to remember when they met, and I don't remember, but they were had many common friends in the music scene, and so they eloped in Vegas. And that summer, when my family and I came to Ohio, we had a big reception, and that's how I met. I believe I don't remember exactly when I first met him, but I definitely remember that event and subsequent ones when we visited Ohio.
Tell us about how Emily was acting or feeling emotionally at that time after her marriage to Mark.
Oh, very happy. They were like 2 peas in a pod. They dressed alike. They had similar expressions. I remember one day watching them go out the door, and they both had like a shoulder satchel on, and like they have matching bags. Who does that? And it was very cute. They were both kind of reserved, quiet people.
You mentioned they dressed similar. Anything you could tell us generally about the way your sister?
I don't like dressing alike. Like, that's so lame. Are you saying something? You're muted.
Say, J7, try. Can't see her.
What?
It's just her real account gets blocked by YouTube sometimes.
Oh.
And then she gets angry at me and says I do it. I don't block anyone.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's happening. It's really annoying because I'm just thinking she's the only one reaching out and saying, am I blocked in chat? Because they have been trying to make jokes all the time, and it's not showing up. And I'm just thinking how many other people are having this problem. It's YouTube should fix that shit. Brandon, you shouldn't block some people. You should unblock people if you block someone. Who's this guy? He's cute. This is the defendant. Stop blocking people. Justice for J7. I don't know why it happens. So yeah. Well, it matters to me. I think it's annoying that YouTube makes these bullshit things.
Emily would dress?
Well, a black jacket, black hat, and black pants.
Was that always sort of her style, or the
Yeah,
kind of thing she liked to wear?
Yes. She had some white T-shirts and a pair of red shorts, I remember. I never saw her wear them, but I saw them in her closet.
Why is she laughing?
How did
Just
Emily's
reminiscing
relationship with
about her
Mark end?
sister.
He took his own life.
And do you remember when that was?
It was in 2011, I think October.
Did you come back to Ohio after that occurred?
I did.
And did you have conversations with Emily about what had happened?
Yes, yes, at my parents' house.
So, again, focusing on kind of her emotions, her state of mind, how was she at that time?
Your Honor, objection is irrelevant as to how she was in 2011.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So, again, focus on the state of mind, her emotions. Can you tell us how she was?
Yeah, she was devastated. She was very sad. Listless and despondent are the words that came to mind. Wondering, how do I deal with this? I remember pulling out a list from an online organization that just showed, like, these are the steps to follow. I said, well, here's a checklist. Let's start going through it. And it was not fun.
Try, if it works this time, giving you a wrench.
But I remember also sitting at her home, and Mark worked in model airplanes, really those very intricate ones, and they were hanging and sitting on the coffee table. And she just said, what am I going to do with this? What am I going to do with those? And it was a stack of guitars. So it was sad. That's the main word that comes to mind.
Did you talk to her about any thoughts she might be having about harming herself?
I did. I remember before
It's the YouTube problem again, where they do the crappy crap.
leaving, telling her goodbye and just asking her, should I check in on you? How are you doing?
Jamie, I've lost 8 subscribers today. I'm dipping under 21,000. Jeepers. Jamie, go out.
What are you doing?
I don't
Because
know.
I've been missing.
Yeah. Everyone remember to go subscribe.
She said, I'm doing okay. I said, do you have any thoughts of harming yourself or others? And she said, no, I don't.
Oh, okay. So that just means that she wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
I want to talk again about your dad, Lester.
Yes.
Is he alive today?
No, he is deceased.
And when did he pass away?
2015. He fell in May and had surgery and never recovered from it, and he died in June of 2015.
And where was that he fell?
At their home in the yard in Westerville, Ohio.
What did your mom do with that property then after your dad passed away?
After he died, she put it on the market. Emily and I helped clean it out, but mostly Emily. And she put it on the market and sold it and bought a condo in Westerville.
And where was that condo located?
In the crossing, so County Line Road and State.
And so we're going to hear testimony about that location of 46 Abbey Cross. That was the condo that initially belonged to your mother.
Yes.
Is your mom still alive?
No.
And when did your mom pass away?
Mom passed away in 2016 in June.
So less than a year after your dad passed away?
That is correct.
What do you remember about that time?
Emily knew before I did. My phone had broken, and so my kids came to my home and woke me up, and then the police came to the door and said, your mom is dead. And so I kind of piecemeal put it together in the middle of the night.
She looks a little like Farrell. Bunch of subscriber canceled after Baker's Just Jamie. Yeah, it was my anti-Jamie rant. When I just said, I'm asking questions because she wanted me to give answers to a question I just asked.
Hey, I thought if I asked it, we get
I would get an inspiration coming in and saying, oh, yeah, she's in Canada above the Arctic Circle.
Just want to make sure everybody heard you.
Yeah.
That she had died in a car accident coming from Southeast Ohio back to Delaware, and no one knew who she was, and so it took a little bit of time for them to piece it together, but she was planning to meet friends in Westerville uptown for dinner, including Emily, and when she didn't show up, Emily walked over to the police department and said, help me find my mom.
Did you come back to Ohio after your mom died?
Yes, not right away, about 2 days later.
And did you interact with your sister Emily then at that time?
Yes, we met at Mom's place there at the condo, and I'll just never forget walking in, and she met me out in front. I actually didn't know the address of this by heart because it was, anytime I drove in, Mom would be standing in the front yard, and Mom wasn't there, but there was Emily. And got out of the car, and we just hugged, cried. We went in the condo, and it was so quiet, and right there on the counter was a coupon for a car wash and a coupon for the restaurant. So we knew exactly what her plans were that night, and yeah, that's what I remember about Mom dying initially.
Did you have conversations with Emily at that time about how she was doing physically or emotionally?
Yes, we both had conversations with each other. It was a lot, and Emily was Mom loves all three of her kids, but Emily and Mom had a special relationship. They really did. And before I left, I said, "Are you thinking about harming yourself or others?" She just looked me in the eye and said, "No, Amy, I wouldn't do that to you. I know what that feels like."
Jamie, how many times have you said to your sister, "Are you gonna go self-delete now"?
I remember thinking that when I heard that too. I'm like, that's not where your mind goes initially if
No.
something bad happens to somebody, right? You don't
Yeah,
go,
my
you have
mom.
bad thoughts about yourself. Are you gonna hurt yourself?
My mom just died. Okay, are you gonna self-delete?
She says it like it's like nonchalant, and I'm sorry, but to me that's very odd to go right there.
What's weird about that question? You're from Massachusetts. To you, it's probably Monday. To the rest of us, we're probably thinking, "What?"
You only say this to somebody that you worry about because
But would you
I
say it?
personally,
I
what?
wouldn't. I wouldn't say it to someone who I knew was unstable, because that could put an idea in their head.
Well, if they're unstable, that's what would first come to your head, wouldn't it? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
Like,
but
like,
I wouldn't put it on them and say, "Are you gonna go self-delete?" To me, that just puts it in their head and said, "Oh, maybe I should go swing in a branch."
well, no, I don't think so in a way because if they're already there, you saying it isn't going to make much of a difference in my opinion. But
No,
I
but
wouldn't say it, but that wouldn't be the first thing I would say to somebody because like there's obviously I've had people in my family pass away and like I've never went up to them and be like, is everything okay? Are you going to hurt yourself? You know what I mean? Like that wouldn't be my first thought.
no, especially when they lost a husband and a kid to self-deletion. I probably
Yeah.
wouldn't mention it that much. When was this case? This case was in 2022, I believe it was.
hmm
The year before Jamie and I met.
Yeah. Yeah. The case was it was because I watched it right after the whole Johnny Depp and Amber Heard wrapped up because I got obsessed with cases after that, and then I was looking for another one, and I found this
Yeah.
one. But like this was all going on during 2020, so a lot of the stuff you'll see, just remember what 20 happened around 2020.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah. And all others is kind of also a weird thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Uh,
I just remember that triggering to me being like, that wouldn't be the first place I would go with somebody. And
no.
that's just me personally because I guess I just don't think that that's what somebody's going to do right off the bat when they, something bad happens in their life, that's
Yep.
what they're going to do.
And I don't know if it's because my family has a history of every other generation the man will unalive himself, and I am actually that one because my grandfather unalived himself and his grandfather unalived himself, and it's an occurring thing. So when I had the big sad, that was actually something people were a little worried about, that it was some kind of weird thing that we just inherited
hmm
every other generation that I might have had those kind of thoughts. So we didn't talk about it, but we were aware that hey, don't get good ideas.
hmm
So yeah,
Yeah. I mean, if somebody's has a history of stuff like that happening in their life and you're worried for them, I feel like, yeah, that would be the first place you go. But to me, asking that means she is worried that she will do that,
yeah,
or
she has history of this sort of thing. So that keep that in mind, because like that's what struck me in this testimony and stuff is like,
Yeah.
okay,
That's
well
weird.
you know she was going through this stuff. So anyways.
So
If you're
it
considering
was hard and sad.
on-
Hard and sad time.
or don't.
I actually got the house ready for Emily to move in. It was hard.
So
Lots
after
of thoughts are going through my mind about that.
after your mom passed away, Emily moved into that condo on Abbey Cross?
Yes, Emily was the executrix of her will, and so I cleaned out
Executrix?
Mom's room and donated things to places Mom would want, and to make the space for Emily to move in, and she administered the estate from there.
And so, as the siblings divided up any inheritance, the condo was a portion of her inheritance.
Yeah, we jointly inherited it, and she bought us out.
Going ahead then, after she was living in that condo, was Emily working somewhere?
Yes, Emily was working for the state of Ohio.
Don't.
And you know in what capacity?
I don't remember her job title, but she worked for the Department of Medicare. So
At some point, did you become aware that Emily knew somebody named Matt Moore?
oh yes.
And can you tell us when you first met Matt?
Yes, it was I believe it was December of 2015. It was after Dad died, and Mom called. I was planning to come to Ohio for the Christmas season. I don't remember exactly what day, and I believe my children were with me. But what I remember is Mom saying, "You need to plan on coming in time for dinner because there's someone I want you to meet." And I said, "Really? Who's that?" She said, "His name is Matt, and he's Emily's new boyfriend, and I really like him."
Later on, were you aware of a time when Matt moved to Ohio?
Yes, I believe he lived in Ohio then for a time, and then he left, because I know, yes,
Okay, so you said he lived in Ohio at that time when you met him,
I believe so. I believe he was in Ohio at that time.
and then you said that he left Ohio.
Yes, for a short time, because Emily dated somebody else for a while.
And do you know where Matt went when he left Ohio?
Yes, back to Las Vegas.
At some point after that time in Las Vegas, did Matt move back to Ohio?
Yes.
And what did you know about Matt and Emily's living arrangements when he first came back?
Initially, Matt was living in Emily's apartment, but it could have been
This is the first witness. It's the sister of the deceased. The story is from the prosecutor. Matt and Emily were living together. They have had a lot of personal tragedies in their family, especially Emily's family. And one day he chooses to just kill her. No real reason why, but he didn't call someone to look for her till 6 hours after he got up in the morning. So he must have done it. She's found several weeks later in a wooded area, hung with a USB cable in a mummified state. And he must have done it because who else? And
Yeah, he staged it.
he staged the crime scene. And the defense says, well, she had the big sad and she went out there with a cord and hung herself. And that's why she's passed away. Matt was trying to help the police as much as possible. There's no physical evidence anywhere that shows that he has transported the body from the house, even unalived her at the house, and staged the crime scene. And that's the two positions. And this is, so far she has just done the fluffy stuff about she was a nice person and she was and she was gripping her right ankle.
that first time, but so yes and no. Oh wait, I do know. He was living at his father's place in Worthington, Ohio. I remember that because Emily sent me an email about, hey, what do you think about Matt and Joey coming to live at the condo? And I responded, I don't think that's a good idea right now because it's technically owned by 3 people, and if anything tragic were to happen, I don't know how all that would work. So it would be better to wait till the estate had closed. And I believe at that point, my recollection is she said Matt and Joey were going to move into her old apartment.
Okay. Are you aware at some point then that Matt did move in with Emily in that condo?
Yes.
And you mentioned somebody named Joey. Who's Joey?
Joey is Matt's son.
How often, after your mom passed away, how often were you around to see the interactions between Matt and Emily?
Not a lot. Her funeral, he was there, and maybe one night we went out after that, and then I went back to Alexandria, or back to Virginia.
Were your
Yeah, that was again a weird statement where you're thinking, why is everyone afraid something's going to happen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what tragedy was going to happen?
Yeah.
Makes me think she knows more than she's letting off. She just wants to pretend like, no, never. She was so happy.
She was smiling all the time. I was just a little afraid that she might have unalived herself while they were living in the apartment.
Yeah.
visits to Ohio less frequent after both of your parents passed away? Did you ever observe interactions between Joey and Emily?
At least once, twice. So at Mom's, when I was still in town after Mom died, I was there for 3 weeks. So I remember Matt and Joey and Emily and I went to the Doodah Parade. So we interacted then. And then I came back for a Ohio visit in 2019 and in the middle or end of June of 2019. And so I visited with Matt and Joey and Emily then too.
Generally speaking, were you aware of Emily's feelings or emotions about Joey?
She really liked him. She knew he had, one statement she made to me is, I really want to get Matt and Joey get Joey on my health care plan so that he can get all of the care that he needs. But that was one part of her caretaking, but she also just liked him. But she was also said that he would wake up at odd hours and wake her up before going to work, which annoyed her. He was a teenager. I wasn't surprised.
Did Matt and Emily get married?
Yes.
And do you know when that occurred?
Yes, it was August of 2018, so 2018, but it was either the 8th or the 18th. It was all those 8s in a row, I remember.
And how did you find out that wedding had occurred?
She texted me a photograph, and on my lunch break, I looked at it, and I said, oh, did you get new shoes? Because I thought that's why she was showing me this full-length picture of her. And then I looked at it closer, and I thought, wait a second, they look like they're at an altar. So I just texted her. I said, did you get married? And she wrote back, yes. And that was the extent of that. I'm sure we talked soon thereafter, but that was the initial recollection.
We've talked a lot about Matt Moore. Is Matt Moore present in the courtroom today?
Yes, that is Matthew, yeah.
And can you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's in? Thank you. Is Matt's son Joey still alive?
No.
And when did he pass away?
It was early July. I think I don't remember, I don't know the exact date, but it was the first few days of July in 2019, just a few weeks after I had visited.
And what do you know?
Jamie, I just timed out Lefty because he tried to dare me to do it.
Well,
About the circumstances of his death?
It was self-inflicted.
Did you return to Ohio for a memorial service for Joey?
I did.
And did you interact with your sister Emily at that time?
Yes.
What can you tell us about her emotions, mental state at that time?
She was very distraught and sad. She was very worried about Matt. Just the impact of losing your son so close in time to Matt's mother that passed away, close in time to that too. I think it was January of 2019, but I don't know exactly. But the caretaking part of her it was stressful for her. She actually took many days off work. She used up her annual leave and her sick leave to just be at home and kind of invoke what she called as nature therapy to grow things and be there for Matt.
Were you aware of whether Emily was seeing a therapist after Joey passed away?
Yes, she said that she was seeking a therapist and applying for family leave.
Did you continue to interact with your sister after Joey's death?
Yes.
Talk to her,
Yes.
see her?
In fact, I checked in on a regular basis with her and Matt. I would text. Mostly I would text because Emily preferred that. So it all I don't recall a specific conversation, but I do remember calling and checking on her. And before I left, I flat out asked her, are you thinking about taking your life or harming yourself or others? And she reiterated it again. Amy, I would never do that to you. I know what that feels like, and I would never do that to you.
See, why are you
Wanna talk then, sort of-
constantly asking her?
Sorry?
She's asked her again if she's going to harm herself. I would never do that to you.
Yeah. That's
I don't know. I have found that was a lot of the stuff that I found really odd. But
yeah.
again,
It sounds weird.
I've never been in a situation where I ever had to like constantly talk to my sister and be like, please don't harm yourself. Are you going to harm yourself? Are you going to harm yourself? You know?
Yeah. Please don't harm yourself.
Yeah.
The beginning of 2020. In your check-ins with Emily, how was she doing emotionally, physically?
It seems like every time they talk together, she just, hey, by the way, sis, don't go walk off a short pier with a long drop.
Yeah. She does. It's like every time something happens, it's like, you're not going to do anything to yourself, are you?
Yeah. I spilled some milk. Oh, don't go looking into gas furnaces and put your head in there. Don't do that. Why would I? I'm just saying, don't do
I
it.
would be weirded out honestly, if somebody came up to me and that was the first thing they said to me, like when I had something bad happen, they'd be like, asked me that. I mean, this is just me.
Yeah.
I would be like, what? I don't know. I would just be like, huh? Like, no, but okay. Anyways.
Yeah, but she could have some PTSD from everyone else doing it. But that's why I would never, because one of the things that triggers a lot of PTSD is the same things over and over and being reminded of it. So I wouldn't keep reminding her about, hey, do you know you could end this?
Cause for speculation. Lack of foundation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So can you tell us, how was she doing physically and emotionally when you would speak to her in early 2020?
So early 2020, there were a lot of emotions. I remember she was getting stronger and healthier. She was going to have some pins removed. And in about February of that year, I remember we did have a phone conversation. I remember her saying that she felt better than she had ever in her life, having all of the titanium pins removed. She had one in her tooth, I think, and then an ankle from a prior accident. And she was lifting weights and working out, and she said, you need to start doing this. So she got me hooked on some weightlifting and, checking in with her to send photos of my progress was, kind of part of what was going on in early 2020. And then COVID and many jokes about how are you cleaning your groceries and some frustrations with what's really true about that.
To your knowledge, had Emily returned to work?
Yes, she returned to work part-time in October of 2019 at the end, I believe. And at some point she returned full-time, but I don't recall what day.
Based on your interactions with her in early 2020, did you have any concerns about her mental or physical well-being?
No.
Why? Okay, pause for a second.
I want to turn your
This is what's bothering me. This is what bothers me is like they're trying really hard to point her as like, no, she's a happy person. She said she'd never do this. She'd never do this. And with I think what's weird about the sister asking is really what I thought is like, she keeps asking her this, but then she's also like, well, she would never.
Yeah.
But like, why are you asking this constantly? So obviously there's some sort of, you're something you're worried about. Or, okay, I don't want to spoil, but like, you know what I mean? Like if she's had mental issues or seen somebody and has said things like this, then yeah. But it's the fact that I feel like they do this in the trials, is like trying to hide all this stuff and make it be like, but she said she would never. She was happy. She had so many friends and she was just living life.
Yeah, she was getting swole reading.
Yeah, she's.
I know what happened, Jamie. I've cracked the case. She was getting swole, and Brandon was sending her daily Urban Dictionary why she should get swole, and that tipped over the edge.
True. But what she just said was like when they asked, did you think she had? No, not at all. Ma'am, you've
Yeah.
been asking her for months if she's going to off herself. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
I don't think it's a good start to the case because you are just, as Stephen says, you're just confirming this lady had mental issues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is something like a Saskatoon pipeline situation Brandon probably sent her.
Yeah. And like Marissa said, people don't usually go, yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I'd go do that right now.
Hey, sis, you don't have to call tomorrow because I won't be here. What? Yeah, I'm just, we've been talking about it for a couple of years. Tomorrow's going to be the day where I'm going to go swing in the woods. Okay, well, don't do anything stupid. No, I figured all of it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Mention to May 22nd through the 25th of 2020. Did you have a conversation?
Yes, that's heaven.
Oh, God.
Did you have a conversation with your sister on May 22nd about her plans for the weekend?
Yes. Not a conversation, but a text message.
A text message?
Yes.
And do you remember emotionally what she said about those plans?
Yeah, she was very excited. She'd reconnected with a distant cousin who we had met many years before, and she said that she was going to his place for a cookout. And I remember, I don't know if it was in that text, but she had told me they met in a foraging group. And I thought, oh, this is a good combination. Matt and Emily going out foraging, and this cousin going out foraging, and they're going to meet up on Memorial Day. They'll have a perfect dirt milkshake and forage salad. It'll be great.
What?
Oh, my God.
In fact, I think I sent her a picture of a
This
salad. in
foraging
response.
thing is so funny to me. I don't know.
And so she told you that she was super
What's a
excited
dirt
about that.
milkshake?
Yes.
I think she's just making a joke.
Did you
Because
have
they're hippies foraging for food. I don't know.
Maybe, Jamie, you know there's weird people out there. Some people will be drinking some slush with dirt in it.
Maybe.
It's really good for you. God made it this way so it'll cure all your illnesses.
All your vitamins and essential nutrients from the ground.
It's dirt. Yeah, man. God made this earth, Mama Earth, Gaia, and she will provide. No, it's dirt. You just get it, man. Yes, I do.
But
It's
like-
dirt. It has next to no nutritional value.
Does anybody forage? Because I'm just wondering, like, what are you finding in the wild that's out there?
Well, you can
Like,
find mushrooms, and you can find wild wild cherries, all kinds of berries. You can do that, but you can.
a lot of that stuff isn't really. I mean, it's cool. You'll find some, but isn't some of that stuff like make you loopy or poisonous? I don't
Well,
know.
that's you kind of. If you eat a wild cherry, you won't get loopy, Jamie. It's just a cherry that grows out in the wild.
Well, we had some berry bushes in the woods out by me when I was growing up, and it was always told not to eat them because they make you like hallucinate.
Well, probably it was a hallucinogenic berry. It's not. I said like a strawberry. I didn't think, hey, let's do a ayahuasca trip because it could be so cool. I
I
don't
don't
do
know.
drugs.
They just said they're foraging for their food, so I was like thinking. I guess I was thinking like full meals. Like, what are you out there foraging for?
Fedorowski, gross. Gross, Fedorowski.
Oh, gross! Come on.
have a text message exchange with her on the morning of her birthday?
Of course. So I wrote to her as soon as I woke up. I sent a picture of
And I can get this. Get if you know your mushrooms, make sure you know your mushrooms and some nuts and some nuts and some fruit. That's you can go out and find that. But what's a dirt milkshake? I'm going to Google that.
Yeah.
a little pig with a pinwheel
curious.
out the car. That was something our family always said on the way home. We'd say wee all the way home. So I knew that photo would make her laugh. And I said, you know, something to the effect of, "Hello, we're the same age today. Happy birthday, I'll call you later." And she wrote back to me, I believe it was, "Woo woo, 52 and fabulous."
And so, was that the morning of her birthday when you
Yes,
sent
that
that text?
was May 24th around 8 a.m.
And how quickly after you had sent her a message did she respond?
Moments, within a few minutes.
I want a dirt milkshake, Jamie. A dirt
Why?
milkshake is a fun dessert drink inspired by the classic dirt and worms pudding cups. It's typically combined a chocolate or cookies and cream milkshake based with crushed chocolate sandwich cookies, and
Yeah.
it's topped with gummy worms and whipped cream. I want this. I could.
Well,
eat
the
this.
dirt cake, that's what we call dirt cake. It's basically Oreo and whipped cream and, all that stuff. And an Oreo milkshake, if that's what a dirt milkshake is, give me 7.
Yeah.
I will take all of them.
Common ingredients: ice cream, usually chocolate or vanilla, milk added to achieve the desired consistency, chocolate sandwich cookies crushed to resemble soil, whipped cream used for topping and creating a mound for decorations, gummy worms draped over the top to look like they're crawling out of the dirt, optional chocolate syrup for drizzling inside the glass or extra flavor, or whole cookies and candy tombstones for decorations, especially for Halloween. I wa-
Delicious. Yeah, because if you've ever had a dirt cake, people do that. They'll stick little wormies in it to make it look like they're coming out of the cake, and it's so cool.
I want it.
Did
We'll make you
you
one
attempt to
next
call her later in the day?
Yes, twice.
Were you able to speak to her those 2 times when you called?
No.
Did you see any Facebook posts or any kind of other information about where Emily was?
Yes, when I didn't reach her the second time, I believe that call was around 3 p.m. I thought, where is she? What are they doing today? So I went on Facebook and I saw a picture of her at the Field of Heroes, and I just said, oh, well, they were just out and about.
And do you remember where you saw that photo? Like who had posted it?
I believe, I think Matt posted it to Emily's Facebook page because I saw it on Emily's Facebook page.
Objection, speculation.
Remove the strike last name for speculation. I think Matt did something. I think the question was, who posted to the page?
Yeah. I know my stuff.
To the best of your recollection, do you?
Overruled. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish.
To the best of my
What's the deal?
recollection, it was Matt that posted the photo to Emily's Facebook page.
If I may approach with what's more.
Party mix in Denmark is like a trail mix. Or no, it'll be where you have like a little, like those little salt pretzels and some. Yeah, it's just that's a party mix. Hey, Money. We're not going to get through the show today because Money comes in and we have to end in 10 minutes.
Oh, yep.
Is it
Sure.
Yes.
Hand you a photograph of some March Days at 2. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And generally speaking, can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, that's Matt and Emily at the Field of Heroes.
And is that the photograph you recall seeing on Emily's birthday in 2020?
Yes, that's one of them, yes.
No. There were multiples of the same kind of thing?
Yeah, there was another one of her standing.
You have permission to publish Days of It 2 to the jury?
Go ahead.
Is the defense a mother-daughter team?
I don't know. I just.
For
I
the
think
record, I'm not
she-
showing Days of It 2 on the overhead. Can you describe again now for the jury now that they can see what it is we're looking at here?
Yeah, so that's Matheau Moore and Emily Noble at the Field of Heroes.
And what is the Field of Heroes?
So the Field of Heroes is a field where all of these flags are set up on Memorial Day to honor those who gave their lives for our country.
And is that in the city of Westerville?
It is.
I need a hero.
Yes, Marissa.
After. Did you make other attempts to contact your sister on her birthday?
Yes, I sent a series of photos at around 7 or 7:30 that night because I was frustrated she hadn't called me.
And what were those series of photos? that you sent?
Just from growing up years, from little to mid-teens, different moments of life. My mother had sent me an envelope of photos, or a relative had, and I just pulled them out because I knew they would represent people and moments in our life that would make her laugh. And
Did you get any response to any of those messages that were sent?
no, I didn't.
Maybe she just didn't want to hear you talk about her suicides.
Is that
Yeah.
you described being unable to reach her via phone and not getting a response to the text was then, just to make sure I understand the timeline, was the last contact that you had with your sister that 52 and fabulous text that you got in the morning of her birthday?
Yes.
Going on to the next day then, May 25th. Can you tell us how you were feeling on May 25th, 2020?
I was surprised I didn't hear from her in the morning, but I knew that she had plans, so I didn't think much about it. And a couple of minutes before 8 p.m., the phone rang, and I knew that was her. She's going to tell me all about their 4-H picnic, and I picked up the phone and said, "We're the same age today. How are you, Emily?" Because it was her name on the display of my phone.
So you received a call from her phone a few minutes before 8 o'clock.
Correct, at night.
You mentioned that you were a little, surprised you hadn't spoken yet. Why was it surprising to you that you hadn't spoken to her yet?
Because we both were early risers, and that was often when she would call, and I was hoping she would. It was COVID. I was quarantined, and I was hoping she would call.
And how do you describe your level of
Seems
worry,
weird.
though, based on what you knew about her plans at that time?
Low level of worry, none.
And so you got that call, and it came up on your phone as being a call from Emily's phone?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you answered it and said, we're the same age, and what did you hear on the other end?
There was a pause, and as I remember it, it was, "Amy, this is Matt. I'm so sorry, Emily's gone."
I'm so sorry, Emily's gone.
Yes.
Have you spoken to Matt on the phone before?
Yes.
You've been around him, we're familiar with his voice?
Yes.
Did you have any question that was Matt who was the one on the other end of the phone?
No.
After he said, "I'm sorry, Emily is gone," how did you react?
I said, "What do you mean she's gone? What did you fight about?" Because that would be the only explanation to me of what he said.
And what was his response when you asked, "What did you fight about?"
There was just a pause, and it was not a real answer. Just that she's not here. She hasn't been here all day. The police are here looking for her. One of her friends is on the way. It was just this series of statements.
Did you ask him whether they had gone to the cookout?
Yes, I don't know if it was that call because that call was very brief, but we did speak again later. No, I think it was that call. I said, "Well, I will call some people. Did you go to Jared's for the cookout?" And he said, "No." I said, "Have you called him?" And I don't remember Matt's answer, but I remember that was putting that person on the list of who to call.
What did you do after you received that initial information that Emily was gone?
Well, I had a sense of panic and worry, and I instantly started calling and texting. I think I drafted a little note like, "Emily's missing. Her husband just called and told me. That's all I really know. Is she with you?" And I kind of copied and pasted that to this short list of people that I had. And then my phone started ringing off the hook. And
Generally speaking, who were those people? Who were you trying to reach out to?
I probably couldn't recall the whole list off the top of my head, but I know right away that it would have been a neighbor we grew up with. Do you want me to give names or just?
No, just generally.
So
the
a
type of
neighbor we
people.
grew up with who Emily was still in contact. A couple that were very close to my mom and dad who befriended us also, especially after mom and dad died. A cousin that she'd reconnected with recently. She called her a sister cousin. They were very close. An old friend who'd moved to California for a time, and Emily watched her cat, so I knew that person's name. A couple of friends that I went on her Facebook page. I couldn't remember their names, but I knew their nicknames, and there they were. So I added, a couple of those people, and two of the friends that I had met recently in Westerville. So that's about 8 names right there. So I just kind of thought back through three or 4 decades of people and who would right away be somebody who would know me and be able to respond to my question.
I want to go back to the Facebook post that you had seen showing against Exhibit 2. Did you send anything in response at any time after you had seen this photograph?
Yes, I think what I recall is that I sent that, Matt and Emily and I had a Facebook Messenger chat together, and my recollection is I, like, from the page forwarded it. You know, you can go to a Facebook page and then share it in Messenger. And I said, I love this photo, or something to that effect. I think I said, I love this photo, I love you guys, something like that.
Do you remember when that was that you sent that message?
I believe it's May 25th,
Okay.
because I remember texting after that to Matt. It looks like both of you have looked at this picture today.
So can you describe for me what that meant to you? What do you mean?
Yeah, so in Facebook Messenger, when somebody, if you send somebody in a chat, if you post something, like imagine my hand is the chat. So then down below here are the little icons that represent that person's messenger chat. So I saw two little of those circle icons, and I said that they were different. And that to me was that both Matt and Emily had seen that picture.
So their Facebook accounts had seen what had been sent to them via Facebook.
Yes.
Is she an expert in Facebook? Objection.
When was it
Yeah.
that you
I'm
looked
not a huge
to
fan of this
see
lady,
if
so.
No.
she had seen that photo? Was it before or after the phone call from Matt?
Yeah, she didn't want to be on camera, and Ohio allows that. If you just
Well, I posted that afterward, but I should be able to see the time that I posted it, but I don't remember. It would have been before. So I would have looked before. You know, I don't recall off the top of my head, but it would be visible in my
Well,
chat,
this
I
is getting
think,
into deep.
to some degree, but I don't remember based on the way you're this morning.
Did you have a conversation with Matt after the phone call that he had with you? To
Yes,
tell you that Emily was gone.
yes,
And as a result of that phone call, did you try to figure out when the last time you had communication or interaction with your sister?
yes. And yes.
And did you then send messages to Matt in that same Facebook chat that you had with both
Yes.
Emily and Matt? And did he respond to you?
Yes, a thumbs up.
Did he send you any other messages?
Oh, the good old thumbs up.
Yeah.
That's a big middle
I don't
finger.
recall.
I love it.
Do you recall receiving any more communications from Emily Noble's Facebook account after your communications with Matt?
This guy is so slow.
I know there were texts from Emily, whether
Yeah.
they were between Emily and me or in the chat with the three of us, I don't remember.
Would seeing records of the chat between you, Matt, and Emily refresh your recollection as to whether you received any messages from Emily's account after your phone call?
Yes.
And the sister isn't like, yeah, like you can tell she's not involved in Emily's life. She just phone calls her.
And tell
She
her
doesn't know
not
what's
to
going
jump off
on.
the planet.
Yeah, not to jump off the planet for the 19th time.
I'm going to hand you with some mark for
I wouldn't pick up the phone if she was always telling me not to jump off the planet.
Yeah, exactly.
Take a moment to look through those. It's a 4-page document. Take a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, the sister talks fast. It's the lawyer that's the problem.
Love this, love you.
And they're trying to get everything
Love this,
through
love
text
you, love our
messages
country. Okay.
and insinuate by what she's saying. It drives me nuts.
Oh, it's one of those cases where, oh, listen to this, and if you close one eye and stand on the other leg, you can see that.
Oh
he
yeah,
really-
they're gonna,
So that's the one I'm talking
yeah, text messages that'll be like, see, look, doesn't this look
Oh,
suspicious?
yes, I see now. Yes, I can tell.
Okay.
Took me a minute to
That's okay.
interpret that.
So now you've had an opportunity to see the conversation. Do you
Yes.
recall receiving messages from Emily Noble's Facebook?
Yes, I received messages from Emily Noble's Facebook Messenger account.
And that was in the timeline of things after you had had that conversation with Matt about
Yes.
Emily Bemis.
Yes.
Turn your attention to May 26th. Did you Let me say it this way. Had you received communications from people who were interested in going out to look for Emily?
Yes.
And did you communicate that to Matt in that same Facebook chat that had you, Matt, and Emily?
Yes.
And what was his response to you talking about a search party?
This I remember. He said he didn't want to go out and look to find her dead under a tree somewhere. That isn't that what search parties are for? And he said he wanted to just let the police search for her.
And what's so bad about that?
Yeah.
Is that, you know?
Police
I mean, he's already, his son unalived himself. I mean,
Yeah.
do you want to walk up on something like that? If that's what you think
in
happened.
Denmark, police will tell you stay
Prior to
away.
your sister
Only
going missing,
search parties because you can F
how would
up
you
an
characterize
entire
your
crime scene.
relationship with Matt?
Yeah.
Oh, I really enjoyed Matt and his company and my visits there. He's well-spoken, polite, and kind. If my mother liked him, that was enough for me when I first met him. And after they were married, I said, I have a nickname for you. I already have a favorite older brother, and besides that, you're not older than I am, but I have a nickname for you. You're going to be my more noble brother, which was a play on his name and my sister's name.
Did that
I would hate
relationship
this
with
as a
Matt
sister-in-law.
change
I would
Yeah.
hate
days
this person.
following Emily's birthday?
Not at first, but
She's
yes.
not funny. She thinks she's
And
really
can you tell
funny.
us how it changed?
Yes, there were. He just asked me to take on roles that I was not willing to take on.
Well, I have things to say, but I don't
How
want
would
to
you
get out.
characterize your conversations with him in those months after Emily was missing?
Well, in the initial days, it was cordial. We were, sad together. We were strategizing how to look for her, how to keep track of all the people that wanted to look and all the places that people were looking. And there were kind of two camps of people. There were those who only wanted to look for a body and those that only wanted to look for a living person, a missing person. And I'm doing both. I spent many hours a day. So we had check-in calls once a day or every other day, kind of saying, where have you looked? Where have these people looked? And then I got a map kind of set up to automate some of that process to make it easier to keep track of where people were looking. At one point he said, the police have my phone. I got another phone, 9 o'clock last night. Can you help me set it up? Because I had switched from one type of phone to another, and I was able to answer some of those frustrating questions about how do you take a screenshot? How do you turn it off? Things like that. And so that was part of our conversations. And then it was kind of frustrating too, because I was asked, can you give me a list of places to go and look? And I would give him a list, and then he'd follow up a couple days later. Can you give me that list again? I'm like, wait, nobody's looked there yet. I've told 5 people they don't need to look in that park or put up a poster there. It's kind of frustrating. But, given the circumstances, I'm trying to give a lot of grace when I know what it's like when tragedy strikes. And Mom's funeral was a horrible display of the worst of everybody's personalities in some ways. And so I tried to give a lot of grace. But yeah.
When I first asked you about the change in relationship, you mentioned a conversation about him asking you to take on a role.
Yes.
Can you remember specifically what that was that he was asking you to do?
Yes, it was like the second week of June, approximately. I remember he called and said, I've appointed you to my spokesperson to the media, or I want you to be my spokesperson to the media. And I said, no, I'm not going to take on that role.
And how did he react to that?
He was quiet and no real reaction. And as I recall, we didn't talk much longer after that, during that specific call.
Did you have another call where he asked you to take on a different role?
Yes, within the next day or so, day or two, he said, I've decided that I want you to be my spokesperson to the police.
And how did you react when he asked you to do
I
that?
said, absolutely not. That is literally what you need to be doing. I'm giving them information that I have and that I know and asking them questions that I have, and you need to do that too.
And how did he react when you told him
He
that?
doesn't
He
need to
repeated
do
it, and I said no again. And then
anything,
in a
lady.
menacing tone, he said, you need to think long and hard about whether you ever want to see your sister again. And I hung up and did not speak verbally with him
He really needs to stop making faces and it doesn't look good.
again.
Well,
Doesn't that seem to
obviously.
have
they
Verbal phone
blast and
conversation.
slam
Yes.
right on his face because he can't.
Did you have any other contact with him via text or messenger or any of those kinds of things?
Yes, he texted me a couple of weeks later, again in Facebook Messenger, and was threatening my family with lawsuits for things that people were posting on Facebook. And I said, could you please send me links to this or screenshots or something so that I know what you're talking about, because maybe they're not related to me, or if they are, I'll talk to them. And he couldn't produce that, and just, I don't remember the end of the conversation, but it was essentially, you know, this is what could happen or what I intend to do or something along those lines. With the, I think he said defamation was.
Fedorowski, they're hippies. Of course they communicated through crystals. Come on now.
No, I don't know why J7's comment of like, get off Facebook, dorks, made me laugh so hard because it's like, I feel like it's my parents.
Yeah.
Who still love Facebook and do stuff on Facebook. I'm like, why are you still on Facebook, you weirdos? I don't know.
Yeah, and his
But yeah,
Facebook.
the sister is, she drives me nuts. She seems like she's, from what I get, from what I saw and what she said, she's not really involved in her sister's life. I mean, it seems like the relationship of like just casual, you know, hey, how's it going? Catching up. They're not like super close. But then all of a sudden she knows everything and everybody, and she's demanding this and that and the other. And it's like, I don't know. I think she really hates this guy. And like, you know how family members get that glaze over where they're just like, my sister would have never done this to herself. You had to have done something to her. And they
Yeah.
just turn ugly.
For 3 years, I thought she was going to unalive herself, but Matt did it.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
The word he used.
And was that the end of your communications with the defendant?
No, we had one more text exchange after that.
And what do you remember about that?
He said, I miss our talks. And I said, I miss my sister. He said, can't you call me? I said, no, call Detective Grubbs. And I gave him Detective Grubbs' phone number.
Did you have any other interactions with him after that time?
No. Well, not via text or anything like that, no.
I want to turn your attention to September of 2020.
Okay.
Were you aware of people who were still out searching for Emily?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Yes.
Specifically, was there a high school classmate
Yes.
of Emily? And who was that?
Lisa Gordish.
Had you talked with them about where they were looking, what kind of things they were trying to do?
Yeah. Lisa wrote to me in August, and she has a sister, and she was in Emily's class, but we actually had class together. And she said, my sister and I were talking about how you and your mom and Emily would take bike rides or go on walks together, and we just want to get a sense of what that was like. Could you send me a few of those walks? So I drew them out on Google Maps and took screenshots and put out the steps for it and sent those to her. As I recall, there were 6. And I made a copy of that and sent it by email, I think, to the detectives and said, this group wants to look at some of these routes just for your awareness. And at the end when she got to the 5th or 6th one, she wrote to me and said,
Sustain.
Let's go. We'll move on. So you had communications with Lisa
Yes.
about where they were going to look. Okay. Did you receive a phone call on September 16th, 2020?
oh, yes, many.
And generally speaking, what was the topic of that initial phone call?
That remains were found. They found her, is what a lot of people thought.
What? Have you seen any photographs of the remains that were recovered?
No.
Holly Mac, as you know, this is Jamie's favorite state, the Ohio State. And in the Ohio State, you are not forced to be on camera if you chooses not to be. That's why we see it in a lot of Ohio cases that especially family members won't be on camera. Go Buckeyes.
I was laughing at you, Danny.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Do you know any of the details about how your sister was found?
Yes, a little bit. I listened to the.
Objection, Your Honor. To lack of foundation. How does she know details? She just said she didn't see photos.
She was in the middle, I think, of saying how she knows, but I can ask her a different way.
We need to find out. Right, is it hearsay?
Did you obtain the 911 call that was made when the remains were found?
Yes.
And have you also?
Jamie, do you think we need you to tell, because J7 is sitting there, keep going on about the Miami game. Jamie, what's your stand on the Ohio State?
They can suck it.
Do you hate them as much as that guy hated Panera Bread?
Oh, with an unbridled passion. They can jump
Yeah.
off a cliff. That whole team. That whole school.
And that's why Jamie is in love with the Ohio State. And every time I have a chance to say, go Buckeyes, I will do it on this.
Yep. Baker loves harassing me.
Is there a break coming up? Because who the fuck is going around outside shining a light at my window?
Oh
read
my
the
Lord,
Montgomery
what
County
is
Forensic.
happening in your
Yes.
neighborhood?
That's what I'm trying to find
But
out.
beyond that, you don't know a lot of the specific details
No.
about any of the things that were found. Okay. Did you send Detective Grubbs an email 2 days after the remains were found?
I wrote emails to him a lot, so I don't know about the specifics of this one.
It is Carrie.
Were you generally aware that the remains that were found hanging?
Objection, Your Honor, is leading. She said she doesn't know the details.
I guess, were you aware? It's
Yeah, that's still leading, you idiot. Because she didn't know it, and
I
then
was
you're
aware of
asking
what
a
the
specific
911 call said.
okay. If I have one moment.
question. Can we get to the break? So I can
Yes, I do remember sending an email.
Ask Detective Grubbs for a full investigation into the circumstances of Emily being found.
Yes, I do remember sending an email about that.
Why did you ask for that?
Because I was absolutely convinced that
Objection, Your Honor, as to why she asked that. Completely irrelevant.
I'll sustain that. Go ahead. Next one.
And just one other thing I want to go back and make sure it was clear. When you were discussing having received messages from Emily Noble's Facebook
Buckeye
account,
t-shirt right there.
were you aware who those messages were coming from? Were those messages from your sister or were they from somebody else?
no, I assumed in the context that they were from Matt.
So it wasn't, you don't believe you ever received another message from Emily?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
She has answered this. She thought they came from Matt, if that's your question.
And so the last communication that you had with your sister was the text message on the morning of her birthday?
Correct.
I have no further questions this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 10-minute stretch and restroom break. We'll be right back in 10 minutes.
10-minute
Thank you.
stretch.
Please record.
This is the best part on being on delay. Because
I
now I can go heat up my dinner and see who the fuck is running around with a flashlight
my
outside of
God.
my windows. Jamie, I might get in a fight, and I
Please
just want you to know that if you don't hear from me within 2 to 6 days, don't go looking in the woods.
I'm gonna call you and I'm gonna ask everybody if you'd off yourself.
Yeah. Before I leave, Jamie, do you want to ask me if I'm going to go hurt somebody or myself?
Yeah, please don't go hurt anybody or yourself. Would you do that to me? Would you leave us all? No, of course not, right?
I can't guarantee anything, Jamie. I do have
Oh, see?
I do have a lot of USB cords around me. Knives are in the kitchen. Yes, I'm gonna go make my dinner and put this on so we can get through it. It's an 8-hour day today, Jamie. It's a long day.
Good.
All right, defense may cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amy, Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore. We had an opportunity just now. I told you that I was going to ask you some questions about the email that you sent to Detective Grubbs. Is that right?
Yes.
And I gave you an opportunity to review the email should you need to refresh your recollection as to what the email said.
Yes.
And you indicated that you had reviewed the email and you knew what it said.
Yes.
So I've got some questions about it. The email that I'm talking about was sent on September 18th.
Are we going to mark that?
No, you're right. The email that you sent to Detective Grubbs was on September 18th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was 2 days after Emily's remains were found.
Yes.
The title of that email, as I'm sure you recall, was Westerville Body, September 16th.
Yes.
You write to the detective, do you not, with "Good morning. Following is a statement based on my professional knowledge and personal interactions with Emily. I urge those investigating to look beyond suicide." Do you remember writing Detective Grubbs that?
Yes.
And then you go on in the next paragraph, do you not, to talk about your qualifications and your education, right?
Yes.
You mentioned that you have a master's degree, that you have training in mental health first aid USA and youth mental health first aid as well.
Yes.
And then you go on to email Detective Grubbs. What it looks like is 1 full page, single space, 2 full pages, single space, and then a few lines on the next page.
Yes.
I mentioned your master's degree because you would agree with me, would you not, Amy, that memory does not get better with time?
Yes.
Okay. Because this was written 2 days after Emily's remains were found.
Yes.
And today's date is what?
August 17th, 2021.
So between
2022.
22. So between September 18th, 2020, and today's date, would you agree with me it's about 2 years?
Yes.
So let's talk about the email. Because I heard you on your direct examination talk about 2 different statements that Matt Moore told you allegedly on a phone. Do you remember your testimony about Matt says, quote, "she's gone"?
Yes.
I trust then, 2 years ago, you included that in your email to Detective Gross. You didn't, did you?
No.
No. Nor did you include 2 years ago when you wrote a thorough email to Detective Grubbs asking him to follow up on the investigation. Did you include the statement, let me get to it because I want to make sure I have it, when he allegedly told you, you better do that if you want to see your sister again? Do you remember telling the jurors that statement?
Yes.
And that is also not in this incredibly detailed email to Detective Grubbs, correct?
Correct.
Even though, Amy, in the email to Detective Grubbs, you talk extensively about Matt and your communications with him.
Yes.
In fact, you'd agree that the second page is about Matt. You're right?
I don't remember.
Would you like to refresh your recollection? See the email? I have a copy. Marking, Your Honor, just to refresh, but I'll mark these defendants. Would you wish us to use numbers or letters?
We use numbers.
You get letters.
Okay. Defendants exhibit A. Amy, if I may approach.
Yes.
China witness has previously been marked as defendant's exhibit A. Amy, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does it appear to be? Just a.
An email from me to Detective Grubbs.
And when I've been asking you all of these questions the last 5 minutes, is that the email that you believe you've been talking about?
Yes.
And if you can, turn to the second page of the email. And first sentence is what you asked Matt. Would you agree with me? Matt's name is in the first sentence.
Yes.
Second paragraph, first sentence of second paragraph, talks about Matt's traumatic brain injury and how he struggled with adjusting after Joe died. Do you agree with me on that?
I did say that.
And then in that paragraph, and I just asked you to scan, you say Matt frequently. Do you not? Throughout the second paragraph, Matt's treatment, knowing from Matt. Third paragraph, first word is Matt, is it not?
Yes.
And then the next paragraph talks about Joey's suicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And Joey is Matt's son.
Yes.
And then the last paragraph, of course, again, about your urging of the detective. In the fourth line, you're talking about Matt again, are you not?
Yes.
So in every paragraph on the second page, Matt is referenced.
Yes.
But nowhere in the entire email is either of these statements that today you told the jury Matt made to you on a phone call.
Correct.
And of course, when you're testifying about text messages or instant messages, we have the actual message, right?
Yes.
And so there's no question as to whether or not someone said what they did because it's right there.
Yes.
Subsequent to September
Quitters.
18th of 2020. You haven't at any point in time reached out to Detective Grubbs and given him the information about those 2 phone calls that you told this jury about. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Oh, so is there?
Wait, please repeat your question. Subsequent to this,
Yeah, since since September 18th of 2020, have you sat down with Detective Grubbs?
I have talked to him on the phone, yes. I haven't,
Have you sat down with him?
no,
And in preparation for your testimony today, did you meet with Detective Grubbs?
no,
Did you meet with the prosecutors?
yes.
And how many times?
Objection, relevance.
It probably is, but I'll let her answer the question.
Once?
Okay. And since this email, right, you haven't sat down with Detective Grubbs.
Correct.
You would agree, since this email, you have not emailed Detective Grubbs again. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Correct. I'm going to go back. And maybe I'll go here. Start here, Amy. I want to you talked about your sister. So the jury is clear. She goes missing on May 25th, 2020. You are living in D.C. The last time you had been to Ohio was the summer of 2019.
Correct.
So a year prior was the last time that you had seen her.
Yes.
So let's now go to May 25th of 2020. You do not come to Ohio that day? Correct?
Correct.
Nor the 26th?
Correct.
Nor the 27th?
Correct.
Nor the 28th?
Yeah, we were in a pandemic and we were quarantined.
You came to Ohio not at all that summer.
Correct.
And so the communications that you're talking about with Matt and what you told this jurors about how you were managing searches, you were never in Ohio searching for your sister, correct?
Correct.
Have you even been to the Abbey Cross house where Matt and Emily and Joey lived? Did you go there?
When?
When they all lived there together.
Yes.
And that was in the summer of 19 when you came for Joey's funeral?
Yes. And the 2 weeks prior to that?
And in June of 2000, at the end of June of 2019, I
Yes.
told the jurors you came to visit.
Yes.
And then Joe killed himself.
Yes.
And I noticed during your direct examination, you used the word self-inflicted. Joey hung himself, correct?
Yes.
In a park,
Yes.
from a tree.
Yes.
Emily loved Joey.
Yes.
And when you came to the funeral, you saw how distraught she was.
Yes.
And Joey's suicide was an event after a significant other number of deaths in Emily's life. Isn't that right?
Yes.
I want to go through some of them. You talked about her friend in the 90s that had HIV and died. There was other friends that Emily had, and you talked about it. She would sort of take someone on and sort of like a bird, take someone under their wing and care for them, and then they passed. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you talked about how she met Mark in 2011. And it stood out to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, Amy, that you talked about how happy Emily and Mark were together.
Yes.
How they dressed alike, and the bag was even sort of similar, and they were taking on some characteristics with one another.
Yes.
And fair to say, I assume, Amy, that you, based on your observations and seeing them together, you thought they were happy.
Yes.
And you thought that of the couple, Amy and Mark, right? You thought that as a couple they were happy?
Emily and Mark, yes.
I'm sorry, Emily and Mark. You thought that they were happy as a couple, right?
Yes.
And then Mark killed himself.
Yes.
And that was obviously a surprise to you.
Yes.
And he shot himself in the head, did he not?
I don't know.
Did you go to Mark's
I know
funeral?
it was a gunshot wound. I don't know where.
And did you go to Mark's funeral?
Yes.
And then after Mark's suicide, Emily had a good friend kill herself as well, did she not?
Not right. Who?
In 2012, good friend?
I know of somebody more recently than that, but I don't dispute that may have happened.
Who do you know more recently than that?
A high school classmate.
And the high school classmate is separate from her brother-in-law that also killed himself in 2017, is that right? Her brother-in-law by marriage.
Marriage would be
Mark's brother.
Mark Farmlow's brother. I do not know that he died by suicide.
And if you know Mark's parents, they died by suicide?
I don't know.
And of course, Joe.
Yes.
And in between all of
Mark's
that,
parents?
and and the state asked you about it,
I don't think, excuse me, Mark Farmela's mother isn't dead, I don't think.
Okay, she's alive.
Well, you said that she committed suicide.
Tell me if you think she's alive.
I thought she was alive.
Okay. And his brother?
I believe he's deceased.
Okay. With respect to the other kind of deaths that Emily, experienced, right? And I mean separate from her own, in sort of in between all that, in 15 and 16, and Amy, tell me if I'm wrong, but your parents also passed, your dad?
Yes.
And then I think your mother was tragically killed in a car accident.
Yes.
And that was in 17.
16.
16. And then you're aware, just before Joey's death, that Matt's mom died.
Yes.
That's a significant amount of loss.
It is.
It's a significant amount of suicide.
Yes.
I want to go back to, we can, sort of some of the, and I know your testimony was that you weren't here, and we can just leave the lights off if you don't mind, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. I know that you weren't here, but just generally, you're familiar with where Abbey Cross Lane was and where Emily and Matt lived?
Yes.
And you're aware, are you not, that Emily's remains were found in this wooded area right here?
Yes.
Have you seen this map before?
This particular map?
Yeah.
I've seen, yes, on Google, not this particular map till today, but yes, I've seen Google Maps.
And I asked you because I'm just wondering, I assume you're aware that on May 25th, after Matt called the 911 and reported Emily missing, that Matt took the detectives along this red line right here and told the detectives that this was Emily's favorite place to walk and to go in here and forage.
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that?
No.
Yeah, the cops were sloppy too. How did they not?
You talked about how you were aware that Emily, after Joey's suicide, started to go to counseling.
Yes.
And I assume, based on your testimony, you knew that when she went to counseling because she reported difficulty after the tragic loss, and she was traumatized by more death and loss in her life. Does that sound about right?
Those were not the words she used with me.
Okay. So she told you that she went to counseling. She started to go to counseling.
Yes.
And that was after Joey died.
Yes.
And she told you that because of what she was experiencing as a result of Joey's death, she was going to apply for family medical leave. Is that right?
Correct.
And she did just that.
Yes.
And she didn't work for 3 or 4 months. Is that right?
Correct.
And I assume you know, based on your testimony about your relationship and closeness with Emily, that she had a history of depression.
No.
You didn't know that she had suffered from depression and had been diagnosed with depression?
No.
Why are you trying to
And that's
hide
not something that she shared
this so
with you?
much?
Not that particular issue, no.
I remember when you were describing Emily on your direct examination, and you said that she was courageous and she loved nature. There was a point in time when she stopped going to therapy, was there not? In 2019?
I was not aware of that, no.
So you didn't, Emily never told you that she just stopped going to therapy at the end of 2019?
No.
And so was it your understanding then, as her sister living in Washington, D.C., that she was still going to therapy up until her death?
Yes.
If she wasn't, would you have wanted to know that, Amy?
No.
Let's talk about Matt, because I know the state asked you about your relationship with Matt. And I know I asked you about May 25th, the 26th, and 27th, and we know that you weren't in Ohio that summer. Fair to say that the first time that you communicate with Detective Grubbs is when you call on June 11th. Does that sound right?
Yes. I believe that's correct.
I just want to make sure that the juror understands the timeline.
No, I communicated with him before. I'm not. What is the significance of June 11th?
Well, sort of the way that it goes is that I ask you the questions. If you don't know, just let me know.
Oh, I don't. One moment,
Sure.
while I think. I will say in early June, I called Westerville Police Department, or I spoke with Detective Grubbs in early June. I do not remember the date.
And fair enough, because it's some time ago, right? It's obviously, as we talked about, almost 2 years ago. But in June of 2020, there was a call between you and Detective Grubbs, was there not?
Yes.
And you realized, Amy, that when Detective Grubbs was calling you, that your sister had been missing for a week or two or an extended period of time.
Yes.
And you knew that you were talking to the individual that was the lead investigator on the case, did you not?
Yes.
And you told Detective Grubbs, did you not, that you thought Emily had gotten angry and left, but you couldn't figure out what she would be mad at since Matt Moore was a grizzly bear. Remember telling Detective Grubbs?
That sounds about right. At that point in time, yes.
So as of June-ish, early June, your sister's been missing a week or 2 weeks. You
Yes.
talked to the detective, and you said you think that she got angry and left. I'm not sure why, but the reason why you're not sure why is because Matt's a grizzly bear. Like, he's a nice guy, huh?
Yes.
And there's some questions about the relationship of Emily and her brother, and I ask you this because you mentioned that you have a sibling, an older brother.
Yes.
And isn't it true that Detective Grubbs asked you about trauma in Emily's life that she may have experienced with respect to sexual abuse?
Yes.
Specifically, he asked,
Objection.
I have a question.
specifically, he asked you about her being sexually abused by a family member. Do you remember that?
Objection. Relevant.
I'm not sure. Can we first just listen?
Why wouldn't any of that be relevant to what's happening?
And I know that you had just told the jury that you weren't aware that Emily had a history of abuse.
Yes.
Were you aware that Emily had any history of abuse, or sexual abuse?
Objection.
It's the same.
And in your conversation with Detective Grubbs, did you not? He told you to reach out to Moore being Matt, to see if he would talk to him. Do you remember that?
Please repeat that.
Sure.
Without you, please use names. Could you please
Detective
use
Moore is talking to you, Amy Thomas. Right, I'm sorry, Detective Grubbs is
Yes.
talking to you, Amy Thomas,
Yes.
in early June. And he says to you,
It's my neighbor with a flashlight. I have what's equivalent to a 100-watt light bulb outside of my door. There's no need to walk around with a flashlight.
What is he doing?
He's going to the trash bin.
Is it dark out?
It's almost 6 o'clock on the northern hemisphere. What do you think? But it's not that dark. I have a light outside my door that'll light up.
Yeah, I'm
right
sure
next
like
to-
the neighborhood's lighting up, Like what the heck?
there's a light by the trash cans. He might have one step where it's not perfectly lit.
Oh yeah, if your neighbors are old people, then I'm not
He's
shocked
not.
then.
He's in his 60s. He's just weird. Because normally he'll run to the trash cans at like 3:30 in the morning. And he's not the guy who just puts down the lid. No, he slams it because everyone needs to wake up when he goes to the trash can. I don't sleep at night because I'm sick. Well, I don't care. I sleep. Jamie, I'm going to move into the house next door to you because I know you would never, ever go outside.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother you at all. I'd wave through the window. Hey,
Yeah.
buddy.
Well, you would be looking if I did anything out in my driveway.
Oh yeah, I'd be peeping at you. That's for sure.
Yeah. Peeping.
will you reach out to Matt for him? Does he not?
I don't recall that.
You don't.
No.
Because I ask you that because you said to the jury.
Yes. Correct. Yes.
So it's actually Detective Grubbs
Lefty is
that
my
asked
neighbor,
you
yeah.
to be a liaison between Matt and the police.
For medical records. Yes.
Because you told the jurors how Matt had asked you to play a role. I thought that was the word you used in direct, but tell me if I'm wrong. Is that the word you used, Amy?
Yeah. Matt asked me. I believe I spoke to Detective Grubbs prior to speaking to Matt about that.
So it first comes from Grubbs. Will you,
Correct.
Amy, go to Matt for me?
Correct. But I don't remember that, but it's possible. Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay. Because your memory of that event has faded?
Just give me a moment to think.
Take all the time.
Do you have a date for that?
It's the same June conversation that we were talking about earlier with Detective Grubbs.
If my I do remember a conversation like that. I remember it before the conversation with Matt. Because that's what made me frustrated when Matt started asking for this relationship.
Because you thought you were being put in the middle.
Yes.
Yeah, and you were frustrated by that.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about your statement that you made on direct about you tried to give Matt some grace.
Yes.
After Emily went missing, because you saw Matt's suffering when Joey died. Did you not? You saw it firsthand when you went to the funeral.
Yes.
And you saw Emily's suffering when Joey died.
Yes.
And Joey's suicide, hanging himself from a tree, was about 10 months before.
Jamie, can you talk Brandon down again?
What's he doing?
I don't know. He's unsubscribing.
Stop unsubscribing, Brandon. You can't get enough of us.
This is why I'm gonna go under 21,000 again, Jamie.
Because of all of Brandon's accounts, he's gonna
Yeah.
unsubscribe.
Yeah, let me just get my lies in order. I'm trying to figure out what I said before so I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, from Lefty. What? Who? Oh, yeah. Unsubscribed from Lefty. Lefty is getting big in his britches. He's gotten over 600 subscribers now. Everyone go unsubscribe for Lefty. He's not the same little weird raccoon-handed weirdo we knew.
Stop calling him a
Emily was
wreck.
found hanging from a tree.
If the raccoon hands fit, Jamie.
Oh my God.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you know, because you've suffered loss, and I'm sorry truly about your parents, you've suffered loss. Grief can look different in everyone, can it not?
Yes.
And sometimes, and I heard what you said about that funeral with a relative of yours, sometimes grief can take a gentle form, and sometimes it can take a different form, right? We're all different.
Yes.
There is no playbook on how we grieve with loss, is there?
Well, no.
Despite I know you talked about the list back in time when you gave it to Emily. You know, these are things you can do to help you move forward, right?
Yes.
But there is no Amy a playbook that says if we do these 8 things, we will be okay.
No.
And as someone that has suffered from grief and significant loss, you would agree with me, would you not, that it's not just when the loss hits that matters. It's triggers that happen, birthdays, holidays, a song on the radio. It could be anything, and it's almost the worst when it's least expected.
Yes.
Just want to ask you about some of the medical information you gave about Emily. She had the pins removed.
Yes.
I think it was the right ankle. Which ankle was it? Do you remember?
No.
It was an ankle. She had broken her ankle, had she not? And she had had surgery on it.
Correct. I don't know about surgery. She'd broken it. Well, yes. Yes.
Because the pins were the surgery.
The pins were the surgery.
So she had gotten the pins out, and after Joey's death, she was trying to take better care of herself, right? She was trying to
Yes.
get healthy again.
Yes.
And I know when you were asked by the state to describe her physically, she was like 95 pounds, 98 pounds, under 100. Does that sound right?
I did not talk about that today.
She was
No,
a
no,
small
I'm
lady.
Yes, she was about 100 pounds. 5 feet tall and about 100 pounds.
And were you aware, did you know when she had like the elbow break?
I don't recall that.
Fair enough. You do, though, recall, and I know you told the jurors about how she had, over the years, taken to what you described as nature therapy.
Yes.
And fair to say that even in Emily's text messages or your communications with her, that's an expression that she used, right?
Yes.
Nature therapy. She loved to go on walks. You said that you told the jurors that she was an early morning person. Is that right?
Yes.
She loved to forage.
Yes.
And tell the jurors what you mean by forage.
As I understand it, it's finding edibles in their natural location. So, you go, mushroom hunting is one example.
Yeah, and so you tell me if I'm wrong, foraging is you look for mushrooms that you can actually eat that won't harm you.
Correct. You look for greens like dandelion greens that you can eat. We grew up pulling wild onions from the stream, eating them.
And this foraging was something that she had really come to love.
Yes.
And something that you did with Matt.
Yes.
And it was something that they shared together.
Yes.
She found peace in the nature, did she not, Amy?
Yes.
You were asked, I know, about Facebook messages that you had with Emily. Do you remember that line of questioning during your direct?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that you and I agree, Amy, that nowhere in your Facebook messages with Emily does she ever say that Matt is mean to her, right?
No.
Does she say Matt hates her?
No.
Matt wants her dead?
No.
She talks about how does she not, that with COVID she was working remotely.
Yes.
And you write, and I mean before May 24th and 25th, you write often, I love you both.
Yes.
She talks to you, though, about how Matt coated a shepherd's hook that held a bird feeder, right, with Vaseline, and she joked that Matt actually didn't understand the ancient secret to keeping squirrels out of the bird food.
Yes.
And that's just on May 11th, just a week or two before.
Yes.
That's what how she's describing Matt. Is that right?
Yes.
And then I want to go to the messages that you were asked about by Mr. Slick. You told the jurors this message where he talked about the woods, right? That he's not ready to find her in the woods. Do you remember
Yes.
that? Are you a parent? I won't ask you about your children. But.
Yes.
And Joey was Matt's biological child.
Yes.
And are you aware that his other child had died of a disease at a very young age?
Yes.
And so his second child is dead in the woods.
Yes.
So it's from that context that I want to make sure the jurors know exactly what was written. You asked him if he wants to meet you somewhere to search, and he wrote, did he not? I am not ready to think that she is dead lying in the woods someplace. And that's what search parties are for, to look for bodies. But if everyone thinks it's for the best, then yes. Isn't that what Matt actually wrote, Emily?
Yes.
And then you wrote, sigh.
Yes.
I know. I'm still hoping a couple of her friends know something. They haven't responded yet. And then Matt says, I'm going to stay home and let the police investigate. They have her phone. I will keep you posted. Try not to worry. And then later he writes that his dad Palmer,
Yes.
is at the house, and so he can now go search. Remember that?
Yes.
Because he didn't want the house to be left empty in case Emily
Objection,
came
Your
home.
Honor, speculation.
Withdraw. And then you asked about the
See
clothes
how
that she was
out
wearing
of
when you asked.
context
Do you
all that
remember
was?
Yes.
And he said he did not know.
Yes.
Matt called you every day, did he not? After she went missing?
Almost. Yes.
Constantly communicating with her as the sister of Emily.
Yes.
Keeping you updated on what was going on. Or at least checking in.
No.
Did you answer his calls?
Yes.
I know that you were shown a picture of Emily. Set the stage, Amy. We could. This picture was posted.
See how much different it sounds when they read it in
Exhibit
context?
2 showing the witness with remark to state's exhibit.
I was out with my plate, so I didn't hear the context.
Oh, they read like the full message of the I don't want to find her hanging in the woods or whatever he said.
Oh, okay.
And then they wrote the full context of it all. And it's like, it just lessens it so much. It's so funny. It's like, yeah, can you say the one phrase? Oh my God, are you all right?
What's going on in your house?
The dog is just having a sneezing fit.
It is. I'm getting the sniffles as well, so maybe it's just like me.
Oh my God.
2. This picture was posted on May 25th. Is that or May 24th? Which is your testimony?
I commented on it on May 25th.
But it was posted on May 24th.
I don't recall.
And your comment, as you told the jury, was love this photo, love you both, or love you guys.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure the jury sees this, though. I'm zooming in for a reason. It appears that Emily is wearing 2 necklaces there, does it not?
Yes.
And the shirt of Matt's, it's a plaid shirt, red, blue, white.
Yes.
And it appears from the photo, and tell me if you can't tell, but that Matt's arm is extended.
Yeah, look, yes.
And he's smiling.
Yes.
And your sister seems happy there, does she not?
Yes.
At any point in time, and let me just show you this picture too. Remember? Amy, tell me if you recognize that picture, if you've ever seen that before.
Yes.
And what is that picture that I've just shown you marked as Defendant's Exhibit B?
This is the other picture at Field of Heroes I was remembering of Emily standing there.
And if I can, I just want to zoom this in. And it's not the best photo, but I promise you, Amy, it's no fault of my own. Emily's not wearing pants in that photo, is she?
Oh my.
She's wearing a mini skirt.
Right. And a t-shirt, a t-shirt that at least covers her shoulder.
Yes.
And that necklace, that longer necklace that you see on her.
Yes.
She loved that. Was it? It was her birthstone, was it not?
I don't know.
And if I could zoom in on the shoes, again, it's not the best picture, but do they appear to you, Emily, to be tennis shoes? I'm sorry, Amy.
No, they look like hiking shoes.
Like little boots,
Yes.
Yeah,
but definitely not
booties.
tennis shoes. One moment, Your Honor. Amy, I know that the prosecutor asked you at the end of your direct examination if you have been provided other details about the investigation or seeing photos, and your answer was no.
Correct.
And so I know in your email,
I'm in a dry spell, so no pants. I'm game. Hey, Peaches.
to Detective Grubbs, the September.
Fedorowski, it's Yanks. You have to just smile and wave at them when they go into all of this weird mumbo jumbo. They apparently think that you have to hit a kid with a birth rock, and that's their stone for life or something like. I don't know the full. Yanks are weird.
September 18th, 2020 email. You urged him. Look carefully at the evidence, including footprints in the soil, fibers in her hair, fibers on her clothing, digital evidence on her phone, her laptop, and that of her spouse. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Because all of those things to you, Amy, could have led to an important determination, right?
Yes.
It could have answered some questions.
I hope.
So you hope. And is it your testimony today that you've never been provided with the information that all of those things were looked for and nothing was found?
Objection. Misstates the evidence.
I'll let her answer the question.
Could you please restate the question?
I'll break it out. Footprints in the soil, fibers in the hair.
Approach, please.
Whether those things that you asked Detective. With respect to the things that you asked Detective Grubbs to do, right? To look for trace evidence, right? That's what you were saying you wanted so desperately the police department to look for, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've never been updated as to whether those things were found or not.
Correct.
Nothing further.
That's why I ain't got no time. I think I got chlamydia for these games and stupid tricks or these women's on my peni. That's how dudes be getting sick. That's how meat bats be getting drips.
Ugh.
I don't know if it's a song or it's just Brandon's last weekend.
I don't know. His events.
Yeah, he. That's why he wasn't around during Christmas. He was out pretending it was his spring break back in Florida and tried to use some peach snaps and a little bit of just a teeny bit of roofies to get the clap again.
Gross. I'm trying to have a snack.
Chlamydia made you want a snack. Okay.
Well, I was snacking, and then he talked about drippy meat baths. Ugh.
How you doing, Amy?
You just talked to her. And J7 says, while you're down there, Brandon, blow me. So that's where he got the clap. We're learning a lot about chat today, Jamie.
We sure are.
Brandon and J7 is apparently sharing more than a chat. I love how I say peach snaps, not schnapps. It's because it's a Danish drink. It's schnapps is aquavit. So bigger. When my dad was a kid in the Southern Baptist Church, he and his friends used to snicker about adding "without any pants on" to the end of the hymn titles. Maybe you'll join that. I think I could hang out with your dad. Hey J7, why don't you go eat my father's exit port? Jamie, people are getting riled up. It's almost.
Talking about drippy and a-holes. Like, I'm just trying to have a snack, guys. Goddamn.
Brandon, so your favorite Zappa song is Chlamydia, Why Does It Hurt When I Pee? And I poured it on the toilet seat. Oh. Hey, Brandon, I did, and your mother loved it. Why would your mom love? Please.
Don't ask questions. Just I asked too many questions, so.
I blame Gabby. Gabby's in chat. That's why. Ever since Gabby went on my chat, it has degenerated a lot.
I doubt it.
Jamie, I had no drama. Then I made a fundraiser, invited Gabby on. Look at all the drama I'm in right now.
And you're blaming Gabby, huh?
Who else?
I mean, the community that comes at you is to blame, in my opinion. You're psychotic.
Courtney, don't feed them.
Everybody stop licking a-holes. How about we just start there? Stay out of people's balls. That's so hard to comprehend.
You know Marissa's cutting that piece out right now.
Hey. And I stand by that phrase, so clip it and put it everywhere. Out of context, nobody will ever understand.
I think I have a respiratory disease coming on. You can't make me laugh.
It's my favorite thing to do. I do. I'm very wise.
Stay out. Just stop licking assholes.
Just stop licking assholes.
Hard to take a quick look at an email and be asked a bunch of questions about it?
Yes.
You were asked if you had an opportunity to look at that. You had a brief chance to review it, is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a bunch of questions about what was or was not in the email.
Yes.
And you answered, if not, I may approach this one. I've marked a copy of this email. It was a defense exhibit A, but I'm going to mark it as state exhibit 4 as well, so that none of the parts are blocked off with the sticker. just for the record, say to the floor, that same email we were just talking about.
Yo, I woke up, effed up of the liquor I drunk. I had a bag of the skunk. One in last night's trunk. Kitty cat residue was on my penile. J Walls from the cleaners effed me good. You should have seen it. Brendan, please be nice to your fellow mods. Remember, you are in the running for mod of the year. So, and Jay Walls comes back, says, woke up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Don't get giddy, Brandon. Remember when Kesha sang that song?
Mhm.
Do you think she regrets that now?
I think a lot of people regret saying anything.
I know she sings F.P. Diddy, but she didn't mind using his name when everyone knew he was kind of a creep, but we all just closed our eyes. Thank you so much, J7.
Everybody just wanted to get invited to that white party.
Wait, but it. That's a grape joke. I hope no grape jokes. Sue, I'm sorry. Gabby is in chat. All hell will follow.
Yes.
And you were asked if you recalled whether there was anything in the email about, first of all, the statement that the defendant made to you when you first made the phone call.
Yes.
I would like you to take a look at the first paragraph on the bottom, the first page of that exhibit. Was that
Oh, I did say it.
email written when this was fresher in your mind?
Yes.
And do you recall exactly what you said to Detective Grubbs in the email? Without reading it, do you recall
No.
exactly what's in there?
No.
Does that email represent a true and accurate depiction of what you said to Detective Grubbs at the time?
Yes.
I would like you then to read what you wrote to Detective Grubbs at the bottom of that first page with regard to the phone call you received from Matt Moore.
Should I begin with when my phone rang?
Yes, ma'am.
When my phone rang May 25th, her phone number appeared. Naturally, I assumed it was her calling for our special conversation. It was her spouse, Matt Lyman Moore. He said that he was sorry Emily was gone. He said she had been missing since that morning. That made no sense to me.
And so,
Okay, well,
Amy,
you
when have
didn't
an
say the
opportunity to
missing
actually
part.
read the email. You
Yeah.
did, in fact, put to Detective Grubbs that that was the statement that the defendant made to you when he first called you to let you know.
Yes.
It's their special birthday combo. That's what they were.
Continue to
Always
top
cool.
page 2 of that exhibit. Did you also specifically tell Detective Grubbs that you asked the defendant what they had argued about?
Yes.
So now that you've had an opportunity to actually read the email, did you tell Detective Grubbs the same things about that phone call that you testified to today?
Yes.
I want to continue talking about this email. You were asked on a bunch of occasions where Matt's name appears. You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember any specifically some of the things that you talked about that Emily had shared with you about her marriage?
No. I know I talked about them. I'm not.
And again, would this email represent your recollection that you wrote down at the time, which
Yes.
would be a true and accurate representation of what you recall?
Yes.
You were asked also that if Emily had ever messaged you things about Matt being mad or other things of that, but is that the only way you communicated with Emily?
No, she did text me one word that I understood in context, but I was not questioned about that.
I'll come back in a second. But as far as, do you also have phone conversations with your sister?
Yeah, infrequently. To be honest, we texted more than we spoke on the phone.
And that's fair. Was text messages the only way you ever communicated?
No.
Had Emily shared with you some struggles in her marriage?
Only one.
And And what was it?
That was vodka.
And what did that mean to you?
That was the word she texted to me, and that it meant to me that
Your objection as to what it meant to her?
Well, if you can present a foundation for that, I'll let you do so.
Yeah.
We'll determine whether she can answer that or not.
She can't just say what it meant to her.
When you received the word vodka, what, without saying what it meant to you, why did it mean something to you?
because I asked Emily if Matt understood a joke that she had described to me, and she said no, and I said, why not? And she said, because vodka.
And did you, in your email to Detective
That's so
Grubbs,
suspect, right? Oh my God.
relate that issue about Matt's drinking vodka?
I believe I did, yes.
Again, with reviewing that.
Yes.
for profession. I hand you again, states it before, starting with the
There.
second sentence of that second
Yes,
paragraph.
I did write that. She did not like her husband's use of vodka, and I surmised it interfered with his thinking. And then I give the example of that text I was describing.
So you made up a story about him being a drunk.
Yeah.
Amy, you were also asked on cross-examination about calling Matt a big grizzly bear. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you were read from a portion of what Detective Grubbs had written down about your phone conversation.
yes,
Was that the entire conversation that you had with Detective Grubbs that time? You just called him a grizzly bear and that was the end of it?
I doubt it. I don't recall.
Okay. You're not sure if there were any other discussions that you had with him at that time?
At that particular day, I don't recall.
Okay. You were also asked a lot of questions on cross-examination about not including the things you testified to about your phone calls with Matt. Do you remember those questions?
About not,
Not including in your email or not communicating
Correct.
to law enforcement the things that you now testify to.
yes,
Okay. Again, do you remember exactly what was written in this email to Detective Grubbs?
not word for word, no.
And is it again an accurate representation of your memory at that time that you now no longer have exactly what was written?
Yes,
Show you again, paragraph 2, the second paragraph at the top of page 2.
I dropped off my outfit. She knew I wanted to fillet her. She's foaming at them lips between the hips. Public hair, looking like some dip
Brandon!
without
Jesus Christ.
nacho bigger peen hit the spot though. I'm being called fat by Brian and Mike on the twit, and I have to read this. Grifting isn't easy. And I tried to make it YouTube friendly. Thank you, Brandon.
Starting with after May 25th, and then stopping at Matt.
After May 25th, I spoke frequently with her husband. At first, it was pleasant. Then, on 3 occasions, he demonstrated a desire to control, a threatening tone, and name-calling me in a text that also complained to my family about defamation of character that we were not committing. I no longer speak on the
where's the
phone or
proof?
text with Matt because of these negative and frightening interactions.
Frightening.
So again, you were asked on cross-examination.
What was the frightening that she made up that he misused vodka, and when he was drunk, he said inappropriate things?
Well, he frightened her because what did he say? He said, something about you'll never see your sister again or something like that. So that frightened her. I don't even know. And of course, it's probably out of context.
Yeah, seems really weird.
And then he's claiming that her family members and people on that side were posting stuff on Facebook, which they didn't have anything of. And she's like, well, show me. And but she didn't go look for anything.
Yeah.
If you put in the email anything about those conversations.
You said, well, I was just coughing.
No, I was like, but her email, like, I don't know, is that not? She's too much for me. That's what I like ultimately decided about her. She's just too much. She's writing like a story to these detectives about. Yeah, weird emails. And the fact that she's like, I didn't know my sister was suffering from depression or anything. She was great. But I asked her if she would off herself all the time.
Yeah.
And you answered no, right?
Correct?
That was after you had only had a brief moment to look over the email and try to recall everything that was in it, right?
Yes.
But when you actually look and read the email, it is true that you did put the stuff in there about this conversation.
Sustained.
Is what's written in this email more or less accurate than your answers on cross-examination?
More.
You also were asked about phone conversations with Detective Grubbs. You remember that?
Yes.
And do you recall leaving Detective Grubbs a voicemail on June 12th?
Yes.
And do you recall what that voicemail was about?
It was about the request for me to be the liaison with the police and that particular statement of you should think long and hard about whether you want to see your sister again.
And that was
that comment.
something that you did after your conversation with Matt and based on his reaction to you talking about with him.
Well, I'll pick it. Go ahead.
Yes.
But she's saying it. What bothers me is they're picking these little sentences, and then if they read it in context, I'm sure it would sound a lot different. Just like the other comment about not wanting to go for a search for her or whatever, because he didn't want to find her somewhere.
You were asked some questions about whether you came to Ohio to physically search for your sister.
Yes.
Why did you not come to Ohio?
We were quarantined.
Oh, that would not stop
were
anyone.
you-
Initially, we were quarantined.
I went to my dad's after I saw how much it affected him. I said,
Yes.
F the coof, he's gonna die of loneliness if I don't show up.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's the dumbest excuse I've ever heard in my life, especially when your sister's missing. She's
Yeah.
missing. I would be in that car so fast, I don't care about quarantine.
Yeah, but she wrote all these letters because she was so afraid of Matt. He drank vodka, Jamie.
Yeah, he drank vodka.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't have a lot of tragedy in his life, neither did she. So she didn't choose vodka. She chose the other way
Hiking
out.
in the
But
woods.
yeah. So can you blame him? And he's stuck in the house, all day. Can't go nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely no reason to go out looking for my sister.
quarantined. And then subsequent to that, we didn't know what happened to Emily. So I was a little frightened and worried about where I would stay. And I was unemployed and couldn't afford a hotel. So there were multiple reasons. And
But she had friends, right?
I developed this digital way of collecting information and disseminating information that was helpful in looking for a missing person in particular, which I was hopeful Emily was initially.
You were asked questions about your communications with Matt. They were fairly regular initially.
Yes.
When did that change?
After that phone call about wanting me to be the liaison with the police and the tone of voice that he used, I just did not speak with him on the phone
Oh, the
after
tone
that.
of voice.
Yeah.
Finally, Amy, you were asked some questions or read a portion of a sentence at the end of the email that you sent to Detective Grubbs. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And defense counsel asked you about looking for fibers in hair, fibers on clothing, digital evidence, right?
Yes.
Was that entire sentence?
No.
Do you remember exactly the words of that entire sentence?
Not exactly.
Would seeing that email, that would be an accurate representation of what you actually wrote at the time?
Yes.
But wouldn't Emily's thousands of friends, wouldn't have one of them let her stay there with them?
Still, and then continuing on to the top of page 2.
What I wrote that day was still, I urge an investigation to look carefully at the evidence, including footprints in the soil, fibers in her hair, fibers on her clothing, digital evidence on her phone and laptop and that of her spouse, broken bones, crushed cartilage, and bruising inconsistent with suicide by hanging. It is my expectation a clear and true understanding will come forth about Emily's death.
So, defense counsel did not read you your entire sentence of the things that you encourage people to look at in this case.
Brandon, the last two ones, no more today, thank you, please, because chat is a little upset. I'm going to read the last two, and then we're going to cut down on the degeneracy. We're in the final stretch. The last pass of sexual is a big but. Then I woke up next like, what the F is going on here? That is, nope, not reading that. And now I'm frustrated because my penis was unprotected and Dr. Wesley tell me I really got that crap. Last two of the day, Brandon. Thank you so much for the super chats, but time and place, buddy. Time and place.
Correct.
No further questions this time. Thank you.
Recross?
Yes, sir. Prosecutor's completely right. You also wanted to know about broken bones, crushed cartilage. By cartilage, you meant what, Amy?
Cartilage is this part of your nose.
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
Okay. And bruising, so hemorrhaging, right? Like if she punched, you get a bruise. And you put bruising inconsistent with suicide by hanging.
I said bruising inconsistent with suicide by hanging, yes.
And then it says, it is my expectation a clear and true understanding will come forth about Emily's death.
That was my hope.
And then you see further, because I want to make sure now to really include every single sentence. It says,
why would you read them? Because you paid for them. I censored them as much as I wanted to. And Brandon also knows that sometimes we need to dial it back a little bit. That's we have been having fun a long time. Now we're back to watching trials. Keep it down. New people in the trial audience. Maybe not the same normal. It's not all that's like Sue. Sue likes that degeneracy.
September 18, 2020, 9:52 a.m., and it reads examples of how Matt ties, T-I-E-S. Do you see that, Amy?
Correct.
Okay, and did you send Detective Grubbs samples of how Matt ties?
She's a nut job.
No.
Examples.
Examples, yes.
Okay, and so those should have been attached to the email that the state had? I mean, upstairs.
That was...
I'm sorry, did you send the state examples of how Matt ties?
Yes.
Showing the witness what
You
has
hear
previously
that?
been marked as, or what is being marked as Defendant's Exhibit C. Amy, do you recognize these shoes?
No.
Okay. If I could hone in, is this one of the pictures that you sent about how Matt ties?
I don't remember.
Got pictures of how Matt ties something.
Because
Like,
nothing's attached.
come on.
I sent photos that I saw on Facebook.
Of how Matt ties?
Yeah, of Matt's shoes that he was wearing.
And those, how many photographs did you send Detective Grubbs about how Matt ties his shoes?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You would agree, though, since we're being thorough, that the word you use is examples, plural, right?
Correct.
And attached to that is nothing.
On these emails today, yes.
But your recollection is you sent Detective Grubbs pictures of how Matt ties, right?
Correct.
Because that's important, is not?
Objection, speculation.
Well, that was important to you.
It's true that I sent pictures.
I want to go back to the email, specifically the scope of the questioning on redirect. The paragraph, second full paragraph, page 2, when you were asked about vodka. The state is so right. Let's make sure we have every sentence. It begins in that paragraph, does it not? Emily had shared some of her struggles in her marriage, living with Matt's traumatic brain injury, and adjusting after Joey died, period.
Yes.
She said nature therapy was helping,
Yes.
right? And then the sentence, she did not like her husband's use of vodka. And you surmised, Amy, did you not, that it inferred with his thinking?
I wrote it interfered. Yes.
It interfered.
Yes.
That was your conclusion.
Yes.
And I want to be specific because the state's right. Let's be specific. You wrote to Detective Grubbs that Emily told you she did not like her husband's use, U-S-E, right?
Yes.
Not abuse. The word you use is use, is it not?
Correct.
Are you married?
I'm divorced.
In life, when you have had a partner, fair to say, Amy, that we don't always love everything about our partners.
Correct.
You just mentioned about the searches. And I think Andy, your brother, lives about an hour away in Ohio.
Actually, an hour outside the scope.
You asked about why she didn't come for searches, and she said she didn't have anywhere to stay.
What was the problem?
I'll permit that answer.
Your brother, Andy, lives about an hour away.
Yes.
But about the searches, the fact that you weren't here, you didn't participate in searches on the ground, that doesn't mean just because you weren't participating in searches that you didn't love your sister, does it?
Correct.
Nothing further.
There you go. Good job,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Diane.
if you have a question you would like to ask this particular witness, you may write it down, and if you do, pass it to the end. Becky, our court reporter.
Oh,
will,
we have jury
obtain those
questions
from you.
too. This is great. I forgot about this. I don't remember if they asked good questions, but I think they did.
Thank you. That's fine. Thank you. Would counsel proceed?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that sister.
No, she was.
She was Little Miss over there telling the cops what they needed to look for. Like, ugh, I don't know. It always rubs me the wrong way. And she's over here. He's not doing a search, but she didn't either.
Do you know of the nature of Matt's traumatic brain injury?
No.
Okay. The next question is,
Oh,
did
it's
Emily
really
go through any type of therapy after her husband Mark died?
I do not know.
Okay. Did she go through any type of therapy after her father died?
I do not know.
Okay. And the final question, did Emily go through any therapy after her mother died?
I do not know.
Okay. You've seen Exhibit 2, a photo of Emily and her husband on Memorial Day. Were those pictures sent by email, text, or messenger?
It was posted in Facebook on Emily's page, and I sent it by Facebook Messenger to a chat with Matt and Emily and I.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do these questions raise any questions the state would like to ask this witness?
No.
Defense. Okay. Thank you. You may sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Becky. One more. All right, I think this is probably an appropriate time since I've been advised we're going to have another long witness testify for a midday break.
And we'll call Sergeant House's.
Testimony you're about to give in this case, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Robert Hollis, Hollis.
And what is your current occupation?
Sergeant with the Division of Police of Westerville.
Okay. What are some of your job duties as a sergeant?
Administrative duties, supervising officers and patrol.
How long have you been a sergeant at Westerville Police Department?
Sergeant, 1 month.
1 month.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations,
Thank
I
you.
suppose.
Thank you.
Maybe I shouldn't congratulate you. I'm not sure. Do you have other law enforcement experience prior to becoming a sergeant?
As a patrolman, for 8 years.
Okay. And what were some of your job duties as a patrolman?
Responding to calls, patrol, report taking, things of that nature.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you questions about May 25th, 2020. What capacity were you working on or about that time?
I was working second shift patrol at that time.
Okay. What types of training did you have to undergo in order to become a law enforcement officer originally?
You have to complete a state mandate training with OPATA and complete that course and be state certified to be a police officer.
Okay. OPATA is the training service for police officers?
Yes, sir.
What types of things did you have to go through, or what types of trainings did you undergo?
Firearms, driving, report writing, law enforcement, understanding how to apply probable cause and things of that nature.
And once you pass that initial training, do they hand you a badge and a weapon and send you on your way, or is there continuing training?
Yes, sir. There's continuing training. We have an FTO, stands for field training, and that is 16 weeks long before you're on your own.
Okay. And now that you're a sergeant, is there also trainings involved with that?
Yes, sir.
What types of trainings?
Well, mine, so to speak, I've gone to training on day shift, second shift, and third shift, strictly as a supervisor basis, responding to calls as needed, and supervising the officers on the scene.
Hello, Harry. Happy New Year.
Hi, Harry.
Yes, and no, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. That's what I'm trying to say. I hope everything is great. Jamie, are you standing against the patriarchy?
I stand with Jamie against the patriarchy. I just want somebody to snowblow my driveway. I have a little snowblower shovel, but I lost the battery for it, so I can't charge it. And I can't find out how to get a replacement for it. I can't find anything online anywhere, so I don't know.
Get one on Temu.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I'm going to take you back to about May 25th of 2020. Do you recall were you working in some capacity at that time?
Yes, sir.
And just remind me again, what was your position?
I was second shift patrol.
Okay. And do you recall receiving an initial call on that day sometime in the late afternoon, early evening?
I do.
Okay. What's your recollection of the nature of that call that you received?
I was dispatched to an address on a report of a missing person.
Okay. Just one moment. From a 911 call?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Your Honor, we have labeled State's Exhibit 5 a 911 call, and I'd ask to publish to the jury in this case.
Any objection? Proceed.
I got it.
Fairly. Matt, you said?
Matt Moore, yeah, this time it is 46 Edgecroft Home in Buckeyes. My wife, Alan Noble, has been missing all day. Her purse is here with her ID, her car is here with her car keys, and her phone is here. I don't know what I've been advised to call you. It's very uncharacteristic for her to do this.
Okay. And 46 Abbey Cross Lane is where she's missing from?
Yes.
All right. You said it's your wife?
All right.
And when's the last time you saw her?
Last night.
How old is she?
She just turned 52.
52?
That's it.
Did you guys have any kind of fight or anything, or what?
No. No.
Okay. Has she been depressed?
No, we had a great day yesterday. It was a day and went out and, celebrated the Memorial Day. Went out to a couple of bars downtown, outside of town. I got up this morning, she wasn't there, which is not that normal, but I mean, she usually comes home and goes for walks. It's just very, very unusual for her to see not in contact with me. The phone was there, she always had her phone with her.
All right, what's your phone number, Mike?
702-884-1010.
What's her name?
Emily Noble.
N-O-B-L-E?
Yes.
Okay, so did you guys go to bed last night and then you just woke up and she's gone?
I went to bed. I get up in the middle of the night at 3 and I don't really know. I can't tell you exactly what time it was, but I end up just going to sleep in another room. So I don't wake her up. I woke up late today. I came to the end of the morning, which is unusual, and I got up. We were supposed to go to a picnic today. And she wasn't here. She wasn't here. And she hadn't been home since. So.
Okay. Does she have any friends that she may be with that would have picked her up, or?
I can't see that happening because I don't know why she would be with her ID and her phone. She has a really good friend on her website. I just choose her for my call. I just called her.
Okay, she hasn't heard from her?
She hasn't heard from her, and she's not, and she decided probably she called you.
Okay. Okay, so when you woke up in the middle of the night, though, she was still there?
I don't know. Yes, everything was so normal, you know.
Okay.
The only normal thing was that I got this morning, she was there, which isn't unnormal. If she walked, she goes towards me, and she just fell outside. But she just never came back. And then I started looking around, and I noticed that the phone was still there, which was super unusual. The car was there. And her ID was still there.
Okay. We have an officer headed up to talk to you or give you a call to see how we want to proceed with this, okay?
Okay.
All right. You're there now, right? 46 Happy Cross Lane? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Bye.
Now, Sergeant, you said then you, after receiving the initial call and being told of the situation, where did you go first?
I responded to the residents first.
Okay. Was that 46 Abbey Cross Lane?
Correct.
And is that in Delaware County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who did you first meet with when you arrived on scene?
Mr. Moore, after knocking on the door.
Okay. So you arrived on scene, knocked on the door.
Yes, sir.
Who answered?
Mr. Moore did.
Okay. And what were your initial interactions with him?
I believe my first question to him was, did you call? Make sure, obviously, the right address. He stepped out of the condo there. Then I noticed someone pulled up in front of the condo, and a female got out, and I asked him, I said, is that your wife? And he says, yes. Then he says, no.
Okay. And did a female then walk up to you as well?
Yes.
Was that later identified to be Celeste Barone?
Correct.
And after having a brief conversation outside, where did you go next?
We went inside Mr. Moore's home so I can continue my questioning about Emily Noble.
Okay. And generally speaking, what were you attempting to elicit at that time?
I'm trying to find out, did she leave because an argument? Did she leave? This is normal for her just to want to be by herself. I'm trying to gather information to lead me to ask additional questions.
Now, I noticed while you're testifying today, it looks like you've got some sort of device in the middle of your chest. Is that
I do.
right?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is our department-issued body-worn camera.
Okay. And would you have been wearing that back on May 25th of 2020 during these interactions?
One similar to this, yes, sir.
Okay. And do the body cameras pick up audio and video and record those conversations?
They do, yes, sir.
Okay. And are they then kept and saved in standard practice by the Westerville Police Department?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review your body-worn camera footage from this incident?
Yes, yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, does it appear to be true and accurate and complete?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd ask to publish State's Exhibit 6, which would be the body-worn camera worn by then Officer Hollis.
Any objection?
No.
Proceed.
Jamie, I got called fat again. Oh, Jamie's not here anymore. Sorry.
there does not appear to be sound initially, correct?
Correct.
What are we viewing right here?
I'm inside the cruiser there. My MDT, or I'm sorry, my computer is zoomed in to let me know exactly where the address is that I'm looking for. Getting out of the vehicle, and I'll soon activate my camera.
Now, I picked a bad time to pause that, but in the top right-hand corner, there appears to be a time signature on there. I believe it says 2206 and then 052 or 05Z.
Yes.
Okay. Is that in, I guess, Greenwich Mean Time or Zulu time?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Okay. So would this have been about 6:06 p.m.?
Yes, sir. Hey, how you doing? My wife's this her? That's your wife? Oh, okay.
You look just like her for like a second. Oh my God, there's you.
Okay.
And more.
No, ultraholic. Hello.
Hi.
Celeste. I feel like you
Okay, so what's going on?
She's uncharacteristically missing.
Okay.
Just I have her wallet's here.
Is who's the girl next to him? It's because the Chuckle Brothers are after me again.
Here's a wallet. I need some money. Phone's here. Car's in the garage. I've been up since 10, probably.
10 a.m. today?
Probably. I'm guessing about that time. A little bit later than I usually sleep. And she just hasn't been there. I sleep in this room. I get up in the middle of the night sometimes to go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't go back in there at the time. I don't wake up, so I don't sleep around 7 When I got up this morning, all I did was look on my phone, find my phone, and it said she was here. So I got up this morning. I figured she was in the other room. Eventually I got up, I walked around.
What made you lost me a little bit? You said you got up, went to the restroom, and you went back to this room?
Yeah.
And then you looked on your phone to see if she was here?
This morning, last night.
Okay.
Because of my prostate, I don't know if you're that age.
No.
I get up in the middle of the night, I'm eating, so I come back in bed with her. If I wake her up, I just fall asleep on this couch.
Did you go to sleep with her?
Prior to that, yeah.
Okay. Did you call her?
I called, she's her best friend, and I just called her like now. I mean, I've been waiting around all day for her to show up. I called her. We were supposed to be at a party today.
What time was that? What time was the picnic supposed to start?
She didn't tell me. It was on part of it. We could get some time. She didn't tell me when it was going to start. I was just waiting for her to tell me when we should go. I texted her twice and said, hey, we're going to party. She didn't get back to me. So
Okay.
I called that guy, and I said, she did.
What guy?
The guy that's at the party.
Okay, is this a friend? Do you know this guy?
I don't. It's an old friend of hers that she just connected with on Facebook. He invited her to a Memorial Day party.
Okay.
So I texted him and said he didn't see all that.
Okay. So you got his phone number through Facebook? Is that how you got it?
She arranged it. I don't know. I got on her phone and I started looking through her. I was investigating and I looked through it and I saw that she had called some guy's number or some number. And I looked it up on Facebook and I saw his face. She had showed me a picture of him. What he looked like and texted.
Okay.
She's not over.
Okay. And when was the last time you seen her?
I came over Friday. Spent some time together.
Here?
Yeah, I
Okay.
came over Friday night.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was the last time you seen her talk to her?
She texted me Friday after I got home, and then I texted her yesterday, was her happy birthday. Hang out.
Did she respond?
She responded with a happy birthday, but then I see.
Now, pause just briefly there at 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The female that we see here in the camera view, who's that?
I believe her name is Celeste.
Okay. And then again, the individual on the left is Matheau Moore, the defendant?
Correct.
So, yeah, it was yesterday at 6:26.
And what did she say?
Well, like I said, happy birthday. She's sent
Super
An
positive.
emoji?
emojis.
And that was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
She forages, she goes for walks, and she picks wild edibles, so that's kind of her hobby. She goes around here. It's a real short walk, it's 15 minutes at most. A lot of the time I was like, she's just out doing that. But
Is that something you guys do together?
sometimes
So you would know where we could look if we need to go down there?
yeah, but I mean, yeah, it's public, it's on bike trail. I mean, I don't know why she would stop there.
Big,
The
the
bridge
bridge.
over there.
Mhm.
So
Walk
she
on the bridge.
goes on the grass side, and there's a lot of the wild plants, and actually we walked over there on Friday, so I kind of know where it's at. And that's why I came over, so go walk it and see if something happened to her.
But her not bringing her phone is very odd. She's very,
But
very
that's not normal.
she's careful. She's very, very smart, careful person. If she does go over walks on that, she's just super careful. So we never leave the house without all that stuff.
Well, the only I can think of is she forgot her phone and she went for a walk and something happened to her.
But you haven't seen her since 10 o'clock.
Honestly, definitely, we were together last night. We spent the day, came home, we slept together in our bed. I got up, I'm guessing it was early.
Now, Sergeant Hollis, when you're asking questions of Mr. Moore, how did he describe the bed?
How did he describe the bed?
Correct, just there about 2 seconds ago.
He said that they went to bed in her bed, but quickly corrected himself and said our bed.
What types of information are you trying to gather in this moment?
I'm trying to understand if Emily left on her own power or if there's more to the situation that hasn't been presented to me yet.
During these initial encounters in these types of cases or in these types of call-outs, are you generally asking a lot of questions, or tell me about that?
Yes, we're trying to ask a specific amount of specific questions to get to what type of missing we're looking for. Are they autistic, suffering from dementia, are they suicidal? Just those basic baseline questions. What is she wearing? Who are some of her friends? Where could we start looking? So yeah, those are questions that as soon as we arrive on scene, we want to start getting, so I can get the information to other officers as soon as possible.
Continuing now at 6 minutes and 57 seconds.
Usually I make till like 3 before I have to go to the bathroom. Last night was like, I'm saying 12:31. I got up, went to the bathroom, went into this room, fell back to sleep. Took a while to get back to sleep, and I woke up late, like 10:30. It was so unusual. We usually get up around 6. And I got up and she's tired. She's tired.
Okay, you said you guys went to celebrate her birthday?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Don't be a bad girl on TwitchWet.
We went out to, I'd have to tell you the town. It's a spring, a water spring. It's a town about an hour 20 minutes southeast of here. I can show you.
I really don't get this. He said a different bit. He said he has prostate problems. It happens to men when they get older. If he gets up and pees 2-3 times a night, wouldn't it be considerate of him to say, well, I know I'm going to go up and pee again in an hour. I'm just sleeping in the kid's room. The kid isn't here. He unalived himself. We have another bed. My mom and dad didn't share a bedroom for the last, I think, 10 years of their marriage because my mom had severe arthritis and she had a lot of inflammation after she had her hip replacement. So she would be up all night long watching the television, and my dad would go to bed early. And that was, they just had each had their bedroom. That wasn't that special. I just don't know why this is a big old problem.
Collected some water. About halfway back, we stopped and had a picnic. Collected apples. That was our hobby. We got back in the car, came here. Decided we're not out of town because we heard that things were opened up. Went to Cold Bay, went to Bagnell's, and we went to GD's. Came home. Went to sleep.
Okay. There's going to be another cruiser coming here. If you don't mind talking with him, just give him some information before you go and take off and look at the path for me. That would be very helpful to me. And then I'm going to talk to you inside here, okay? So 50 to 74, how far are you?
I just got a feeling right here when my son died. I was thinking, it's really fucking getting tough. So I'm down. This is not normal.
All right, so.
I'll wait for it.
Okay. Yeah. 50 to 74, if you can make contact with a brown hair female out front for me, get her name information, and just get a little bit more information from her for me. Okay, you guys live here, just the two of you? Okay. Let's start with, where's her wallet? Is that where she left it when y'all came home? Okay.
That was last night. It was on her pencil. I picked it up.
Okay. Will you give me your ID, please? Thank you. $50 to left. Not at this moment, but possibly we need to search some bike trails. 74 is going to get more info for me from the other lady out front. What's the phone number you have for her cell phone?
What's your name?
Hollis.
Six one four
614
562
562
8814.
8814. And that is that this one here? Okay, so that's Apple. Okay. All right, so you said you got up at 10 a.m. and you both went to bed together last night. What time do you think you guys got home after celebrating her birthday?
We went out early, so it wasn't that late. I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, that's what he kind of tried to infer too, but because maybe he thought, oh, that's gonna sound weird saying her bed, but again, my mom had a queen size bed and my dad had a queen size bed, and they still had one bedroom. If you came to their house and they said the bedroom, that was the master bedroom, and then you had my mom's room. That was just called my mom's room. It wasn't his and hers in that way. That was just how they described it. I don't see it as a bad one. My husband has shaky leg syndrome so bad. You have separate bedrooms as well. Yeah. Again, again, if you've been together for a while, and again they lost a son, they're probably not the best sleepers, and maybe he thought, well, I'm just gonna sleep on the couch. So this guy's get to wave a pew-pew around, and I can't exercise part 1 of the Bill of Rights. You can't exercise it. I don't know what the part 1 is.
It was light when we left the bar.
When you got home?
I think probably, yeah, it was light when we left that bar, so it was I'm guessing.
Yeah, and it always seems like it's a wonder that people could sleep in their own rooms. We've all had those nights where we think, oh my God, why am I sleeping next to a human hot air balloon? Can you please stop farting? And you go and sleep on the couch instead. Or you're up late and watching a game and you're thinking, I'm not going to wake the other person up. And you just pull out your duvet and crawl under that on the couch. I really don't see this as such a big revelation. They didn't sleep together. So fucking what? Yeah. My husband snores terribly. Have several bedrooms. Sleep is very important. Yeah. Free speech. Well, the thing most people don't understand is the First Amendment means that you have the freedom of expression, but you don't have the freedom of making anyone listen to you. And it also has the limitations that is enshrined, that you have the free speech, but you will also have potential consequences from your speech. That's the difference, because you can say whatever you want in your own house. That's not hindering your First Amendment. It's the same when people are getting mad at Aiden and saying, "Oh, he blocks me in chat." He has no obligation to give you a chat. So that's the thing. People should really try and read the First Amendment, because everyone thinks that it makes me have to listen to you. No, it gives you the right to go into a wood and yell whatever you want. Yes, you can yell fire in a crowded theater if there is a fire.
Okay.
Brandon, can you get Ricardo on? He's normally pretty good with the constitutional stuff. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Bacon must listen to you. No, they don't. That's why I always say, if a chatter gets a little too much for you, just go in instead of telling me to block them, because you know I have a fondness for Brandon, even though sometimes he goes a little rogue. You can always just hit the 3 little buttons and say mute user. And yes, you will have to see it when I pull up a super chat or something. You can live with that. But we can all exercise our rights to not have to listen to anyone. I, for once, won't be listening to the Canton housewife, because they're going to have Plevin on the next show. They had Krusty on yesterday. Whoever made the graphics that made her look like she sat on the floor in front of the couch, chef kiss, even though it might not have been the thing you wanted to show. Krusty as a kid sitting in front of a couch was chef's kiss.
I'm assuming you both were drinking and stuff last night? Okay. Okay. So you came back home. What car did you guys drive back here? The silver car out front? Okay. Does she suffer from any illnesses? Does she have dementia? Has she ever threatened to harm herself? Ever done this before? No. Okay. Is y'all's relationship healthy? And she never threatened to leave you or anything like that? No? Okay.
No more than any other relationship.
I mean, you guys,
Never physical, never.
Okay.
Just typical AU stuff and things.
Okay. Okay. How long you guys been married?
We got married August, 2 August ago. I guess it's either 2 or 3, but I think it's 2.
You don't remember the year?
No. It was either 2 or 3 years ago. It's 3 Augusts or 2 Augusts ago.
Okay. Okay. Where's your driver's license?
This is actually a thing where I think most of these defendants will try and clean up to look better in court and less wild. Maybe he did it for prison and stuff like that, but as a juror, it's the same when you're putting on the Ashley Benefit outfit where you're trying to look like you're 16 years old. I think the jury sees right through it and sees you as, why won't you be who you are?
I'll get that, just so I'll get everything spelled correctly for a report. Thank you, sir.
I got a big feeling she might pop off, you know? I don't know.
You said she's never done this before, right? Her phone, her wallet.
Sergeant, what did Mr. Moore just say there?
That she's never done this before?
Right. Did he just say something along the lines of, I think she's going to pop up?
He did say that, yes, sir.
Okay.
But everything's there?
This is not her at all. I wouldn't be calling enforcement like this. It's just her wallet, her phone, her car, her eating up for 5 hours, now 6 hours, whatever. So,
and what time was that supposed to start?
She didn't know. She said that.
Memorial Day party. Do you know where that Memorial Day party was located?
I texted him. I figured out on his phone who he was.
And what's the phone number for you, sir?
702
702
884
1010. Thank you.
This guy right here, Lexington, Ohio. And then what it is. Well, you can somehow get to his Facebook page. And he seemed like just an old friend that they got a hold of. She's married. And I texted him. And I had to just asked him, I said, hey, have you seen her? He's like, I haven't heard her.
Is he the only person you know that you could reach that would be at that party?
Yeah, I'm doing the area pretty much.
Okay.
It was her. The only person that she knew was him as well.
Okay.
So, and she would have went a lot.
Okay. All right. So I see that the bed was made. Did you do that or she did that?
That is I just noticed that. You're right. I didn't know that she did.
Now, Sergeant Hollis, why did you take note of the bed in that situation?
Up until this point, Mr. Moore has expressed to me that they both slept in the bed after going out to celebrate her birthday. That he got up, went to another room in the house to finish sleeping. And I was curious about the bed, kind of trying to get an understanding of what her morning started out. If she started out like a normal day, if that's something that she does all the time, and he was.
Yeah, it's believed that she's found. I think the theory is he unalived her in a house and then staged it with the USB cord in the woods.
Already in another room, that would suggest one thing. Another thing I was thinking was, since the bed was made, that the story may have been that neither one of them slept in that bed that night.
And are you, in this moment, trying to gather as much information
came from
as you
Vegas.
can in order to try and find Miss Noble?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I stopped the recording at 15:21, and I will continue now.
That's okay. So she was, I'm guessing, here this morning.
Okay. Where was her cell phone? Was it with her wallet?
Yes.
Okay.
They're really harboring on this phone and wallet being left home. The phone, I understand, is a weird thing. But if she's out foraging and it was during the coof, wouldn't it be natural to just leave her wallet at home if she's out walking around in the woods? Why would he have felt that was suspicious at all? And if he's laying in bed and just putting around, and then he later is trying to get her on the phone app, because I haven't heard her walk around the house. She might be out walking because she likes to walk. She likes to forage. So he checks his I don't know, iPhone or whatever to check her location to see, oh, the reason I haven't heard her, she's out in the wooded area foraging. Wouldn't that be perfectly normal if she is a person, and we know this from her sister, she went back and used nature as her therapy. Again, it's always bad to, whatever you do, it's always bad in a courtroom. But I'm just thinking, if he was in bed and instead of getting up and looking for her at the house, he just tried to look for the phone and thinking, I'm just going to get her location data. I don't have anyone I share my location data with. I think my Snapchat does, but I don't know. But wouldn't it be totally normal that he thought that I haven't heard her, I'm just going to check my phone to see where she is? And the wallet part, yeah, again, if she was going to Walmart, if he said she told me she was going to Walmart, then you could say that's kind of weird that her phone and her purse is home. But if he thinks she's out in the woods gathering moss and berries, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, you don't need your wallet for anything. That's the thing. But it's just, do they sell beds at Walmart? Maybe she was going to buy one. I haven't seen beds at Walmart. Get the location data too. Yeah, I'd get I would just, oh, she's out in the woods. Remember when we covered that case out of Georgia with the girl who got strangulated in the woods? Her girlfriends, because she didn't return from her run, they checked her location data, because that's apparently just a thing some people do. I know some people don't trust their partner, so they have the location data on. I don't know why I had that idea pop into my head about partners watching people's location data. But to me, it's just not. The phone being home would be this is weird to me. But the wallet, if you're going into the woods, if I go out and take a walk, I do that sometimes in the summertime, or especially in the spring when the sun comes out and you want that endorphin rush. I just put on my headset and put my phone in the pocket and put my audiobook on, and then I start walking. And I'll have my keys. I'll leave my my stuff at home. Why should I bring it? Because I'm out walking around. I'm not going to use my my wallet. And I do have my on my phone. I do have one of my credit cards. So maybe there's a 7-Eleven near. Maybe I'll lose the wallet in the field. Yeah, that's the thing. That's how my sister found her husband, by trolling Snapchat. My watch in billfold has more miles per week than my phone. Well, I always have my phone on it because I have like my social. We don't have social security cards, but we have like a healthcare card that you use to legitimate. If you go to the doctor or something, you'll have to scan that. And I have my driver's license on my phone, so technically I don't need my wallet. But it's just I'm old school, so I'll always grab my glasses, grab my wallet, grab my car keys. They are all in the same spot. I don't. These are my readers, so I have my day glasses out there, and they're right next to each other, so I never forget them. I used to take my wallet and phone taking the dog for a walk. Yeah, I when I'm out with Molly, I'll just put my phone in my pocket and a headset on and walk. I don't bring my wallet. According to the defense opening, there is no forensic evidence at all in this case. So that's going to be interesting to see. Am I required to always have your ID on me? Technically, yes, but the rule is kind of like it is in America. I always have to comply and identify myself if I am stopped by a police officer. This is the only mandatory thing that you have to do. But I can give them my social security number. Everyone has a social security number that is our birthday, and then 4 digits in the end that is unique to you. So if I give them my social security number, they can put me into the database and they can see, okay, this is this guy. A lot of criminals will then use their brothers or their uncles or someone else's social security number, because you don't have to show ID. You can just say, well, my birthday is, and these are my 4 last digits. And they will then get a fine for lying to the police, because it's illegal not to identify yourself to the police. You don't have any obligations to speak to the police, but you must identify. It's the same rules that that you have in America. Hey, Kippy Hippie. Yeah, my social. Well, we are not as secret about it as you are. You can use it for all the same things in Denmark, but my I think my driver's license has it on it. My veterans card, because I have a card that says I used to be a veteran. Well, I am a veteran from the military, and only my healthcare card has it on it. I have my full, so you can use that, and so you could technically steal my data that way, but you have to give your birthday and those 4 digits to put into the machine, and then they will say, this is this person. He has a prior record or he doesn't have a record, and I don't have any records. I have one speeding ticket in my entire criminal history. You can do the same here. Your name, date of birth, and social security number will be sufficient for them to ID you if you don't have your license or state ID. Yeah, and that's what we are obligated to give them. And people will then try and use other people's number if they're criminals to try and get out of it. So, yeah. I wouldn't be giving my law enforcement my social security number if they ask. I would be asking them what shady shit are they up to for asking that. Well, that's the way we identify ourselves in Denmark. when I go to vote, for instance, I'll get a voter card mailed to me in the mailbox. I'm going to blow all of y'all's minds because I've seen American elections and they seem really weird for us in the normal world. I'll get a piece of paper that says you have to be at this polling place on that date, or you can go and do early voting, but I will have to go to the library or the city hall and go into a booth and fill it out there. But I need this card to bring it. Then I give it to them, and then I have to identify me by my birthday because we have. They will then scan the card and my name and my birthday, not my entire 4 numbers in the end, but my birthday will pop up, and that's how I get to vote. Is they're going to say, okay, and your birthday is, and I'll say blah 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 blah, and they will say, okay, you're you, and then I'm getting voter vote. It's where we have all the parties and stuff like that, and we'll get that for each election. The last election I had was like local, and it was regional. So we get 2 pieces of paper. We'll then go in and make our X where we want them, and that's how we identify us normally, is via our birthday. But to government officials, we will use the last 4 numbers because it's a unique code that all of us have for us. It is common in the US for Leos to ask for social security numbers if for suspects who don't have ID. Yeah. Thank you, Squabby, for gifting Elf Sparkle Squeaks a membership. In the UK, we get our voting card in the post, go to the polling station, show photo ID, I believe. I personally do postal votes, so not 100%. I can't do postal. I can do early voting, but I will have to have a designated spot because to make sure that in Denmark we will have poll watchers from all parties, or try to have from all parties at each polling station to keep each other in check, so no one is agitating at polling stations or anything like that, because you're not allowed to try and garner votes at a polling station or within 200 meters of a polling station, I believe it is. But I can go to the week or 2 before. I can go to either, I think mostly in my town, it's the library that used to have them, or at City Hall. There will be a booth set up. You'll go down there and you'll say, I want to vote early. You'll fill out a slip with your name, and that one has to have I believe that one has to have your social security number on it, so you can be taken out of the system. Even though if I regret it and I want to go up and change my vote, I can't do that on the day of election. But I will then go to a polling station, a pre-polling station, where I can go in, do the election, turn in my vote, and that will be securely put into an envelope that will then be brought to the polling station I belong to and be counted in the total. And I hate doing that because it's the other long things. You're sitting there and you're kind of, I've been doing polling stations for, I don't know, 10 elections or something. And you have these long pieces of paper with all the names, and you get used to looking at them, and then you get this little piece of paper that it's weird, and you'll lose them and they'll fall on the floor, and there's always some missing, but that's how we do it. I don't know why we got here, but this was elections in Denmark. Yes, I can change my vote if I want to. I can go into the voting booth with this piece of paper, and then I can vote for the Social Democrats, and I think, oh, fuck it, I don't want to vote for them. I can walk back up to the table and say, I want to turn this in. Then they will have to make it null and void, put it in a box with null and void that we will count later, because we have to make sure that the number of voting slips we're giving out coincide with the number of voting slips that has had voters come to the polling station. And again, everyone or both sides of the political spectrum is there. So we are very, very cautious. Everyone goes around and checks, okay, the numbers are, that's how we keep each other in check. We don't do that. We're going to close the windows and no one can come into this room. All of this happens. We'll count a preliminary count at the voting station where we will then count all the votes. We won't call the names on it, but just what party people voted for, and call that in before we can go home. So they kind of know who won the election on the same night. Sorry. We have early voting places in supermarkets these days. But we have two city officials there to make sure that we don't cheat. So that's how we do it.
When we go on our trip, when we go on our little walks, we go up this road to the Constantine, take a left, and then take the first right, and it takes you to that bike trail.
You will only if they can walk to the polling station. I actually, we have had a lot of, we really want the minorities to vote more, and there was a big push, especially one of the groups that's always very highly represented is the Vietnamese migrant population that came up here in the 80s after the wars in Asia. And they came in, and one of them wanted to vote for his mother because she was homesick. And we said, you can't do that. She has to be here. But if you can drive her to a car, we will walk out to the car, two people, again, to make sure no one cheats, have a box where they can put it in so no one can touch it, and we can go back in. So if you can do that. They went home and they carried her into the polling station because, God dang it, she's gonna vote because it's a right we have finally had. We are gonna vote. That shows you how much democracy means to some people who have been repressed a long time.
Right, and it'll bring you down the county line.
Mm-hmm.
The county line is a bridge.
Right.
Right along that bridge, there's where she likes to go, a lot of yellows on. So literally, that's her walk.
Did you go there today looking for her?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I mean, I've been keeping calm.
So Officer, Sergeant 1622, did the defendant just give you an explanation of the walking path that they would typically go on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he indicate whether he had gone to look there at any point during his day up to this point?
He said he had not.
Okay. Like she's just gonna pop up, and then when I call,
How many bathrooms are in this place? Did you check them both?
I checked the attic.
Okay. All right. Does she take any medication or anything that she needs to take?
Nothing. She has something for anxiety, but it's like lunch. Nothing. She might in her life.
Okay.
She's very healthy. She's super meticulous. This house is super clean. She doesn't do things like this. She's not a drug addict. She doesn't steal. She doesn't lie. She's super routine.
Okay. Are these the clothes she had on last night or yesterday?
Jean skirt.
I don't know. They're just laying right there.
We can't do that. But if you are unable to make it, you can call City Hall, and the Wednesday it's normally the Wednesday before if we vote on a weekend, or on the Friday if we vote on a Tuesday. It's a little different when we do the voting. We will have people driving around with like a voting box, and we will go to assisted livings, senior citizen homes, and if you're sick home, you can order us to come out, and we will come out to your house, and you can vote in your house if you're sick. You cannot vote via proxy. You must be there. You can't sign a piece of paper. Jamie, wants to vote for the Ohio State as the greatest college program in America, and then give it to me. She needs to show up at the college elections. Exactly.
No. I don't know what this is.
What's that red thing? That shirt? Okay. Okay. A sleeve. Okay. Is that supervisor here.
Hey, just want to touch base with you to see if you need anything.
Yeah, if I can talk to you real quick.
Yeah, he's getting some information from her and he's going to check one of the trails.
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to my supervisor real quick. I'll be right back to continue our conversation. He's gonna help start circulating the area you told me about. So just give me just a second, and I also want to contact St. Anne's to see maybe if she's over there. Okay? Give me just a second, sir. Thank you.
So, Sergeant Hollis, from about 18 minutes and 31 seconds on your recording here till about 25 minutes, so roughly 6.5 minutes. Are you speaking with your supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just giving him an update on the situation?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm going to fast forward a little bit to about 25 minutes. 2 seconds.
I'm gonna check the hospital. Can you show me your vehicle? Is it better to go inside or just what? We're checking the hospitals now. So, do you remember if the door was locked?
The house?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be guessing.
Or did she?
Our doors go open. We usually leave this way.
Okay.
Garage starts out usually all doors. He's in the car.
Did he say that door was always locked and they used the garage? Was that what he said?
I think that's what was the case.
Okay, I was just because he was
Yeah.
but I could see that again going back. She doesn't bring her keys. No, because they have a touchpad on the garage.
Yeah. I do too, so I rarely use my keys.
That's because you try to kill people in your garage. Don't bring that up when we're watching a murder case, Jamie. It'll just make him look more
Hey.
guilty.
Nah. It's just an accident.
All right, so her keys are in the car.
Katie, that will be on day 3 or 4, I believe.
She's really small. She's 100 pounds, probably 5'2", so her chin's way up.
Okay.
Check the trunk.
Oh, no, I understand, but I do.
At worst case scenario, maybe she did something to herself. But
Do you have any reason why? That's what I'm, you know what I mean?
I hate to think about
Okay, okay.
I mean,
Because we're trying to put a timeline together, and that's typically the hardest thing for us to do. Because you last saw her and you guys went to bed, and you separated from her when you went to the other room. So there's she has a huge head start on us to try to figure out where she could be. So we just called the hospital now. They're checking.
The bed being made would probably mean that she left this morning.
Right. So then I would wonder, how did she leave? Did she leave through the garage door, or did she leave through the front door? Yes, ma'am? If you want to go search where we're not, that would be a huge help.
John Gary, I was actually thinking the opposite before. He doesn't seem squirmish, like he's hiding something. It's he's one of those weird people where he can show signs of both. This is why I don't really buy into all of the body language bullshit. Because yeah, he seems very calm about it, like he's just expecting she got lost somewhere in the woods. But why would he then call the police and think she's gone? It's a little bit of I could say it's a little bit of Adam and a little bit of Eve.
I think, and I know a little more because I've actually talked to this guy, but in my opinion, what I thought before was
Jamie.
what?
No spoilers, Jamie.
No. I'm going around it because I don't want to. I'm not saying
If
what
you talk
he said,
to
but
him,
like
Jamie.
no. But my opinion of this is and what I said when before all of this, when I actually watched trial, is I thought because of the, his son and things, unalive and stuff, that he may have wanted to involve the cops to look for her because he may have had a thought that something happened. But he wasn't like fully there yet, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, she's missing, but go do like, I'm going to tell you about this, and I don't know. That was my opinion.
And maybe he's just desensitized because he has been through so much personal trauma that he's just PTSD'd.
I mean, it's very possible. It's just like she hasn't shown up home. I don't know where she is. Her friends don't know where she is. It could be his next thought, and he might not be like actually believing that just yet.
And
I don't know.
and is he acting like Brian Walsh? We didn't watch the Brian Walsh trial. Well, Jamie did because she likes a good unaliving. But I just couldn't get into it because it was kind of overhyped that, oh, it's going to ruin the DA's office too. And I didn't think that. But he has a very expression. I have an expressionless face. He has the opposite. I don't know what that word is. Expressive?
I mean, God, what are you trying to say?
I'm just saying he has a hard time keeping his emotions off his face. Yeah, Harry, I think everyone wanted a big showdown with Proctor, and it didn't really happen. So I was like, but
I know.
he is showing way too much emotion, like Brian Walsh was on his face, I think.
Oh, him,
Way
Matthew.
too much emotions at me, and then a fool can see we're falling. Wanna make you understand. Tell you what I want, what I really want. Tell you what I want, what I really want. I wanna really sick of say, if you wanna be my lover, gotta get with my friends, making love last forever. Friendship never ends. La 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 la. Wife gone, cook ribs. Well, again, if he's thinking she's out getting mushrooms for the mushroom gravy, I like a good mushroom gravy. Why not cook ribs? I don't know if it goes with ribs because I don't eat ribs. But yeah, why not have a party? It's his party, and he can rip if he wants to. Rip if he wants to.
I mean, there's all the whys in the world. Like, if he did this, why would he call the cops? You know, you could say it that way. It could be the other way. Like, oh, he wants to call the cops because he wants
Yeah,
to
he
make
wants
it
to
look like,
hide
oh,
it.
she's missing, and she didn't come home. You know, it could go either way in people's eyes. So it's just whatever I don't know. I really hate these types of, because it's
Yeah,
like you're trying so hard to like be like,
yeah. Who's what?
well, look at the way he blinks, you know.
Jamie, did you watch the Dewey Cox story?
No, I don't know what that is.
Then this song. It's just Dewey Cox is a spoof on it's called Walk Hard instead of you know, the Johnny Cash thing with Joaquin Phoenix. And
Oh, okay.
and he has a song called Let's Do It. It's a little sexual innuendo. I know you like a little sex innuendo. That was also an innuendo. Firing on all cylinders today. Brandon got me hot and ready.
Mm-hmm.
Walk the line. Yeah, it's called Walk Hard or something. That's his big song. Yeah. In my mind, you're blowing me kisses. It's very innuendo-y, Jamie. You should watch it. I think you would like it.
Probably. I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah.
I just couldn't.
John C. Reilly.
Yeah.
It was a good movie. Welcome. It's a good movie. Back to trial.
Any more help with that can help. I mean, be beneficial. It really could.
Do you know what she does? Have you ever been on that walk?
Well, we went on Friday, we walked. We went
We're
from
just
the
watching video
top opening,
and singing.
and then we went down on the
Let's do it.
and then just looked for
You're gonna watch the
She didn't
first
tell you
one.
that sorry, I don't know what it is. It was just one circle you guys did, though. You didn't go veer off and go somewhere else. So there's another park that's on the street up there that Lowe's and Globes or a Home Depot. I think if she went for a walk, she would have come home.
How intoxicated do you think she was when you got home?
We were fine.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. You know, did she?
She does get drunk, but she wasn't. I've seen her way worse. I mean, she wasn't slurring.
She wasn't slurring. Were you more intoxicated than she was yesterday?
No,
You don't think so? Okay.
Got to check a little Austin.
All right, thanks, Walt.
They're gonna check north and south on that trail. I'm gonna get a hold of someone.
Okay.
Something happened and she didn't have her ID on her.
So you have medical conditions?
You said a little bit of anxiety, but she doesn't take the medicine every day.
She's really.
Is that medicine here?
Sure.
Can you find it for me? I would really like to know what kind it is.
It's called Klonopin.
Colonic, okay. But she's
She's finding her fall asleep.
No, I don't sing on command.
But she's got a
It has
doctor or
to
counselor.
hit me.
I know her that part of
Inspiration.
her life. I don't know any doctor she does. Obviously, don't prescribe it before.
Right. Okay.
How long have you guys been together? I met her, this is about 4 years ago, I think. And when I moved away, I came back, I think 2 years ago. It was 2 Augusts ago, we got married. So I've been here about it. It'll be 2 years, I think, this summer. Okay. And there was a period, a year before that, I thought, I guess that's not enough. Okay.
All right. And how long have you been best friends with her?
3 years maybe.
Were you best friends with her before they were together? Okay.
We met at the pool. I own a condo that I rent on the other side here, and we met at the pool.
Okay.
And, like, last year we went to Belize together, and
So pretty close.
yeah.
Okay.
She considers
Yeah.
Have you ever known her to want to harm herself or?
Your Jedi mind tricks doesn't work on me. Kichi ba goopa.
No, not at all. You never saw any signs.
That was my Jabba the Hutt impression. Because I'm fat like Jabba the Hutt.
my God, you are not.
Goopaja.
Never conversations that kind of make you go, huh? You know, nothing like that.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not good. That's why this is so bad. Yeah, this is just, I'm just thinking now, she did have a pin removed out of her ankle last year, and I think her ankle's okay now, actually. She doesn't seem to have any issues, but I just, this is.
She's the straightest, squarest person I've ever met. She does everything. She's taught me a lot just since I've been with her. She's really meticulous. She's just, this is uncharacteristic. She would never go somewhere and not tell you where she's going. It's just who we know. I mean, I
But at the same time, her best friend doesn't seem that worried either.
No.
She's just like, yeah, she just wandered off.
Yeah, I don't know if it's hitting either of them at this point, you know.
Brandon, if I get the new house, I'll take the Beagle if you can ship it to me, because it'll have a big ground it can run around in, and I like beagles. It's the dumbest smart animal in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Katie, never works when you're asking for a song. I'll just sing Dr. Jones or something instead. It has to inspire me, like when Kelly D comes in, because Sandy D. But both of them are strangely calm, I would say. So to me, him being calm is not that big a deal when she's calm as well. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Eh.
I don't do human emotions, Jamie.
I don't like to base anything off of that because I know how I react to some things versus other people, and you would think I was a psychopath too, so that's fine.
This thing has room to run. You know, when they go outside, they just refuse to move. My dad had a beagle who would go to a wall, and then it would climb up the wall with its butt and then press its poo onto the wall. It was a masterpiece. It could leave a poo on the wall, so other dogs would see it. Beagles are the stupidest, smartest animals in the world.
lasted as long as I could today. Just been like, she's going to show up, whatever. She's 14, she went for a walk, she took a trip. Ours here, yeah. Some picked her up, which I don't think I've ever had. I've never had.
Well, she would have taken her phone. I mean, that's really unusual. And she would have told you that she's going somewhere or had her phone text you.
And what was that name of that place you said you guys were at? Wall.
We went to Chipotle. What was the place?
Oh, the Great Coat.
Oh, I mean the place where you said it was almost 2 hours away or something like that.
Oh yeah, there's a spring there where you can collect the spring water.
Okay.
It's pipes. It's a town. It's I can.
You can show me that. Okay.
Damn hippies. There's a town where you can drink the spring water. Damn hippies.
Sergeant Collis, I just paused it there, I believe, 31 minutes and 48 seconds into the recording. And Matt Crochon, I previously labeled screenshot here, Mark States Exhibit 7. Can you take a moment and look at that?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the same still shot we have on the video right here? 22, 37, 24 Zulu time on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going to keep playing here at 31 minutes and 48 seconds.
Yeah, he said she was the most square person in the world. She taught him. Apparently, were her who did all of this, made everything look nice. Yeah, you have a well you get water from. These people are going to a town to collect spring water and take it home. Damn hippies. Cheryl, I did miss you saying hi. Is this an innuendo?
But she told B-U-C-H-T-E-L, Ohio. B-U-T-H-T-E-L. It's very small town.
It's not the sister, it's her friend. We have naked hot springs here. Well, I could understand that one, but going to a town to... I have some of the best tap water in the world. I can just go out and open my tap. All of these weird hippies. Oh, let's get some insects shitting in it so we can get diphtheria. I don't know what diphtheria is or if it is a disease. Maybe I said something wrong again.
Screen water places on the corner of Franklin Street and Marietta.
Okay. All right. Did it look like she had some food before she left? Were there any bowls in the sink? Was there any...
I ordered, each place we went, I ordered food and I ate it. She's very small.
Okay.
I went to many buildings.
So then...
She doesn't eat there. She's really small. She's like 100 pounds.
What about her shoes?
Oh, yeah, she mentioned her shoes last night. She wanted to make sure that I approved of her shoes.
You have what, proofs?
She approved of her shoes. But I believe it was one of those pair of shoes wearing at the bars last night. Not pair, but the little fountain.
Okay.
I think she was wearing a pair of those.
Would you be able to tell me if any shoes are missing?
No.
You wouldn't be able to tell me that, or no, they're not? Okay.
I guess she has several pairs of sneakers. She has all the shoes.
Yeah, no. She had several pairs of sneakers. So, do you see the clothes that she was wearing last night?
She was wearing this last night.
What about top?
Sergeant Collis, you asked about the clothes that Ms. Noble was wearing the night before.
Yes, sir.
And does Mr. Moore identify clothing that he believes she was wearing the night before?
He does. He picks up a skirt that he believes she was wearing the night before.
Where were those located?
Inside a walk-in closet?
Okay, so what we're seeing right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's not the bathroom, is it?
No, sir.
Okay. 33 minutes and 37 seconds. I'll continue on.
You don't know where top is? Okay. Okay. So yesterday, you guys were here in the city celebrating her birthday.
We got up. I don't know what time it was, but it was early. It was early because we ended up on my dad's. It was dark over there. He probably had a good time. We got there. We drove all the way out to the bush. Fill up some water jugs.
So if your water tastes a little funny, it's because it has a slight bit of Jess in it. No, Jamie, I didn't say that. I said Jess.
What is that supposed to mean?
I know what you were thinking when I said Jess.
Jizz?
Jamie, this is a good Christian channel.
All right, back it up. I don't want to start this again. No jizz.
No jizz in the water.
No jizz.
Halfway through, we stopped at a rest stop. We had lunch, a picnic there, did some collecting, some portables, got back there, came home. It was, we went to my father's. And there, my father was there, and he had some friends over, a couple. We gardened, they had a guitar. We were probably there 4 hours, maybe.
Jesus.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Right. Right.
Stay safe, everyone, if you have to go out. I hope you don't have to go out.
Okay. Go play. Jimmy V. Okay. Okay.
But do it.
Okay.
We came home, and I swore it was probably still light out, so I mean, I don't know, it is, it's still at 8. I don't think we're done with that one.
Okay.
I got receipts and stuff or whatever. And we went to bed, and we slept, and just like normal. I got up, it was early, because earlier than I usually get up, to go eat with my prostate. Just every night, I looked at the clock, and it was late, it was earlier than normal, it was like 12:30, 1 o'clock maybe. And I'm like, okay, go went into this room here. And close to my couch. It took a while for me to get back to sleep because I woke up later. Usually I can get back to sleep within an hour, and then I'll be up at like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. I woke up, I think, around 10:30. I looked at my phone. I looked for her to see where her phone was. I got a search to see if she was here. And said she.
Pause here at 36 minutes and 16 seconds, Sergeant. You walked through basically the entirety of the condo on that day, correct?
For all the old men in chat, Lefty, remember to do your male Kegels as well. It'll help you with your prostate. And keep a little bit, well, it's not like Lefty has any pencil he can keep the lead in, but it's funny, it's size appropriate to his tiny raccoon hands. But I know you ladies know it's really important to do the a few times a day, but us men actually benefits from it as well because it'll strengthen our abdominal muscles and help with the prostate health. And as Brandon can tell you, getting your prostate checked a lot isn't fun.
You agree with me? It's probably close to 800, 900 square feet?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Approximate. Yes, sir.
Would you describe it as small, big? That's fine. I'll withdraw.
I lied there for a little bit, some Facebooking, made some texts probably, and eventually I came out and this is what it was. She wasn't here. I said, well, okay, let's just maybe. And I started discovering things. There's her phone. There's her wallet. There's her wallet. I'm on the car. There's your car. Well, maybe she went for a walk. Hours went by until I just got to the point where I was just like, I got a phone call. This is so strange. That's pretty much time-wise. I mean, how that time go. I'm nervous.
So, when you got up, you didn't use the bathroom in the bedroom. You used this one here?
Yeah, I did the same thing. I get up and I just go right to that bed and I go back in there.
Okay. Is this like your main cave? Or?
No, I call it that. Yeah, it's the word. It's my room where I can come to.
Your relaxation room, so.
Okay. It's the message room. Yeah, it's just a routine that we get into because I wake her up and I want to distract, so I just come here and grab a shower. Okay. And I didn't hear leave. I didn't. I text her at 11 something and asked her, are we still going to that party? Yeah, it was 11 before. I asked if we were still going to go to the party. It was 3 o'clock and I texted her and I said, I guess I'm home. She said, so even at that point, I didn't know. Their phone.
I think J7 is behind.
All right.
Suicide, man. I don't know. My son committed suicide.
Your son committed suicide? Did she know?
Sergeant House, before Mr. Moore says, suicide, man, I don't know, what's the nature of your conversation at that time?
We weren't speaking about suicide. I was still gathering information about her possible daily routine. I didn't ask him.
Danny, Iris is also the same person who don't want to live in a house with a basement because she'll have to chuck Jean at a evil spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe don't go to her for healthcare. I'm just saying. And yes, J7 is clearly behind because she's an hour back when we talked about voter ID.
Any questions about anything at that time?
And were you still gathering information so that you could search for Miss Noble?
Yes, sir.
Starting again at 38 minutes and 31 seconds.
Oh, yeah, they were really close. My son had schizophrenia. He got it. He was a great kid. And also, he's got horrible things.
Does she have kids? Okay. Does she have a job? She works. She's been working from home. So is she expected to work tomorrow? Okay. Okay. All right.
I searched this house up and down, don't have them yet. The attic door shuts. She couldn't walk up in there and pull it up. She's not there. Also, there's times to go down.
All right. And you don't have an alarm system on your house? Okay. Any camera system? Any camera system or anything? So we still don't know what door she left out of.
Yeah, I would guess it would easily be
Through the garage door. Then she would have to put the code in and put the door back down.
KDD Swayshire, sadly, I don't have the video clip anymore because it's in my old program. Swayshire is something you can only have in Florida. We had a very special case, a pro se case about a man in a treehouse, and there was a great witness called Roger. No, yeah, that was Roger. Yeah, that was Roger. Roger had spent his life since the early 80s in Florida, cutting lawns at the golf course, smoking crack, and drinking beer. And he was asked if he could recognize the people who had attacked and killed one of his friends in a robbery in a drug house. And he said, yes, I recognize them by the Swayshire. And the lawyer says, the what? You know, the Swayshire, the walk, the talk, the dip. Am I using that word correctly? I have to go back and get
that. He says, I don't know what that word means.
Yeah. I need the high on the hog, and I need everybody has.
Yep, you need everybody. You need Glenn. You need Roger. You
I need
our
high on the hog.
little high on the hog guy. I forgot what we called him.
I don't know if we had a name for him. He just sounded like he was a police officer in a German movie.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good.
Oh, really? Okay, so put a code, put it back down. Okay. Okay. So as of right now, it looks like she deliberately left. We just don't know why she left herself behind. And she no history of mental illness or anything like that.
okay. Like another crazy chick. I don't know. She's so proud.
The clip about from the Waffle House. What was it? I do heroin. I'm in withdrawals. I don't know, or whatever she said. That absolutely crazy lady. It got me age restricted on my videos. I can't play it.
Oh.
So everything's on. She goes on farms. Always.
Do you guys own any firearms? Have you checked to see if it's still here? You did check, or you know it's here? Okay. Okay.
I like the house.
All right.
I know, it's pretty.
We see so many American houses that's just one big clutter in the middle of the room. This is good Scandinavian planning. Out to the walls, a lot of space in the middle. And I don't like the couch. It looks like one of those soft ones that's impossible to get out of.
Oh my God.
But that green chair out in the sunroom, I could take my nap in that one, I think.
Probably. Yeah, it's a pretty house.
It's a pretty house. It's weird you have these high ceilings. That's really not popular in Denmark.
Yeah, I love a good high ceiling.
Well, people are beginning to open up to it more, but again, we need a lot of insulation in our houses, so we'll have the flat attic, so we can put a lot of insulation on top of it. So probably that's why. That's a banging couch. No, this is way too soft, and one will get a leg stuck between the pillows, and your head will slide under, and it looks good, but and you can't do the reverse cowgirl because it's too soft. So that's no.
Oh my God.
I
That's
didn't start
your
this, Jamie.
issue.
I didn't start this. Courtney started all of this. She made it dirty.
I doubt it.
You doubt Courtney started it. She said it's a banging
Mhm.
couch.
Banging, like cool, right?
No, Jamie,
I'm
banging means having
totally
sex.
reading that wrong. Hey, I took it as like, that's a sweet ass couch.
Sure, Jamie, sure. Courtney is a degenerate.
Okay. She can correct me if I'm wrong.
She did. She said, takes practice, man. I just need to try it once. Brandon says, this is very important, though. Roger did not engage in crime, just work, beer, crack, and repeat, thus proving suasion measurement is a vital survival skill. Yes. Roger, comparing to a lot of you degenerates, never touched the weed. And he was looking as good as he did 10 years ago. Light beer and crack. It's not a health advice, but if you live in Florida, it's probably the best diet you can be on. He kept that job since the 80s, Jamie.
He
And people
did.
say
I
drug
was
addicts are
very
lazy,
impressed. Yeah.
but
Or
never
yeah,
touched
there
weed.
no jobs, homeless people, whatever. He was rocking since '84.
Yeah, he could keep a job.
Yeah.
They have rocks on the floor. Who needs a sofa? They have a hardwood floor. They have
Yeah,
like a
you always got.
small little over by the sunroom.
Hmm.
And don't you get rock burns? I've heard.
I've heard.
Yeah, Roger is out there on his lawnmower right now. Giggity, 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 giggity.
He probably is.
Let me go out to my cruiser, make some more phone calls, and yeah, if you could do me a favor, try to get back in touch with that guy who's having a cookout.
And the kitchen is not overstuffed. Are they, Jamie? I'm
What?
feeling communist planned. These are undercover agents for the Russians. I've never seen an American kitchen in a crimes any crime case this organized.
No.
I think these are sleeper. This is what happened, Jamie. They are secret KGB sleeper agents, and she got offed by the CIA. I solved it. Is Roger the guy who said everyone banged his mother-in-law? No, that was Glenn.
Fine.
Glenn, he was a totally different animal. We don't know if he partook in any drugs, but he drank beer, a lot of beers, and probably saved his own life by being smart enough to not accept a murder for money trial.
Hmm.
Try to see if you can look into her Facebook, because I want to be here if we contact that guy. See if she's made any other.
I don't say every organized kitchen. I just say in murder cases, we never seen an organized kitchen. Look how they put. Okay, I'll confirm these are communist. Who puts their cereals that high? No one can reach it, Jamie. It's just for show.
Well, she couldn't, that's for sure. She was like 5 foot, like 95 pounds. How was she getting
That's
up
why
there?
she's so skinny, because she couldn't get to the cereals.
Yeah, she's hungry.
She would have to do like Lefty and crawl on the table, crawl on the refrigerator, and then crawl up on that little ledge. Communism confirmed. Thank you.
I thought they were spices too, but they look a lot bigger, so I was going with what Baker was saying, so I don't know.
No, these looks like half-liter cereal mugs, kind of like a mason jar size, I would say.
Yeah.
And these over here looks like it's tea tins. I don't know if you drink. Remember, they said they did the foraging and then they did the preservation. So it's probably up here because it's a little.
Oh, that's true. It's probably their foraging stuff, yeah.
No, because this would be hotter than down here. So they should leave it in the garage because it'll ferment up in the heat. Because all of you Americans have heat going from the floors and up.
Hmm.
Let's do it.
Who knows?
What did you find? Like, has any new things been posted? Was a lot of friends saying happy birthday?
Yes, a lot of friends saying happy birthday. The regular crew people. We don't have a lot. She doesn't have a ton of friends. The only new thing that is this guy that invited us to his party.
And what's his name?
I will find that out.
Okay.
Hi, Jamie.
I'm not extremely good at this thing. Let's go. Phone call. Message.
Well, that's a very inefficient way of doing it because heat will rise.
He should be somewhere.
Yeah, no magnets on the fridge.
You calling from your phone or her phone?
Давай, товарищ. You would. I was just thinking about, because we have radiators on the walls, you have it in the floor. It doesn't really change anything. The heat will still rise up, and then you have all the stuff up there that you have preserved. So you better clean it really good, or it'll be ferment and it'll explode all over the place. But you also have fans in the ceilings. We don't have that. Again, we're kind of building our houses like boxes, because we'll put 30 centimeters of insulation on top of our ceiling, so the heat doesn't escape in the winter time, and in the summer it doesn't get as hot indoors.
Okay.
I'll keep looking.
Yeah, keep looking for that. Do that for me, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's not the best way of doing it.
Where are her house keys? Where are they in her?
Did the audio go?
So she doesn't have house keys at all?
I'm sure she would have house keys.
But she doesn't need them. They have a keypad.
Okay.
Brendan,
All right,
I'm
I'll be
sure
right back.
it's just a coinkydink, and you need that shower. It's a very nice house for two people who runs around picking berries in the woods.
Sergeant Hollis, from about 43 minutes and 30 seconds here on the video, I stopped at about 43:25. Do you go back to your cruiser at that point?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you're getting additional information, giving out information?
Correct, yes, sir. Checking hospitals and things of that nature. Also, the guys that were searching the trail, I wanted to make contact with them and see if they were able to locate Emily at all.
During this time period, where is your cruiser located?
In front of Mr. Moore's home.
Okay. Other than you being in front of the home and Mr. Moore being in the house, were other people coming and going inside the house?
No, sir.
Okay, so just the two of you were there?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to fast forward to about 1:15:09. And is this when you walk back up to the residence to talk to Mr. Moore again?
It looks like that, yes, sir.
All right. So we found a little bit of information. We still don't know where she is yet, okay? Your neighbor saw her in the garage about between 9 and 10 a.m. this morning. Said she was just standing in the garage. When he was leaving, he saw her. She was just standing there. He said hello. She said hello. This morning. Yeah, around 9, 10 o'clock. He went about his business. 51. Okay. So we know somewhere around. Okay. So my question to you is, are we...
Sergeant Hollis stopping at about
Oh,
1 hour
I didn't know that.
49 seconds. Up to this point, what was Mr. Moore saying in terms of when he believed Emily disappeared?
Very much.
sometime before he got up at 10 a.m.
Okay.
What happened to the audio?
So the information you just gave him, was that new information or was that different information?
No, sir. It wasn't new information at all.
Okay, so based on his initial statement to you, the information you just gave him didn't change anything?
Correct.
Had contact with her not too long ago. The date escapes me, I'm sorry. Where she was very intoxicated in the middle of State Street. We had contact with her within the last 2 years, where she was very intoxicated in the middle of State Street. State Street. Where we picked her up and brought her here. Do you know the name of Timothy Durbin?
I love your name, Bitchy Brilliance. So these are rentals, or do they own them? We don't have a lot of these would be fancy houses in Denmark with the high ceilings and stuff like that, because it's the way we insulate and stuff like that. I love a house like that, because there's so much space. Maybe it would make me a little bit giddy if I walked around in a house with these high ceilings.
Then you don't know that name? Well, he said he would take care of her, okay? Make sure nothing else happened.
Oh, I thought you could just turn them on.
To his address to see if she's there. Timothy Durbin, he lives in Genoa, not too far from here.
How long ago was this?
This was a few years ago. Yeah, this wasn't recent. I want to say he was either 17 or 19. I don't know.
Pretty much.
Okay. So.
And Sergeant Hollis, or was it later determined that?
We do have vaulted ceilings, but it'll mostly be in more expensive houses, and people will knock down their ceilings and then take it up to. We have slanted roofs on most houses because of snow and stuff like that. So some people will make them in their houses, but ceiling is the ceiling. The attic is also where you store a lot of your shit. So it's not that common to have high voltage, because again, it's really high, really expensive to heat our houses. And right now it's 35 degrees. I know it's not as bad as being in Canada, but my heating bill is clearly the most expensive item I have on my budget, because it's just insanely expensive to heat our houses. I was actually looking at, you can get ground heating where you run pipes, kind of like underfloor heating, but you'll just run pipes out through the ground, and then you'll have like a hot air pump at your house that will transfer that heat from the ground and into the house. And that's pretty cheap to have. It costs electricity, but that's probably the cheapest. I'm fine. My house is heated with natural gas, and last year it was more expensive than heating it with oil. So we try to keep as much heat in the houses as possible. Yesterday I had everything open because I was cleaning, and yeah, you turn off all your radiators when you do that, so you don't waste. Geothermal, yes, geothermal. That's what I was thinking about. Oh, yeah, we don't have propane, because that's not how something we use. The nicest spots in New York are those nasty stream vents on the street. That's how bad New York is. Well, you don't have to sell me on not going to New York.
That incident you were just describing was on July 1st of 2017?
Correct, yes, sir.
Starting again here at 1 hour, 16 minutes and 55 seconds.
That's why I want to have an alternative. The house I'm looking at can get that far heat where you have a central heating and then they'll send hot water out. But I would rather have like if I could get the geothermal for a reasonable price, because then you don't have to live with all of these crazy price jumps now and again. Of course, the electricity to run it will be, but then maybe get some solar panels so you can at least some of the year be as net negative as possible.
So what we're doing now, we know we started this morning, now we're checking his address up here. And we also are going to Boyer Park.
Yes.
Okay, Boyer Park. All right, so we're checking that avenue as well. So that's what I was in my car working on. I believe she told us, Celeste. I believe she gave us that information. So we looked it up and go, okay, that's someplace we need to go check. I understand. I know that's hard for you, but
it's really great that it was 10:30 this morning.
Between 9 and 10.
It was all night, it was cool.
Yeah.
She was sober.
Yeah.
She wasn't like, I'm sure she's around.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, she's not in the hospital.
Did he see her leave?
No, he just said he left. She was standing in the garage with the door open.
Yeah, she's only 30.
Okay, so yeah,
Just before I got up.
between 9 and 10, and she left. Okay.
Does that sound like a news sort of kind of? What can happen to someone at 10 o'clock in Westbrook?
That part I don't know. And the part that we try to figure out is, there are two things we try to figure out when someone's reported missing. Did they do it on purpose, or did someone take them? And that's what we always try to do. I don't purpose kids.
It's 10 in the morning.
That someone took her? Very, very low. Very low. But like I said, you know your wife, but we don't know her. If I don't know if she was deep in thought, I don't know if she was upset about something, but you understand something doesn't make sense if she is squared away like I see her to be, and she leaves without her phone, her keys, her ID, money, she just, I'm done.
There's a history of being not stage drunk, but I mean
But not at 10 in the morning. Yeah.
No, the neighbor said between 8 and 10 is when he saw her at the garage.
Yeah, in her walking clothes.
And her walking clothes. Oh, sorry for the Massachusetts in chat. The garage.
Right. And
I'm sure she
okay, okay.
Let's do this.
From what Celeste tells us, she said you're the love of her life. You guys have a very good relationship. So yeah, let us do some more digging, and see what we can do. Okay.
I'll stay here. I'll just stay here.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'll be out here in front of your house for a little bit. Oh, absolutely. I'll definitely give you that before I leave, and then I'll go over the options of what my report's going to say, and things of that nature. But I'm still waiting to hear back from Genoa from up there. If he's a friend, maybe she's not with him, but maybe he knows where she may be. You know what I mean? So, well, I'll definitely, if I hear anything, I'll let you know. Okay.
Pausing here, Sergeant Hollis at 1 hour, 20 minutes, and 11 seconds on the video. Do you again return to your cruiser?
Yes, sir.
And what are you doing during that time period?
I'm making contact with Genoa Township to see if they made contact with Mr. Durbin, I believe his name was. And he said he had not seen or heard from Emily.
Okay. Are you also documenting and catching up on information as well?
Yes, sir. Adding her to the call as well as Mr. Moore, seeing any more contacts we may have had with either one of them. And at that point, I had units going out to Boyer Park, which is it's a large area, so they were out searching that part right there.
So again, is your cruiser located in the same place you testified to earlier?
Yes, sir. It hasn't moved.
Okay. Other than yourself and Mr. Moore, are there other people coming and going inside the house?
No, sir.
Okay, just the two of you again?
Yes, sir.
Going forward to 207, roughly 42.
He's over here. Thank you. Did you get a hold of any friends or anyone?
I got her sister. She's calling.
Her sister? Where's her sister live?
Maryland, outside DC.
Oh, so far away.
But she knows her friends via Facebook.
Okay, cool.
I thought it'd be bad. I don't want to call her friends. Just make everybody worried. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, calling me just seems to be like a place just to be freaked out. I do have one more phone call. I got a cousin that was over just down the road, over here.
Okay.
They wouldn't allow her not to call me. You know what I mean? I have a father who's working. I just called him. There's no way that they would just let her reduce.
Right.
So it just seems odd to call everybody.
Is there any other place she likes to go to?
Yeah, she's got, not without her car.
Not without her car, okay.
She walks, she goes to like, if there's a path or a place to walk, she's walking. She's all the time, like I've been here for a couple years on.
Okay. Where are you from?
Las Vegas.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, and I also noticed, are you guys legally married? Okay, I just know the last names are different. No, that's okay. I was just curious. You did ask about the card, and I'm going to give that to you before I forgot. That's all my information on the front. That's the report number on the back. Okay, so right now what I'm going to do is get with radio, and we're going to send out we have a large law enforcement database, and I'm trying to make this as easy to understand as possible. This law enforcement database goes to every police department in the state of Ohio. I'm going to attach a note to her OL. Says, hey, if you come in contact with this person, we need to make contact with her. Get with us. Oh, we have everything. Yes, sir, we have everything. So that's the next step, and as well as the report. You just keep doing what you've been doing. Trying to get in touch with as many people as possible. Yeah, because at this point now, you got to call as many people as you can. Because now we're at the point, it just doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Now, for someone to be gone that long, about 7 years. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say that most people don't.
Mm-hmm. Most people, it's really weird. Most people will disappear, do the same thing, leave all their stuff, and they just need a break. They just go somewhere. You don't hear from them for a few days, and then we'll get information. Hey, I just needed a break. It is more common.
What do? They just walk somewhere?
Well, most of the time they drive. Most of the time they get in the car and they just go. But yeah, it's honest to goodness, it's not uncommon for people to do that. So if you guys went out and had a wonderful time, sounds like you guys are happily married, you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary with their moods or anything like that, I don't have any more information. If only the information we're going to get is going to come strictly from you now. So we can check.
I don't want to screw things up.
What do you mean?
Really bad time and dates, and I'm just not good at that shit. I just don't want to get wrong information.
It doesn't sound like you could.
I screw things up a lot.
No, you were with her yesterday. We just don't know if she left last night or this morning. That's the only thing we don't know. We don't know how much of a head start she has. Is there all the bikes in there? Did she take a bike?
The bikes are there.
Okay, all the bikes are there? Okay.
It's literally like a man. It's just not her.
Or someone came and picked her up.
Someone came and picked her up and you think it would be on.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm not into, I don't know. I'm so much shit's running through my head right now.
Right.
Let me show you one thing.
Okay.
Just because I'm crazy.
No, show me.
This thing here, I don't know. This thing here doesn't belong here.
So I'm going to pause it there at 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 19 seconds. Did Mr. Moore just say this didn't belong here?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and then he's identifying an area in the back of the garage?
Yes.
And that's the area we can see on your body camera here?
Yes, sir.
Matt Kershaw. Sergeant Hollis, just going to have you now look at what's been labeled States Exhibit 8. Can you take a moment to look at that? Does that appear to be a screenshot of what we have on the screen here?
It is.
Okay, and on your body cam, that would show 001854.
Yes, sir.
Okay, both those screenshots we talked about, they appear to be true and accurate based on your body camera?
Yes, sir.
And you've already said your body camera is true and accurate based on your review and your recollection?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, not the police officer, but the other guy.
Starting here at 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 19 seconds.
Maybe it doesn't belong. Now, can she reach that? Because she's very short.
I believe it's an 8-day trial.
I would hate to think, I don't know, man. It's just weird that it's here. And I don't know if there was more than one thing out here. We inherited this house from our mother.
Right.
They're all our mother's stuff.
Okay.
I don't really know too much about it. I would just, why is this here?
And her mom passed away out of a car crash, correct? Okay.
I don't. All I know, this is. We went to that spring and filled it out. The spring water.
That's the spring water.
I got
Well,
Your phone rings.
his calmness too. Think about it, guys. He doesn't know if she's dead yet.
No, but she's
Just
been
think
missing
she's
for
missing.
6 to 8 hours, and her phone is. I would probably be a little worried when her phone is there.
Well, yeah, I would think maybe she did something to herself, but I'm just saying, like, this isn't like they found her yet. They don't even know what's going on yet. She could have just ran off, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. But I do know that I don't want to ride on a train with Brandon.
No one does.
briefly at 2 hours, 14 minutes, and 35 seconds. These time periods we're talking about, again, is anybody else coming and going from the house?
No, sir. No one at all.
Just yourself and Mr. Moore?
Correct.
Starting again?
You know what I mean? I don't know why I was saying that, man.
It's okay. It's all right.
Okay, all right. I'm talking to the police now. Sorry.
What she said?
Call back.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know what I mean?
Have you noticed anything else missing?
No.
I mean, out of place?
No. Everything is so in place.
Right.
Well, why would that be there? That someone did that. I didn't do it. And a lot of people get things wrong. You know what I mean? Don't they? They just get things wrong. I don't know. But I'm telling you, I'm positive. This was here and it wasn't there.
So you guys put the thing there.
Here yesterday. I collected 3 bottles, put them in the fridge to keep them cold, kept the rest out here, and that's all. Maybe at some point she took it, put it there for some weird reason, maybe, but I'm just wrong. This was not. She wouldn't do that because she puts everything right back where it's supposed to be. Everything here is just methodical. This being here is weird. She wouldn't even like that. That's anywhere to put, so I just put it here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's super methodical. She's like, I look at everything's like in its place. The tools are all perfect.
So all this was like this when you got here?
Yes.
Okay.
Her mother did. I mean,
Now, Officer, I'm sorry, Sergeant Hollis, here at 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 14 seconds, what was the defendant's response to asking him whether all that had been there and been like that?
He said yes.
Okay. And did he describe you earlier if he had moved anything around?
No, he did not.
Okay. And the only thing he identified to at this point was that orange extension cord?
Yes, sir.
this is not in the toolbox.
Right, but this is her lifestyle. This is her. Everything has a place.
Yes. That's how methodical she is about everything. These are the shoes she was wearing last night.
When y'all went out to celebrate her birthday?
That's right. And for these not to be like this, to me means that there were shoes here. You know what I mean?
I know what you
I'm
mean.
going out. I mean,
No, you're making sense. You're making perfect sense.
there were shoes probably here that she's wearing. And I'm guessing that there were sneakers like this. Those were definitely the shoes she wore last night. Why she left them out here last night? Walking around, she doesn't want to track stuff in. Usually she would take them and bring them somewhere. She wouldn't leave them there. It's very, very odd. And that is super odd.
Now he's kind of getting me a little bit because he's been this calm, and all of a sudden an extension cord and an iglo is clearly signs of something. Just I don't know. Look, there's their nettles. They go out. Probably smoke them, hippies. What are we smashing for Baker? Anyone smashing anything? It should be me. Go smash subscribe on my YouTube channel because I'm on my way down under 21,000 again.
I don't want to like do something like I'm gonna do it. She's into these are herbs.
What kind of herbs? Like cooking herbs? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're wild forageables. They're called. Just they're weeds that they don't spray with lawn be gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what you do is you dry them out and you use them in soups. You make teas out of them.
Okay. I noticed her purse. What about credit cards?
Yeah.
Does she? I noticed that the purse you showed me didn't have credit; it just had her ID. So does she have credit cards with her? Then maybe if she's using them, we can call the credit card company and see.
Not yet. She
Are there?
I'd be guessing last night she just brought this. I think she might have just brought this with her. You know,
Okay. Are there credit cards in there?
Just get. Oh, wait.
What's that beeping noise?
That's my phone.
Oh, okay.
See, now that I made that phone call, they're gonna be like people. Yeah,
Those are only two.
Yeah, and the ones that now, if they're carrying more than just these, I would guess.
Okay.
And she never, if she had somewhere to go, she wouldn't not take it.
Right. Which side of the bed does she sleep on?
On the bed.
She always sleep on the right.
Another thing, if she would have made this bed, she would have fixed the pillows. The pillows aren't made. She put a straight pillow. They're like this. That to me means that we were in here, maybe sleeping just on top, or you know what I mean? And I just don't know. It's not normal.
No.
When she goes to make a bed, she fixes the pillows.
Well, you said you were sleeping in the bed last night, right?
And we were drinking, and I'm not foggy, but I remember getting up when I had to go pee.
Uh-huh.
I went out and I looked right at the clock. I always do the same thing.
Well, he didn't say he was drunk. They had been out partying, but he slept on the couch because he had prostate problems.
Right.
And on my phone, what I do is I sit and I just flip through my phone. And I made like three texts to friends in the middle of the night. So I was just in the other room between the times of like 2 in the morning and 4 in the morning. And I think I probably fell back to about 5. And that's why I slept a little late. Look around with it.
Does she take vitamins?
Occasionally, I'm the vitamin guy.
All right, I saw a vitamin there.
Yeah, she does occasionally take. She's very into all of she's
Which one of these books was the last one she read? You pick them up and open them up for me. That's just a bookmark. Okay.
the iPad. I tried to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you turn it on?
I didn't know how to do it.
Oh, so she was last playing the game? Or did this just what popped up?
No, we are going around watching the house where they will later claim that he unalived her.
Yep.
Does this mean I'm not doing bedtime stories right now? I'm watching a trial. Jamie, sometimes people should watch the show if they're in chat. Yeah, the neighbor's going to call the real cops and say, I think there's a burglar over there, and they're going to get in a shootout.
Just flashing the flashlight around.
Yeah, it's like my stupid neighbor going around with his flashlight outside.
Well, I was thinking that the first time I saw this, I'm like it's the daytime. Like, why are they turning any lights on?
Maybe it's so things will show up, and I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
He got a new flashlight, and men really like to use a flashlight.
Oh, they do.
Not a flashlight. Not a flashlight.
Don't turn those lights on. Let me lose my flashlight. I got this mag light right
Does this open? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, okay. Wow, everything is in its place. Every single thing is in order. You guys have a computer?
Not that, no. I have a personal computer that she doesn't use. She just uses her phone.
Her phone?
And for work, she's got she works from home. She's got a little tablet.
When's the last time you checked your email?
I don't check it every day. No, I'm checking.
Yeah, check your email. Would that be the same email on your computer? You only have one email every day?
This one, I just cleaned into so it'll be good.
Okay.
There's nothing here. And I just cleaned it so it can go out. That's what am I looking for?
I wonder if she sent you anything.
The only one she knows about it is the wife book home, which is
Okay. Okay.
That's called the Sue Bird.
If she was to hurt herself, like if it was something along those lines, do they try to hide it? Do they go like a long ways away or something? Or
It depends. Everyone's different. Sometimes it depends on the reason why they want to hurt themselves.
she was at like my son had gone at Boyer Reserve, and I got her on. I don't know. They found her right away.
Yeah.
They owned the condo, but it was sold in 2023. I believe it originally owned by the mother, and Probably not transgendered to Emily. Probably transferred to Emily. Yeah, I think the sister said three people inherited it, and she bought the other two out of there.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah. Transgendered and a condo. I've never heard about that, Jamie. But it's 2025. We don't know.
Transgender condo. Yeah.
Yeah, we searched that park. We searched Hawkwoods.
Do you know if you go
Yeah, there was the neighbor there, but that was earlier in the day.
you go down Island Road to the left after the bridge, you go all the way down it. That's where the Home Depot is. You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? So take a left right there. There's a park. To the right, there's a pond and a park with tennis courts.
Okay.
And you walk around it, and there's a patch of. We will do that walk.
We gotta do that walk? Okay.
You can get there from here. Like you walk this way. You go over the bridge path.
Right.
Over that into this neighborhood that's over that way.
Yeah.
And you go to a road that goes down the end of it. You push a button, and you walk across it. Traffic stops. And you want to go park. You walk that part. So it's really small.
You said Home Depot. Home Depot's off of Maxtown.
Yeah. Polaris turns into Maxtown.
Right.
So it's go down here and take go past the bridge.
Yeah, past the bridge. Right.
If you first left, whatever road that is, there's a park on the right.
Okay.
And you're just going to walk back to the park.
Okay.
You can get there from here.
I see. I understand what you're talking now.
But it's so small. I mean, if she did go there,
And there are a lot of
there's no big farm.
yeah, there are a lot of people out today for the holiday. You don't have any enemies or anything?
We're so way back now.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I don't even know anybody here really. I came here and we got married.
They're hippies. They don't have enemies other than the rest of the world.
And we had a rough go, but it was like I didn't have any time to like hang out. Like I have a fatherless brother, and we could go over there. I literally don't have really any friends here. I got a cousin who's not good on the road. She doesn't have any enemies at all.
And her only closest family is her sister lives in Maryland?
Her mom and father are dead, and she's got a brother who lives somewhere around here. They don't talk.
They don't talk?
It's been weird because of this coronavirus thing. I hear like different engines and stuff. I don't know, it's paranoid.
What do you mean by different engines?
Like guys will drive by and rev the engines, pennies or something.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's so quiet. You see, and when you see people like that don't live in here, you
Yeah. Right.
It's really quiet around here. It's really super.
Brandon, you say this as it's a bad thing that you get to eat another 9 pounds of ribs. Yeah, what a effing saint, but she's going to get me killed. Hey, blame it on her. Take a picture of her with the 18 pounds of ribs and just give it to your wife and said, I don't know how to say no to a smiley face.
Yeah.
Then she will, well, both of you will get killed.
I don't have any. Besides, there is a bit of tension with with people, the engines, but it's just what's going on.
Right.
I'm not at all intimidated by walking around saying everybody gets things.
What did her sister say?
She said she's going to call her friends for me because she's running Facebook friends and pretty much all of her girlfriends. So she's just going to start calling them. But I can't. She wouldn't go somewhere and be like, listen, I want to get away. And her friends call her. Maybe her friend doesn't know her. I've been through so much because my son just died a lot.
Yeah.
I haven't been through yet. Wow. Make me worry about this.
Right.
It's not her style. She's not like that. She knows how we're doing. Well, let me call her, my cousin Luther.
Okay.
There is a chance of her being like going somewhere, but I just need to be working.
Okay.
Right? I mean, people do that.
People do that. Yeah.
Well, I thought I was going to just let her here. She might go, no, don't.
Yeah.
I need to get to work. I guess maybe let me Marie.
Does she ever go over to Hoover at all?
Yes.
A lot or?
No.
Not a lot.
Not a lot. She goes up to, well, because the weather is broken. You know what I mean? So, she'll go up to the one that's up north. She'll get on Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Go up. What's that? lunch. It was a whole lunch.
Yeah.
She couldn't get there. She has to be around herself. And she would just, how would she get there? But yeah, we go, there's trails all around.
Yeah.
We stop and we take walks. We're walkers.
Okay.
I mean, she said in the car and stuff. She,
So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go up to that park you just told me about, look around up there, and then get the report complete. If you hear anything, the neighbors are checking, they're talking to each other, and I'm going to do that, more or less put her into leads as missing, so if any law enforcement comes in contact with her, they'll know we're looking for her. And yeah, if you hear anything or anything like that, give us a call, okay? Obviously, if I find anything out with somebody, I will contact you or somebody will.
I just want to do. Can I stay here? Yeah, my brother says she is.
Brandon, you know this to be true. You can never have too much meat.
Your cousin said he doesn't. Okay.
I'm just like, right. Call me anyway.
I honestly would, because you may just find that one person that say, hey, yeah, I saw her 2 hours ago. You know, then that gives us more information. Okay?
I got a sister on her friend, girlfriend.
Okay.
I really don't know too many other people.
Okay.
Just Facebook, and she knows like 200 people in town.
Wow. Okay.
Literally, she's been here her whole life. She graduated from Western England.
Okay.
So, I mean, you want to get on Facebook today, anyone's missing?
Yeah.
Have you seen her?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it wouldn't hurt. All right. If something looks like, hey, someone might have seen her today or something like that, give us a call back. Okay. 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 And I'm going to go up to this park here. Okay. Yes, sir. If you need anything else, you got all my information. Okay. All right.
Sergeant Hollis, after you left the residence, where did you head to?
I went to the park that he described to me behind Home Depot up north of Maxtown Road.
Okay. During this time period before you left, were there other people coming and going, or was it just you and?
It was just me and Mr. Moore.
Okay. Other than what we've seen today, did you have other parts of your investigation? Did you interview any other individuals?
I did. I interviewed a bartender at Old Bag of Nails and
Old
made contact
Bag
with
of
her.
Nails.
I don't recall how long after this video had been taken.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor.
So it's been a long time since we've streamed for so many hours. It's 6 hours now.
No.
Yeah, I think we'll take it. Is it okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Let's take a 10-minute break, stretch and restroom. Remember the court's admin.
We're in the home stretch, Jamie. An hour and a half to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Sergeant Hollis, Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore. How are you?
I'm well. Yourself?
I'm good, thank you. I want to go back through a number of things that you testified to, but let me start where we ended with the body cam. I think that was about plus or minus in its entirety, about 2.5 hours. Does that sound right?
Complaining that we're streaming
There
too long.
was 2 instances where you left the home, spoke with someone else, and then re-entered the home. Does that sound like what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to be clear, and I know the jurors watched the video, but let's start at the end. When you left the house, I didn't hear you give any directive to Matt Moore that he needed to stay outside the home until further notice, right?
No, ma'am.
You never told him he couldn't leave the home, right?
No, ma'am.
You never told him he couldn't touch anything inside the home.
No, ma'am.
And I assume, it's sort of a dumb question, but I ask it anyway, that you're familiar with what crime scene tape is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you secure an area so that it's preserved in its complete and utter integrity, right? That's what crime scene tape is.
Correct.
Blocks off anyone from accessing that area, so what is.
Correct.
And in fact, I even remember at neither time when you went outside did you ever tell Matt Moore, please step outside while I talk to this officer. You left him inside the house, did you not?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And when he told you that he had his weapon, you didn't ask him for his weapon. You just continued to talk to him.
Correct.
And when he took you into Joey's bedroom, he went like this, right? Like, come on over here. And you walked into the second bedroom.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
The second bedroom has its own bathroom, does it not?
Yes, ma'am, up to the right.
The state asked you about the size of that house. 800 or 900 square feet, plus or minus, you testified to?
Yes, ma'am.
The living area is in between the two bedrooms, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's an attic, like a screened-in porch, that's closer to the front door.
Correct.
And there's an area where from the kitchen you walk past a washer and dryer into the garage.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
You were there, do you remember that?
I do.
And then you were told by Mr. Moore that there was an attic.
Yes, ma'am.
Your training, I think, and I know you're a sergeant now, but you're a patrol officer by training. Is that fair to say?
Ask me again?
Sure. When I was listening, you're not a detective.
Correct.
You're not a homicide detective.
Correct.
And I asked that because I was listening to your experience. You've been an officer for how long again?
Over 8 years.
And before you were a sergeant, as of a month ago?
Yes, ma'am.
You were a patrol officer, right?
Correct.
A patrol officer is you get a dispatch from the police department and you respond to a dispatch.
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the body cam that you're wearing automatically triggered when you get out of the car?
No, ma'am.
So you actually turn it on?
Correct.
And you can also, isn't it true, turn it off?
Yes, ma'am.
The 911 call that you were playing, it seemed as if, but tell me if I'm wrong, you'd never heard that call before today.
Correct.
So today was the first time that you had heard the 911 call.
Correct.
Let's talk about what you and Mr. Moore talk about when you get there. He immediately tells you, does he not, that her purse, ID, and car keys are at the house.
Correct.
He doesn't try to tell you, actually, she took all of her belongings. He tells you it's odd and uses the word uncharacteristic for her to do this.
Okay, yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You ask him about the night before, and he tells you that they went to 3 bars. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes.
And later, you followed up with respect to at least whole bag of nails, and he was right about that, was he not?
Yes, he was.
That they had been there together.
Correct.
He said a number of times it was very unusual that she wasn't there at that time of day. Right?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't
You
like.
asked him about
It's a little too
the
aggressive.
sleeping in another room. You walked into that second bedroom, did you not?
I did.
I don't mind them being accusatory against like detectives or MEs. Someone where this is just a guy who stood there and said, "So when did you see your wife last?" I don't like this, but maybe that's just her tone.
Yeah, it's how she is. Like
Yeah.
everybody.
I just don't like it. So because this guy's just doing his job.
Yeah, I love her, Danny, so I'm down.
Yeah, but you love evil, mean people.
I like defense lawyers being defense lawyers. That's just, I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, but I think you can do it in different ways, and you need to suit it. This is just some beat cop who was there. A detective like Trooper Proctor, yeah, you kick him in the face. This guy, you just give him a cookie and roll him over.
Yeah.
Jamie, stop being mean to everyone. Stop hanging out with Sue.
Listen, Sue's my BFF.
Yeah, and I can tell
I learned
Jamie.
everything.
Hashtag, what wouldn't Sue do?
And I remember on the tape you kind of said to him, is this like your man cave?
Correct.
And he said, well, it's a little messy in here because otherwise Emily's pretty, very organized and tidy, but it was messy in
He
there.
said it was his room, yes.
It was his room.
Yes.
And so you remember, I'm sure, because based on your 8 years on the force, you're looking for any visual cues, right?
Possibly, yes.
You saw the pillows on the couch?
Yes.
You saw the comforter, the white bedding next to the couch?
I don't recall white bedding next to the couch.
Do you remember sheets? Do you remember a bed sheet being on a chair?
No, ma'am.
You don't. Give me 1 second and I'll. Do you remember tennis shoes being near the couch?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So what you remember is pillows on a couch that was in the room.
Correct.
And do you remember going back into the other bedroom where the bed was shown that was made? Do you remember walking into that bathroom?
Yes.
Do you remember that there was a hamper there that had clothing in it?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember going into the second bedroom and there was a hamper there with clothing in it?
No, ma'am.
And when you say you don't remember, would you agree that the only pictures that we have from the time that you were in the house was what's captured on your body cam?
Correct.
Because you weren't also taking pictures, right,
Right.
of the nooks and crannies.
Correct.
Fair to say, though, 2.5 hours you were there.
Correct.
If you had seen anything, broken glass, blood, hairs, anything that seemed remotely out of place, you would have either sealed the scene, had another officer come in, right? You would have preserved that scene, would you not?
Depending on what I believe took place in that home, yes, ma'am.
Sure, because, and I remember you saying on direct examination, and you remember you telling Mr. Moore, 2 scenarios here. Either someone voluntarily leaves or someone takes her.
Yes,
Those
ma'am.
were what you told Mr. Moore, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that if those are the only 2 scenarios, one of them is not a crime and the other is.
Correct.
So you're in that house talking to Mr. Moore, not just trying to get information, but you're also understanding the room, right? You're seeing any visual cues.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember that big glass cabinet that's there in the house?
In between the kitchen and the bedroom, yes, ma'am.
No broken glass on that.
No, ma'am.
Remember the kitchen, how there was dishes in the sink, or there's dishes on the side there? Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you check the washer dryer?
No, ma'am.
The garage. Did you check the car to see if it was warm?
No, ma'am.
Did you check the Ultima to see if it was warm?
No, ma'am.
Because what you did in its entirety was captured on that body cam. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
The state in their direct examination paused and said, "Officer, I want to make sure I heard that. What did he say about the bed?" And you said that it was her bed. Do you remember that?
He corrected himself. He began to say her bed, and he said our bed.
And would it surprise you to know that that house was Emily's house before Matt got there?
Yes.
Yeah. And so what's in the house is Emily's, right?
Or Mr. Moore's as well, since he lives there.
Sure. And so it was, when the state asked him on direct, he said it was her bed or our bed, and then he also simultaneously, or rather later in the interview, said that that was his room, the second room, did he not?
Correct.
I want to talk about all the things that Matt did. And have you ever, you're not a homicide detective, so you don't by training investigate homicides.
Correct.
So I want to just talk to you about all the things you asked Mr. Moore to do, my client to do, and he did so without cause. You knocked, he opens the door, right?
Correct.
This is on May 25th. He's wearing shorts and a t-shirt, is he not?
Correct.
Glasses?
Yes, ma'am.
No, glasses aren't broken.
No, ma'am.
I would assume, Sergeant, that if you saw any scratches on his arms, forearms, hands, neck, legs, you would have made a note of that.
If I would have noticed that, yes, ma'am.
And he's not fully clothed when he opens that door to let you in his home, right?
Yes, ma'am. He's wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
I meant pants and a long sleeve shirt. Sorry.
Oh, correct. No, he
Right?
wasn't.
So you walk into the house. He lets you in the house, does he not?
Correct.
Shows you, in fact, at one point he's like, "Come on in here to the second bedroom," which is he calls his bedroom,
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Takes you. You say, "Can I go see the car?" And he says, "Let's go this way," and then he takes you into the garage.
Correct.
Does all that, right? Never says you can't come in here.
Correct.
And you didn't have a warrant.
Right.
You're just responding to a call that he made reporting his wife missing.
Correct.
You ask for his wife's cell phone. He gives you the phone.
I don't recall asking for her cell phone.
Is her phone here? And he shows you her phone.
Yes, ma'am.
You ask where is her wallet, and he gives the wallet,
Yes.
right? And then you say, "Well, is that where the wallet was found?" And he adds the information. No, actually, it was over here in the bedroom, right?
Right.
You ask about information as to where they were supposed to be going for the picnic, and he accesses the phone and gives you that information.
Correct.
He invites you back in after you leave and talk to one of your colleagues outside,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
When you say, where are her keys? He opens the door to the car, leans in and gets the keys and gives you the keys.
I don't recall asking for the car keys.
I'm sorry, you said, where are her keys? And he said she keeps them in the car. Do you remember seeing that on the video?
No, I remember asking for her house keys inside the apartment. I didn't ask where her car keys were.
Okay. Do you remember when we watched how he opens the door and he leans
Yes,
in
ma'am,
and
I
gets
do
the car
remember
keys?
that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you were at the scene, the Subaru, it's your understanding, was her car, and the car outside was his car.
Correct.
And then he starts to tell you early on that she walks and she forward you, right? That
Yes.
she would go on walks.
Yes, ma'am.
He specifically tells you where she likes to walk. Does he not?
Yes, ma'am.
Right away. On May 25th, as soon as you get to the house. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. And you're obviously familiar with this area. Showing you what's been marked as, 1 second. That is Exhibit D. Sergeant Hollis, do you recognize this area as pictured in this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to put the sticker here. It's going to have to cover a small bit of that corner. But what are we looking at here in this map?
An aerial view of Main Street County Line, State Street, and the address, the street name of where Mr. Moore lived.
And if you could, and sir, you can mark on your screen as well. Can you mark where, just approximately where 46 Abbey Cross Lane is, based on your dispatch to that location?
In approximate in this area here, I believe.
And thank you, sir. And on the opposing side of the street, so over there, where
Yes,
my
ma'am.
indication is, would you agree with me that that is where John Kramer lived?
Yes, ma'am, his neighbor.
And remember in the video, so we're talking May 25th. I think you got there at, it's the exact arrival time. Do you remember that, Sergeant?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Sound 6-ish at night?
I think a little bit before 6, yes, ma'am.
Before 6, and then we know from the body cam that you were there at around 2.5 hours.
Yes,
Does that
ma'am.
sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
So in that time frame, we know from the body cam that you and or your fellow officers, learned that John Kramer, directly across the street, saw Emily in the driveway, the garage door open between 9 and 10 a.m. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, there wasn't any uncertainty about the time, because at one point Mr. Moore says, oh, so she was seen at 10:30, and you said, no, Mr. Kramer said between 9 and 10.
Correct.
That's the day, that morning of, right? That information you're giving Matt is that she was seen between 9 and 10 a.m. that morning.
Correct.
And given your understanding of that scene, would you agree with me that 51 Abbey Cross is literally directly across from 46?
Almost. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe a few feet, right?
Correct.
But it's not catty corner.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
They're right across there. And then I want to just talk a little bit about County Line, if we could. Based on your experience and familiarity with
Rianne, yeah, you're coming in the last hour. You are doing a money. This case is about this guy. Did he unalive his wife at their house, drive her into a wooded area, and stage a self-deletion scene? Or did she actually go into a wooded area with a USB cord and self-delete? This is the basic of the trial. So far, we have listened to the wife's sister, who kind of sounded like she made up a lot of things from a very little info. That's how I took her.
From
She
Facebook.
was- yeah. Oh, yeah. She watched some Facebook post and saw someone had seen a picture, so he must have done it. And he drank vodka, and we know people who drink vodka. Jamie, you and I, we know these people, especially because Jamie has a raging alcohol problem. So we don't talk about it, but just don't bring up vodka in any conversations with Jamie. She will fight you to get to the next bottle.
Chug that bottle.
Yeah, and what we have heard from the police officer is he was very calm, and we saw 2 hours of body cam footage or something like that. Very, very calm, very cooperative, maybe a little too calm. There was her best friend was there as well, and she was also very calm. They put a lot of emphasis on her and him not sharing a bed. He claims that he has some prostate problems and has to get up at night and pee, and he doesn't want to wake her up, so he sleeps in another room. The family is one hell of an unlucky
Yes.
family.
Yeah.
Her ex-husband blew his head off. This guy's son hung himself. Her parents passed away within 4 days or something like that.
Her brother-in-law, the ex-brother-in-law, apparently deleted himself too.
Yeah. No, Brandon, it's a deletion issue because you come home with twice as much meat as your wife can handle. So, yeah. Lefty, go to work. Wasn't he going to work 2 hours ago or 3 hours ago?
That's what he said.
Yeah. He can't, I just can't skip you. What movie is that from? I can't remember.
What did you just say?
I just can't. What is it? I just can't skip you. Just can't. I don't know, Jamie. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh my God.
I just can't quit you. That's the word.
I can't
Jamie's
quit
favorite
you.
movie is Gremlins because she turns into one if she drinks vodka.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's why she lives out in the woods, so no one can get to her when she is in gremlin mode. Quit you. I can't quit you. I just can't quit you. It's something like that. I can't remember. But I'm
I don't know
glad
what that's
you can't
from,
quit me, Lefty.
but it sounds familiar. Brokeback Mountain.
Why didn't Lefty pick it up as soon as I said it? Because he's been shaking his wrist a lot to that movie. You want to go in my tent? No, I want to go in your rear.
Did you just?
County. How would you describe that road?
It runs east and west. It's a 4-lane road total.
Yeah, go help Lefty
Heavily
out.
trafficked road, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
2 lanes each way?
Yes, ma'am.
There is no shoulder where you can pull a car over near that wooded area.
Correct.
You agree? There's no shoulder here.
Right.
Now, I want to go back to my original question about Mr. Moore. Right when you are interviewing him, I don't know if it's 20 minutes in, but it's fairly soon, when he tells you, does he not, about the area that Emily loves to walk.
Yes.
And do you remember during that time when he's telling you about that, voluntarily so, Celeste is standing right there?
Yes.
He says, does he not, it's the area right by the bridge, the walkway.
Yes.
And he tells you that there's the bike path there.
Yes, ma'am.
He tells you there's the sidewalk there.
Correct.
And he tells you that it's the woods in between that area where she loves to go down and forage.
Correct.
The area is that area right there, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you heard, because it was told directly to you and captured on the body cam, that at some point within that 2.5 hours, Celeste goes to that area and looks for Emily.
I believe so, yes.
And she's found nothing.
I'm
She finds nothing there. On the body cam, she says, I went and looked and I didn't see anything.
I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. Do you remember her saying on the body cam that she went and looked at the area?
I do, or I don't recall if she said she was going to go look
Okay.
at that point or she had already looked, but I do remember her referring to that area.
Okay. And I remember during your direct examination, the state stopped and said, Mr. Moore, did he tell you that he had been to that area, that he had searched that area? And Sergeant, you said, no, he had not.
Correct.
But he told you right where the area was,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
He asked you when he's at the vehicle being the Subaru, but I heard him, and tell me if I'm wrong, he said you want to check the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have, after 2636, Celeste walks up and says that she searched the park, but you don't have any independent recollection of that.
I do not.
You asked Mr. Moore if Emily was on any medicine and whether you could go into the bathroom and look for medicine bottles, and he says you can.
I never asked to go to look inside the bathroom for medicine bottles.
Did you tell me what you said when you said, "Can you show me"?
Yes.
Okay. Words are everything. Fair enough. He said you asked, does she take any medication? And he says, yes, she does
Well, and I
sometimes.
thought the same
And
when
you
I
say,
heard
can you
Julia.
show me?
Correct.
And he says yes and proceeds to
That's it,
take.
because I would like to know the name of the medication.
Sure. And he gave you the name of that medication?
Correct.
And then something else he did was when you were asking him about what they did the day before, he's very specific about they go to Butyl, they get the water, the spring water, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He even takes you to his phone and shows you exactly where they went, Franklin Street and Marietta. Do you remember those details?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know now, in fact, that that was accurate information?
Yes, ma'am.
That was accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember, because it wasn't captured on film, I just want to make sure. I can play it if we need to, so let me know. But on the dining room table there was like a white sheet, and there was actually things that had been foraged on the dining room table. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
You don't? You don't remember that anything was drying on the dining room table?
No, ma'am. Not on the dining room table.
But certainly, just like the state did, we could screenshot that, and whatever's captured by your body cam is captured by your body cam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, on your direct examination, the state paused the video again when at 38:31, and of course, I wrote down that Mr. Moore says for the first time the word suicide. And on direct examination, you were asked, did Mr. Moore just say suicide? And you said, yes, that's the first time he mentioned it. And you were asked, well, had you asked him about it? Do you remember that line of questioning, Sergeant?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to be clear that you asked Matt Moore very early on about the option of suicide.
Yes,
Didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you learned from your time there, his son had committed suicide.
Correct.
And in your training and expertise, have you ever responded to a suicide?
Many times.
Okay. Even many times, still traumatic?
Yes, ma'am.
And assume from your experience in training that a parent that loses their child by suicide could be a traumatic event.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then someone goes missing, the same person that has experienced their child kill themselves. That could be a traumatic experience.
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your training, right, as an officer, is to not necessarily be empathetic, but to understand, right, how to process facts and circumstances.
Correct.
And so you're at the scene and you realize that a man that's called and reported his wife missing had a child go missing and kill himself not too long before.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no alarm in the house, you learned?
Correct.
And then the incident.
I don't DM you. Why would I get secondhand chlamydia by contacting you? Go out, chase a moose.
I want to talk about the incident on the video that you share with Mr. Moore. As part of sort of the workup that's being done while you're out the house is you run a report on Emily Noble, or one of your officers does.
It is not a report. No, ma'am.
Run a search history?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever we put the name in, the search history pops up.
Type her name in because you want to see if there's any history, right, with Emily and perhaps your department or anything else.
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that that's something you might do because let's say someone had picked up a woman an hour prior without identification on, right? And she described herself as Emily Noble.
It could be possible.
And you run it, or someone does, and it pops up that she had this incident in July 1st of 2017 where she's found so intoxicated that she's walking State Street. Is that right?
Correct.
And she has to be taken home by the police where a man agrees to watch over her.
Correct.
And that man is not Matt Moore.
Correct.
His name was Tim?
I don't remember. I think his last name was Durbin. Yes, ma'am.
Tim Durbin, perhaps, but you remember the last name as being Durbin.
I believe, yes, ma'am.
And there was there not, an actual run report and a police report that describes that situation that happened on July 1st, 2017 with Emily?
I would assume so, yes, ma'am.
And on that video, we also heard you say to Matt that her friends had been reached out and they described Matt as the love of Emily's life.
According to Celeste, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
According to Celeste.
Yes, ma'am.
Boyer Park. I just want to make sure that the jurors know that location plus or minus about a mile or a mile and a half from Abbey Cross. Does that sound right?
I would say more than that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What would you say?
I'd say maybe 4 miles from there.
Okay, fair enough. Well, have you ever driven or mapped that distance?
No, ma'am.
Boyer Park.
Well, Valhalla doesn't have honor, so but please don't cheat. Warrior Park, yeah, you can. That's the local park where you get the freak on.
Based on your experience as an officer in Delaware, is a wooded area.
Correct.
There's a running trail there or a walking trail.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's Boyer Park where Matt's son hung himself.
Correct.
And that's why that area was searched.
Yes, ma'am.
Matt at some point says, towards the end, what do you want me to keep doing? And you indicate, do you not, keep doing what you're doing?
Yes, ma'am.
And he says, keep me in the loop. One moment, Your Honor. Towards the end of that tape, when he's asking you, what do you want him to do? And you said, keep doing what you're doing. As I heard it, tell me if I'm wrong, he says, do you want me to get on her Facebook? Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
You don't. And you don't remember then telling him yes?
In regards to her Facebook, I remember asking him to get on her Facebook to get phone numbers for the cookout that they were supposed to be going to.
And obviously body cam speaks for itself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
As to what was said and done. Nothing further.
Rita?
No further questions on behalf of the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you may write them down and provide it to our court reporter. Anybody have any questions? We have one question at least coming? Okay.
I like that you requested.
I honestly didn't realize Ohio did it. Or maybe it's just this quarter alone.
Sergeant, I have a couple questions for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
The first question is, did the defendant, Mr. Moore, have access to Emily Noble's Facebook on his own phone, if you know?
I do not know.
All right. And the second question is, did you look at the defendant, Mr. Moore's car?
I did look at the car. I did not look inside the car.
Okay, you just outside only?
Yes, sir.
All right.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, defense? Yeah. Okay, thank you. You may step down. Certainly.
You definitely didn't understand the fun of 3 questions.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And I've talked to you before, so I know this. I'm going to ask you to speak close to the microphone and make sure everyone can hear you, Celeste, okay?
Okay.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your name?
Celeste Grown.
And could you spell your last name for the record?
G-R.
So this is the woman who was at the house when the police arrived.
Yeah. R-O-N-E.
And Celeste, how old are you?
57.
And what town do you live in?
Westerville, Ohio.
How long do you live there?
22 years.
And what's your occupation?
I'm an assistant engineer.
And Celeste, do you know someone by the name of Emily Noble?
Yes.
And how did you first meet Emily Noble?
I met her at the pool of Crossings of Windermere.
And what is the Crossings of Windermere?
It is a condo development in Westerville.
And do you know what county that's located in?
Delaware County.
Now, did you live there, or how is it that you came to meet Emily Noble there?
I owned a condo there that my dad lived in.
And so you owned the condo in the crossings of Windermere, but your dad lived there.
Yes.
And you met Emily Noble at the pool in that neighborhood.
Yes.
Were you going to the pool?
Yes.
And about what year was that, if you remember?
It was the summer of 2017.
And did Emily live in that neighborhood?
Yes.
Do you know where she lived?
46 Abbey Cross Lane.
And so you were at the pool in 2017, and how is it that you came into contact with Emily Noble?
Emily was at the pool, and I was at the pool, and she introduced herself, and we became friends.
And so when you first met her then at the pool, kind of instant friendship?
Yes.
And did your friendship continue to grow from that point?
Yes.
And what, as friends, would you like to do?
We would like to go out to eat. We would like to sit in her condo and maybe share a drink. We went to Belize on vacation together.
Did you call each other on the phone?
Once or twice.
How did you primarily communicate as friends, though?
Text messages.
And in the summer, I assume you would hang out at the pool?
Yes.
Now, as your friendship is growing in 2017, and you mentioned a trip to Belize, which we'll get to in a moment, how often is it that you would spend time with Emily, text with Emily? What was your friendship like?
We would text at least once a week, and we would get together about once a month.
And that could be at her condo or at a restaurant.
Yes.
Now, when you first met Emily in 2017, did you know her to be married?
No.
And she was living in that condo alone.
Yes.
Now, at some point, though, did you know Emily Noble to get married?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
August of 2018.
And do you know who she married?
Matheau Moore.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray shirt.
Any more?
He has glasses on his head.
Can you point him out?
He's over in the corner there.
And I'd ask the record of reflections identify the defendant.
So noted.
And how is it that you learned Emily and Matt got married?
Emily called me.
And did she invite you to the wedding or what?
No.
Had the wedding already taken place?
Yes.
Is she? I can't get the dynamic with this. She doesn't tell her family she's getting married. She doesn't tell her friends she's getting married. Is she just a private person, or isn't she that close to all these people who claim that they're her best friends? I really can't figure out the dynamics.
Do you know?
On the 1st of January at the New Year's Eve special.
How close in time Emily and the defendant were married to when you found out?
It was a couple of days later.
Did you know about Matt, though, before Emily and Matt got married?
Yes.
And you knew that they were dating?
Yes.
Did you know that he had moved into the condo?
Yes.
So it's not like it was a huge surprise that they got married?
No.
Now, after they were married, did you still see Emily?
Yes.
In your friendship, did it change?
No.
And when you would go over to the condo, was Matt there?
Yes.
Now, at some point after Emily and Matt were married, did someone else move into the condo with them?
Yes.
And who was that?
Joey Moore, Matt Moore's son.
Same questions again. Same friendship with Emily, right?
Right.
You go over to the condo
Yes.
and still text message?
Yes.
Still hang out at the pool?
Yes.
Did you get to observe Emily quite a bit through your friendship?
Yes.
Different.
You're not that close. You hung out once a month. I go to the gym with my gym buddy at least 10 times a month. Well, she's a lazy ass, so let's say 5. She was here yesterday picking up cake, and her husband has some really good ideas for future baking products by Baker's Baddies. That's more for a late night show. One of them might be an insertable item for your exit port. I don't know what I'm saying. I might be tired. But we're going to the gym tomorrow. We're going New Year's Day as well because we have cougar class on New Year's Day. This woman, I'm her bestest friend. She would text me once a week.
Yeah, once a week and once a month you'd see her. Like, get out of here.
People who hate me on the Twitch chat will DM me more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Baker doesn't invite more than 6 people to a wedding. That's a lie. I had at least, I think I paid for 26 people at my wedding. No,
Me and my
can't be that
sister
many.
just went to
16
the
people
courthouse
maybe.
and
No, probably about around 20 people were at my wedding. It was a big party. I saw pictures and I don't know who half of the people were.
my sister just had a courthouse wedding. It was $10. I just had to go to be a witness, and that was it. It was
and
quick and fast, and
I paid
cheap.
$10,000 for my wedding, and it didn't make it better. I'll just
No.
it's and but it's just either they are the bestest, closest of friends, or they don't know each other that well because it's just some weirdo she met at the pool who likes to come over and drink with her.
Exactly. Same with her sister, who acts like they were the closest of buddies, and she hadn't seen her since like 2019.
Yeah.
And they like talked like once in a while.
Why does this dog beagle love blood so much? Because it's an animal. It's a predator animal. They like blood. We have more people than that here on a given Saturday for a football game. Well, that's because you're a weirdo. Why do you want so many people there? They'll eat your food. Your toilet will be bombed because someone got the runnies or something, and it'll smell like hell. Never, ever, ever, ever. Keep it under 10. If you can, under 5, and everything will be fine. You weirdo Yanks. But she knew she was getting married. No, she called her after the wedding. Oh, your sister. Yeah. You knew your sister was getting married. Sorry, yeah. Now I got it.
Let's be honest. I didn't. I got a call on a Wednesday, or I got a call on a Monday, and she wanted me to show up on Wednesday. I had no idea they were getting married until Wednesday, but it was funny. It was funny. I was like, "You've got to be kidding me."
400 people, Jamie. I don't know 400 people. Don't have 400 followers on Facebook, and most of the people who follow me on Facebook are politicians. I got married on air at a radio station. Well, at least it's a good story.
Yeah, look at that. See, you got to do something fun if you're going to do it.
Yeah, all of this, hey, I'm going to go out and I'm going to rent a seaside hotel and I'm going to invite that chick that I really didn't like in college, but I kind of need to do it because, hey, fuck that shit. If I haven't spoken to you in the last year, I'm not inviting you anywhere.
Exactly.
And if I can't remember your phone number and I don't know anyone's phone number, I'm not inviting you to my birthday. My family invites itself to my birthday. Stay out of my house, weirdo.
Listen to you. My family invites themselves to celebrate my birth.
They will call me about a 2-3 week, well, around New Year's, and say, hey, are you having a birthday this year? And I said, no. Well, do you mind if we stop by? And then I'll invite the rest of them. Effing weirdos. I spent a full day cleaning the house, and then I have to set the table, and I have to make frikadella, and I'll have to make cake. And these weirdos just come eat my stuff, and they never leave as fast as I want them to leave. Jamie, I'm perfectly happy being on my own.
Oh my Lord, you are. Listen to him, his family. It's like, hey, we just want to like get you a cake and be nice to you on your birthday. Get the hell out of here.
They don't bring me cake. I have to bring my own cake.
Well, maybe because you don't want them to come over. They're like, well,
No, I don't want them to come over, and they'll force me to accept them.
I know, Jess. Heaven forbid they want to celebrate you, Baker.
But I don't need to be celebrated. I want to talk to them when I want to talk to them. If I'm going to call my daughter today and say, hey, honey, can I swing by tomorrow? And she said, no, because I have to work. And I say, well, F you then. And if I want to go and bring her some cake, which I probably should, but I'm not really in the mood for driving 4 hours. Well, it's getting really cold, so I don't want to go out and drive. People are idiots on the road. But
Yeah.
I did it the other day. I drove to my brother's house and delivered them cake. I'm saving cake for my daughter. She's getting it in January. Don't you worry. She will get her cake. But I'll drive up there. We'll hang out. We'll have a cup of coffee and we'll chit chat and be there for 3, 4, 5 hours. Hang out with the baby. All of that good stuff. But I really don't have that. Let's rent a place and go out for dinner. That's when people come to my birthday, you'll probably hate this because you Yanks are weird. There will be make your own meal. I'll make sure that there's boiled eggs and frikadella and cold cuts and all that stuff, some rye bread. You can have that. Then later we'll have some cake. I'll probably make 2, 3 different types of cake, coffee, and then you can just fuck off before we get to dinner time. We'll play some Uno, we'll talk a little bit, and we'll just hang out. And I'll say, well, the shadows are getting longer. Hasta la taco. And then I'll go clean up. I don't have that. I don't like all of this partying. I have to clean later.
You should know. See, Danny's got it right. Like, if I showed up to your house and you had that cardboard wheel with that shrimp paste that you made me eat, I would say, see you too. I'd be like, all right, I'm out of here.
But that's good.
No.
Well, you can get some cardboard, and I don't eat potato salad, so I can buy you a tub of potato salad. I do that sometimes just to make them angry at me. Can't you make homemade potato salad? I would rather go outside, call Lefty, and have him come over and practice his soccer kicks in my nutsack.
If I go somewhere and there's not good snacks or something to drink, and I'm not going to stay long.
I'll make sure that you have enough soda. I'll make sure that's enough coffee, and I'll have tea for the ones who drink tea. I'll make sure there is a nice spread of cold cuts that you can use, like all the salamis and the rullepølse, ham, all the good things. I'll make sure there's a few like pates that's heated in the oven and some frikadella, which is meatballs. Make sure there's that so you can get either some hot or some cold stuff. And then we'll just sit and eat and make your own what do you want to eat. That's how I do it. I don't want to do the fancy, hey, let's sit down and eat with a fork and a spoon. Maybe fork and knife if you are fancy. And we'll just sit, and then you'll play some Uno. It'll just be the family. The kids are being forced over to the couch so I don't have to listen to them. I'll tell them to turn down their stupid iPad so I don't have to listen to ding, ding, bing, bing, ding, ding, bing, bing, ding, ding, bing, bing. We're playing Roblox. Yeah, shut up the audio or go into my room. And then we'll clean everything up, start the dishwasher, and I'll bring some coffee and some snackables, some petit fours, some cakes, some things, put it on the table, and we'll play some Uno and just sit and chit-chat for a couple of hours, and then I'll bring out the big cakes and the coffee. And then you can just go fuck off.
Well, it sounds like you're being a good host. Why wouldn't they want to come over?
Because I don't want all of these weirdos running around. When we've been there for 2 hours, I'll chuck all the kids out and walk one of the dogs because I don't want them. Go out, get some air because they get. My house is not that big, so yeah.
When you say chuck, all I can picture is you just literally chucking kids, like throwing them across the room.
If they're not moving fast enough, you know I will hurt a kid.
I know you will. I've seen you. You almost knocked one under a train. Like, get out of my way.
Yeah. I'm a decent Uno player. I'm more of a vindictive Uno player. You should play Uno, Jamie. It's a good game. Well,
I love Uno. I have it on my computer so I can play it electronically too.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah. It's an Uno game.
With others or just with yourself?
You can play it like online.
Oh, I need to do that.
Most of the time you get stuck with AI people because you don't have enough people to play or whatever. But,
that's sad. I don't know why we went here, but that's a birthday party. It's my party, and I cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. You would cry too if you had potato salads. For you. Does it trust anyone else's cake making? Well, in Denmark, it's the host who provides the cake. I know you weirdos are, oh, we're giving you a cake. No. If you have a birthday, you bring the cake. And you will try and do like a local thing from where you're from, because we move around, especially if you're in Copenhagen and stuff like that. My brother who works at Lego, where they don't really have our specialty, we use a cake called brunsviger for our birthday cake. So for his birthday, I'll drive over there and deliver one. So he will give that to his office. But yeah, I'll make my own cake. I'll make brunsviger, or maybe sometimes I'll make layer cakes. That's where you have like some thin bottoms that you will put a little bit, some cream and some fruit and some whipped cream and stuff like that, and make it look a little bit fancy. Or sometimes you'll just have store-bought crap. But yeah, that's in our culture. You don't get cake. You give cake when it's your birthday. When you go to school on your birthday, you'll bring like some candy or some fruit or something that you give to all of the class. And it's the same at your workplace. If you have a birthday, you will give cake to the rest of your work. That's how we do it. Yeah, I play Mad Cards as well, or Evil Uno, or whatever you call it. What dance music? No one is dancing at any of my parties, because I live by the words of the mighty Brandon, not Let's Go Brandon, but Brandon from 90210. Real men don't dance.
Interactions, and you got to observe her with Matt.
Yes.
Got to observe her with Joe. You got to observe her in the condo.
Yes.
And
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you have to come to my party, I'm having to buy the effing cake.
you mentioned already one time traveling to Belize. Do you remember that? When was that?
That was May 17th, 2019 to May 24th, 2019.
I just went on vacation last month. I don't remember the dates. How is it that you remember those dates?
May 17th is my birthday and May 24th is Emily's. We chose those dates specifically.
And so who went with you to Belize?
Just Emily.
And so it was a birthday girls trip.
It was.
Now, was there a moment on that trip where you observed Emily to be upset?
Yes.
And did you know why she was upset?
Yes.
And why?
It was her birthday on May 24th, and Matt texted her in the morning, "Hey, space girl," instead of "Happy birthday."
And she was upset.
Jesus
very
Christ.
upset.
That's why I don't date. Women are effing weird.
Like, what a ridiculous thing.
Now, when you returned from Belize, did you
He still thinks it's
Yes.
funny. He's like, I don't know
Same
what
kind
I
of friendship? Texts?
Yes.
You would see her occasionally?
Yes.
Out to dinner?
Yes.
Maybe at her condo?
Yes.
But then there was a tragedy a few months later.
Yes.
And what was it?
Matt's son, Joey, committed suicide.
How did you find out?
A couple days after it happened, Emily called me and told me.
And what did you do in response?
I asked her if there was anything that I could do for her, any meals, anything.
And what did you do?
She wanted beer that night, so I brought beer over, and during the week I brought meals over a couple of times.
And fair to say it was a devastating time.
It was very devastating.
And if you know,
I
what
don't
were
like
some
that
things that
movie.
Emily was doing during that time? Did she continue to work?
She did not.
What happened?
She took FMLA from work because she was afraid that Matt would commit suicide.
Very concerned about Matt.
Yes.
If you know, did Emily seek help herself?
She did.
And how?
She went to, I believe it was a licensed social worker for therapy.
Now, to your knowledge, if you know, did Emily return to work?
Yes.
And do you remember what that return to work was like?
She had many supportive coworkers that she didn't realize were there.
And so, timeline-wise, are we kind of at the end of 2019?
We are.
Jamie, FOMA, does it mean this?
FOMA. Put it down a little bit. Oh, I'm retarded. Oh my God. Oh God. Yes.
Oh,
it's FMLA, not FOMA. I like your version better.
Well, L is better.
Do you guys have FMLA?
It sounds like a shitty song. It's fun to stay at the it's FM. Oh shoot.
Well, it's the Family and Medical Leave Act, and you know, people go on FMLA, like women go on FMLA when they're pregnant after they have
we have maternity leave for that part, and then you'll have you can have like some family crisis.
We have surgeries. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
DuPont Hotel Bakery in Wilmington, Delaware. Best mint chocolate chip ice cream cake ever. Hard yes is 100 sometimes there. Colombian up and harder yes. I like mint chocolate. It's one of my. I really like that one.
Yeah.
You need more mint chocolate in your life, Jamie.
Send me some. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a paid leave, but it basically protects you from being fired from your job. Yeah, then you can come back and then they can fire you.
Well, in Denmark it will be paid.
Yeah. Well, then we have like short-term disability, long-term disability. Those are like paid ones.
Fuck my life is not paid, but it protects you from getting fired until you come back. Then you can be fired. Yeah. I had the same. I was a goalie in a football match, and I busted a tendon in one finger, so I had to have my hand in a cast, and I already was a little bit at odds with the baker I was working at because he was a lazy bum and didn't really like to pay me my overtime, so I just left when my shift was over. If I don't get paid, I don't work. Easy as that. And then I got my hand in a cast, and I had to be out for like 3 weeks so the tendon would kind of settle again. And came back and I called him. I said, "I'll be back tomorrow. See you at 2 a.m." And he said, "No, take an extra day off." And then I got a recommended letter that I was fired because he couldn't fire me when I was on sick leave.
Yeah, they can't do anything when you're on the FMLA, but when you come back, it's free for all.
Yeah.
So now let's talk about the first couple months of 2020. Friendship remains the same with Emily?
Yes.
And then COVID happens, right?
Right.
Did you continue to communicate with Emily during COVID?
Yes.
And so that would have been in about March 2020?
March 2020, yes.
And what was your primary form of communication then?
Text.
And what about then in April of 2020? Continue to text?
Yes.
And
I didn't care.
Did your texting increase during that time?
When he fired me, I got
about the same.
About the same.
Union pay. That's fine.
Did you do what some of those people like to refer to as friend checks?
Yes.
And what's a friend check?
We check on each other every week or every few days to make sure each of us is okay.
And that's because we were in lockdown.
Right.
Now, there came a time, though, when you and Emily made plans to see each other, right?
Right.
And this was the first time you'd seen her since March?
Since
Your Honor, is the ongoing meeting?
I'm sorry,
The ongoing meeting is direct.
rephrase it.
When was the first time you made plans to see Emily?
it was May 22nd, 2020.
When was the last time you saw Emily before May 22nd of 2020?
March 12th of 2020.
How did you feel about your May 22nd plans?
I was very happy to be meeting up with her.
And did you meet up with her on May 22nd?
We met up about 6 p.m. on May 22nd at Emily's condo.
What was the reunion like?
Oh, it was very fun. She was drinking a seltzer, a hard seltzer, and I had a bottle of wine. And we were in the condo. We took a walk around the neighborhood, and we foraged for plants.
And when you were
These two middle-aged women drunk as skunks walking around after lockdown, foraging for plants.
It just sounds funny when they say it out loud.
Yeah, it just sounds. I don't mind that people. I know people who will go out and
Yeah.
Foraging is no different than hunting. It's just getting your food sources from a different place, and you can get a lot of funny mushrooms and spring onions and all of these things that you can find out in the woods, and everything's fine. Just remember to clean it because the dogs will pee on it. But I can just see these two, and they lived in a cul-de-sac. It's not like they were walking into the Great White North where Lefty lives.
No.
On riding his pet moose. They're just walking into a wood where they could, if you're lucky, you might find one mushroom and maybe like a little bit of I don't know, some nettles. That's the word I was looking for. It's just
Well, yeah, and I mean, not to sidetrack us, but seeing where they live with all the houses and stuff, and like the nosy neighbors everywhere, like that's why I had a big issue with them thinking, like, you know, when they said they obviously think he offed her in the house and then got her and drove her. You know, I'm like, how did no one see anything? Look at all these people everywhere.
yeah.
I don't know.
Mind you, Delaware has the highest median income level in the Ohio state. Oh.
The Ohio State.
He's just being dramatic, Sue. Show him a little attention. Send him a cookie. No, I never done foraging because I don't know what's the difference between a good mushroom and a bad mushroom. So I would kill myself. But
yeah,
we when we were kids, we were really poor. So of course we had like a garden where my dad would grow things, and we would have different onions and potatoes and cabbage and all of the stuff you need. So you could save some money. I did grow up with all of that, and we had a wood area where we would do forestry, and then we would have pick berries and stuff like that. So I've done that, but it's such a middle-aged thing where, oh, what the hell should I do with the rest of my life? Let's get into foraging or spinning. It's just, no, we can't spin and drink. Let's run around in the woods and get nettles drunk as a skunk.
yeah. Let's go drink our seltzers and pick some mushrooms.
at her condo, was anyone else there?
Matt was there.
And you got to see him?
Yes.
And what was Emily's demeanor while you guys are together?
But I don't know what
She was very happy while we were together.
Now, you indicated that you went on a walk through the neighborhood and you foraged.
Yes.
What does forage mean to you?
We picked and ate edible plants. She had a huge book with plant species, and she knew which ones were edible and which ones were poisonous.
Had you ever
Were
foraged
they eating like
before with
weeds
Emily?
too,
No.
or there's actually?
But yeah,
I just don't know why this is funny, because it's like You walked up on these people like just picking flowers and eating them and stuff. Like,
You can use
are you okay?
you can pick dandelions and nettles and stuff like that and use and you can get like wild herbs as well
Yeah.
to use. There's a lot of things that you can get out in nature. Just remember to wash it because dogs pee on it.
Oh, I just find it funny. I don't know why.
Because you know it's like a midlife crisis that, oh, we're going back into the woods.
I just take like a fistful of grass and shove it in my mouth. What's going on?
Now, Celeste, can you see this okay on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
And does it appear to be?
This is not where you're gonna go out and hunt and gather so you can live off the land.
Yeah, look at it. It's like
It's a
huge little,
cul-de-sac.
yeah, a little community.
Yeah.
Or we call it like subdivisions. Yeah.
Oh, subdivision. Sorry. What's a cul-de-sac? Is that like a closed?
I think, yeah, it's like when it's on the end of a road and you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to use big words that sounds Americans. But you're not,
It sounds like.
you're not going to go out there and pick for an entire winter's use of nettles. Nettle soup
No.
should be quite tasty. I've never tried it, but nettle soup should be quite tasty. And dandelion leaves I think it's dandelion leaves no, nettle. You can make salads of one of them. I have a friend who's kind of like a made-yourself chef, and they'll make weird recipes like that.
A aerial map view of the Abbey Cross County Line Road area.
Yes.
Now, can you tell from this map where about Emily lived?
Yes.
And go ahead and mark the screen, please. In that area. All right. Now, when you're spending time at the condo, you said you went for a walk.
Yes.
Can you use your finger and drag the path you took to go on a walk? And you can narrate while you do it.
I can't see it.
Here.
I can't see it either.
We're going to
and
need you to
I'm
speak up into the microphone. There you go.
I'm going to move it. Okay. So we actually stopped at the pool, and I.
Is that the pool? It looks like a pool.
I can't even tell where they marked anything.
They didn't mark anything because she's pointing on another stream with her finger. That's why I'm trying to make. I think this is the pool. Doesn't it look like a pool?
Kinda, maybe.
Because
But where
there's
do they
nothing
live?
that's
I
blue.
can't remember where they live.
I don't know, but I think she was found over in this area or this area.
Yeah, she was not very far from her house.
Yeah. But she was still out there for like 3 weeks or something.
No, it was,
I think this
it
is
was
the
4
pool.
months, Baker. They didn't
Yeah, that's
find
what I
anybody.
said. But this looks
That's
like a pool because it looks like it has the cement around it, and it probably was drained because of the coof, so no one would use it.
Maybe.
We went over here by the pool, and I went in the pool, and a lady named Sue Fernstermaker was there, and I asked her if the pool was open, and she indicated it was open, but only for residents. Since I didn't live there, I was angry. So Emily and I, we went back.
Let me just stop you right there.
Uh-huh.
The pool has some drama in the neighborhood between residents and owners using it, right?
Right.
And so that's why you were upset when that was the response you got from the individual there.
What?
Your Honor, I'm just trying to clarify what she said.
I'll provide this background info.
Okay, so
Yeah.
now let's move on. From the pool area, where do you and Emily walk?
We walked here and back here on Ashbrook and back around here. And if you'll notice, there's a little court and there's an entryway into the path. So we walked here and we stopped at, I'm going to go back, we stopped at this house. Emily's very friendly, so she stopped and talked to these neighbors that she didn't know.
Did you know them?
No. They were doing some work in their yard and they were sitting out. So we had a conversation with them, or at least she did. And then we walked back here and we did some foraging right around over here and back here. There's actually this wall here, and there's a lot of plants in here that are edible.
So I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
So when you're talking about
How much weed do you think these people are smoking when they're out foraging? But I was right. This was the pool. Is weed legal in Ohio?
foraging on this path, and you've kind of marked over it, but where the arrow is that the bike path?
It is the bike path, but we went off the
All right,
bike.
so let me ask you a question.
Okay.
So from the bike path to the woods, is there a grassy area?
Yes.
And is that what you were walking along?
Yes.
All right. And where would you forage from that grassy area?
On either side. So there's, again, the wall here where the path actually goes up because it goes across county line. And then on the other side where there's this little forest here. So we went and found plants over here.
And so the foraging on the wall, I'm assuming that's just something you could see right there and pick it.
Right.
Now, when you're foraging along the wood side, do you physically go into the woods?
No, we just picked, they were kind of sticking out, maybe just a tad bit in, but the plants were on the edge.
So you were foraging along the edge?
Yes.
And was that what you knew Emily to do?
Yes.
So you are coming down that edge then, and where do you and Emily go next?
We continued walking, and we walked here, and then we went back, and we went to her condo.
All right, so when you're walking down county line then, are you on a sidewalk, a grassy area, or in the woods?
There's a sidewalk. We were on the sidewalk on the county line road.
And would you forage along that wood side?
No.
You were just walking on the sidewalk?
Right, there's nothing to forage there.
But there are woods there?
Yes.
All right. But you didn't forage with Emily?
But wasn't that medicinal just some BS they made up? And then you, I have early onset glaucoma. Oh, here's an exemption. Go smoke some weed.
Yeah, it's not hard to get your license.
If I did a mushroom, I would end up in a body bag. Did Lefty commit to the type of he would stream on? I don't know if he committed to anything. I think he's just going to take all of them, figure out which one is better.
Along that side?
No.
So the only foraging you did was by the bike path and the wood line by the bike path?
Right.
So from that, then you go back to the condo?
Right.
And what was this date again?
It was Friday, May 22nd.
So that's about how long were you with Emily on Friday, May?
Stupid question. This is the same wood she's found in, right? This Wiccan high priestess goes around foraging with her in that wood all the time. Why wouldn't she go look there? Why wouldn't that immediately be the first place that she told police, this is normally where we go? Because let's assume she had had a stroke and she had fallen over and she was incapacitated in the woods. Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't you go look for her there as the first thing?
You got me.
Dodo, have some fun out there, and thank you for stopping by today.
Bye, Dodo.
From 6 till probably 11 p.m.-ish.
AM to PM.
Was Friday, May 22nd, 2020, the last time you ever saw Emily alive?
Yes.
Now, did you have any more communications with Emily the next day?
Yes.
What were those communications?
She texted me to see if I was still alive after eating the foraging plants.
And you were, right?
I texted her back, I am alive.
I forgot to ask you this. You talked about that big book she carries.
Right.
Did she take that with you on your walk?
No.
Okay. Now, after that communication from her to make sure you were still alive, did you communicate again with Emily?
Yes. Sunday was her birthday, and I text her a happy birthday at a little after 6 in the evening.
And so that was on Sunday, May 24th, 2020.
Right.
And did you get a response?
Yes.
What was it?
It was emojis.
Why are you laughing at emojis?
After that text of emojis, did you receive any more communications from Emily?
No.
Now I want to turn to
That was that
May
morning,
25th.
right?
Did you receive a phone call in the evening from Emily's phone?
Yes.
Do you recall what time that was?
That was 5:47 p.m.
Was that Emily on the phone?
No.
Who was it?
It was Matt.
And tell the jury what the defendant said.
Matt called and asked if Emily was at my house. And I said, no, she's not here.
Continue. What else did he say then?
Okay. He said that he thought she left in the morning and went for a walk and hadn't came back. And they were supposed to go to a party, but she hadn't came home yet. So I asked him if this was normal behavior, and he said no. So I said, call the police. And he said, don't I have to wait 24 hours? And I said, no, not if this isn't normal behavior, call the police.
No, that's not true.
Then he said he would call the police, and I'll see you in a little bit, meaning that I would come over to the condo at that time. So we hung up, and I packed up and headed over.
About how far away do you live from her condo?
2.5 miles.
So it didn't take you very long to get there, right?
No.
And who was there when you got there?
So I arrived, my car is GPS satellite enabled, so my clock said 6:06 p.m. and the police were out at the condo with Matt when I arrived.
And you stayed at the condo for a little bit, right?
Right.
But then did you go out that same path you went on Friday, May 22nd?
I did. I couldn't do anything because Matt was in the house with the police. So I asked the police if it was okay to go search, and they said yes. So I drove my car to the same place that we had walked in with the little court.
All right, so let me stop you there.
Okay.
You drove and you parked this time to where the court was.
Right.
And you get out.
I got
and then
out.
Which way do you travel?
I traveled the same way that Emily and I went because I was retracing our paths, thinking that maybe she might be hurt and fell foraging.
So you're walking towards County Line.
I walked the bike trail and walked toward County Line.
And then where did you go?
Then I went down County Line Road.
Did you go into the woods at that time?
No.
And then did you return to the condo?
I continued walking down, then I turned around and retraced the back steps.
Back to your car?
Back to my car, and got in my car and went back to the condo.
Now, after that evening, fair to say there were numerous searches for Emily. Your Honor, deleting? I'm just trying to direct her, Your Honor.
Well, I just ask her if there are numerous searches.
Were there numerous searches
There
for
were
Emily?
numerous searches for Emily.
This is actually a pretty good case, Melback. You can up the speed a little because it is an 8-hour day that we are, well, it's 7 hours because I've been running it at 1.25 speed. No one has noticed, so I know everything is fine. But still, it is a long-ass day. It's been a long, long time since I've sat so much. Well, I did a 12-hour stream, but other than that.
And how many did you participate in, roughly?
Mostly on my own, only one of the organized, but at least 5, and many just on my own beyond that.
Would you search with other people?
Yes.
Would you ask
They were
people to
really
join
bad
you?
at hide and seeking,
Yes.
Jamie.
Did you ask the defendant to join you?
Yes.
What'd you say?
They're really bad at hide and seeking. If they ran around in those woods for 4 months and didn't find her.
Yeah. I was surprised when I heard that too, because I was like, it took 4 months, and she was like not very far from her home.
The male prosecutor was that slow on 1.25. If I had it on normal speed, you would all have been dead. Noticed and snitched are another thing, especially after YouTube commandeered you to speak and you were silenced. Who? What? Who?
Did the defendant ever go with you on these searches?
No.
Why would he run around in the woods with a group of weird old women?
And they all hated him.
No further questions.
They thought he did something.
Good afternoon.
Because nobody wanted to believe that
Diane
Emily
Nash,
would
on behalf of Matt.
the press.
Just got some follow-up questions for you, if I can. I want to go back to what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit D. And again, I know the jury's becoming quite familiar with it, but fair to say, Celeste, 46 Abbey Cross is thereabouts where I just put that red X.
Yes.
And you talked about the route you
Show the other
took.
screen.
It was cleared from the screen, so I just want to go back to it. Does that look familiar, Celeste?
Yes.
As the route? And when you indicated that you walked down, there was a grassy area as you walked in this area, was there not?
Yes.
Where you're no longer on a sidewalk, you're actually kind of on this sloped grass.
Yes.
And when on the 25th, when the officer was with Matt at the house, you retraced this entire route.
Yes.
Including you walked down along this edge and then you walked this sidewalk right there as well.
No.
So you didn't walk county line?
I walked county line, but I didn't go. I just turned around because my car was back in that court area. So I just walked to the edge of the forest and then walked back and got into my car that was over there.
And so you didn't have to go all the way back to it?
No, I had to get my car.
And do you remember being at the house when Officer Hollis was asking Matt questions right when he first arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And by the time you got to 46 Abbey Cross, the police were already there.
Yes.
So common sense and it tells you when you pull up between your conversation with Matt Moore and you arriving at the house in that short period of time, the police had already gotten there.
Yes.
So fair to say you assumed that after your conversation, Matt did in fact call the police.
Yes.
Do you remember when you walked around the corner when the officer was standing there with Matt and he saw you for a second and he seemed startled? Do you remember that?
Matt?
Yeah.
Yes.
And he said, oh my gosh, because you look like Emily.
Yes.
And you do look like Emily a bit, don't you?
Yes.
And that was right when Officer Hollis got there. He thought he saw you. He thought you were Emily.
Yes.
Yeah, did you catch that too?
I want to just a few questions about your friendship with Emily. I know we had the opportunity to watch the video, Officer Hollis's, when you were standing there with Matt and the officer, and Emily and you were very good friends.
Yes.
And the prosecutor asked you on direct about that friendship started 2017?
Yes.
During the course of that time, in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, if you had any information, Celeste, that Emily was in danger or was a victim of some kind of violence, you certainly would have done something about that.
Yes.
And in fact, as you told the officers, is you believe that Emily and Matt had a good marriage.
Yes.
And when you were over at the house, the last time you saw Emily on May 22nd of 2020, Matt was there.
Yes.
And it was fun. It was a fun night.
As far as I know.
Yeah. At the 22nd when you were there, right? At the house with Emily and Matt, you had a good time.
I had a good time.
Yes. And you indicated to the jury that she was drinking, I think you said some kind of cider ale. Do you remember that?
It was a spiked seltzer.
Did she Did you know her to drink those Rheingeist bubbles in the pink cans?
They were green?
Green? Do you remember what kind it was?
No.
During your friendship with Emily, how many times in 17, 18, 19, and 20 did you, were you with Emily, or did you see her sister with her?
A couple times.
Do you remember the last time that you saw her sister?
The last time I saw her sister that I remember was at Cobley. Was at a restaurant called Cobley.
And was that at or around Joey's funeral, or was that at a different time?
I remember meeting her at the Cobley restaurant, and I don't remember the time frame.
And was Cobley a restaurant in downtown Westerville?
Yes.
And Emily liked to go there?
Yes.
Did you like to go to Old Bag of Nails? That was another place you liked to go?
Yes.
And Jimmy B's?
Yes.
And those were all downtown Westerville?
Yes.
Sue Kavanaugh. How many times did you meet Sue Kavanaugh?
Several times.
Several. You tell me. More than 5, less than 5?
Probably more than 5.
Between 17 and 2020?
Yes.
I want to go back to something you said, just briefly. I want to make sure I got the words right. Friend checks. Do you remember the questions about that?
Yes.
And Ms. Schiffel asked you about friend checks, if you were doing those because of COVID. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
But you started the friend checks with Emily after Joey killed himself, right?
At some point in time, she started them, yes.
And you know that Emily was going to counseling because she was struggling with Joey's suicide.
No, she was required by the state of Ohio to take FMLA.
And because of the requirement by the state of Ohio, is it your belief that she went to therapy?
Yes.
And I know that you testified to on your direct that she was concerned about Matt, that Matt would kill himself.
Yes.
And that makes sense because Matt had just lost his son.
Yes.
To suicide.
Yes.
And they were close.
Yes.
And you saw that when you saw Joey and Emily and Matt living together. They were a family.
Right.
And Emily also took Joey's suicide very tough.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Celeste, defense counsel was asking you about if 2017, 18, 19, and 20, if you ever thought Emily was in danger or a victim of violence, you would have said something. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
That in danger question, if you would have thought Emily was a danger to herself, would you have spoken up?
Yes.
Did you? Did you have that belief?
She was very happy.
Now, defense counsel was talking.
You will see pictures on day 3 or 4. She kind of looks like she has
they talk
just
about it.
put her legs together and leaned forward. I think maybe if I know Marissa, because she's a little creepy. So she probably already put it on the Discord where you can see the picture. She looks kind of like something from The Ring.
Yeah, I didn't want to answer because I didn't want to spoil it because I don't know if they talked about it, but she's not. It's not like she's.
No,
hanging.
she's not swinging.
No, she's like kneeling.
Old Bag of Nails has the best blackened shrimp. You just get boiled shrimp. That's the best shrimp.
Talking to you about the therapy that Emily went to. If you know, did Matt seek any therapy or counseling during that time after Joey's death?
As far as I know, he went once. I don't know if he continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Just briefly, thank you. We're just asking questions about whether or not you would report if Emily was suicidal.
Right.
But you testified that Emily believed that Matt was suicidal. Do you have information that Emily reported that to the police?
She didn't report it to the police as far as I know.
Nothing further.
All right, any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Take your time, no hurry.
Yeah.
I said go slow so it's legible. I guess that's what I'm doing.
The first question is, when did you get the birthday return text from Emily, and was it usual to get emojis as a form of text response from Emily?
The response was around 6:20, 6:27 p.m. on her birthday, May 24th. It wasn't unusual, but she usually gave more information, and I texted her back, and I never got a return text.
Okay, thank you. The next questions, when you and Emily went to the pool and foraging, as you testified, what type of shoes did you wear on that walk, if you recall?
I had on flip-flops, not flip-flops, but fit-flops.
What the hell is
They're
flip-flops?
like comfortable elevated shoes.
Yeah,
made
they're
out
like
of,
elevated shoes. That's what
Okay, thank you.
work out as you walk.
On that same walk, do you know what type of shoes Emily was wearing?
She had tennis shoes on.
Tennis shoes? And kind of switch gears here a little bit. When you got together on May 22nd with Emily, did Matt drink alcohol during that get-together?
I don't remember if he was drinking alcohol or not. He just simply went into the room and said hi.
And the final question is, did you ever walk into the woods or only walk the perimeter?
We only walked the perimeter.
Thank you. Does that raise any questions for the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Those tennis shoes that the judge just asked you about, those were Asics?
I don't remember the brand.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, you may sit down. Thank you very much.
Jamie, that was the show of the day. La show de jour. And
Yeah. Oh my God.
I know you're glad that we were back in your favorite state, the Ohio State.
Oh, yes.
Essex, not Alsace. He was asking if it was Essex shoes. It's
Yes.
rough getting back to trial streaming. I forgot how tiresome it is until you get into the mood. But we did it. 7 hours, 30 minutes coming up. We're back hanging out. People get to chat and have all the fun.
So what do you think so far? Where's your head at?
I'm a little confabulated because why would she leave without her shit, and why wouldn't he notice, and why wouldn't he act till 6 hours later? And he's weirdly calm to me, and then he starts fretting over, oh, the shoes is a little bit askew. She would never do that. Oh, the cable is a little... He has some weird mannerisms and all of that, so I'm a little... But I don't think that the state has landed any knockout blows so far. He drinks vodka. Yeah, so does most women, because they believe it's a skinny drink.
She drinks seltzers. So
Yeah, but it's just I can't really tell what the state is going for. Why would he have killed her? It doesn't seem like there's no one is saying they had a bad relationship. Everyone is saying, yeah, oh, pretty good. That's, yeah, I don't know.
yeah, I mean, you don't really. Once you get to the, you'll get. Obviously, we're going to get more information when the detective comes home. But I didn't like the sister.
I got a bad vibe from her. She just seemed like,
She liked to make stories, I think.
yeah, she was, she tried to pretend like they were the bestest of closest of sisters, and I did not like all the um having, asking her sister every 5 seconds if she was going to off herself. But then when the lawyers asking her, well, did you think she was depressed? Did you think she was, going to do something like that? And she's like, no, never. It's
Yeah,
like,
I never.
yeah,
Oh, who has any? No, I never. No one has ever thought she would gonna self-delete.
yeah, but
Um,
you're asking her it every other month if she's going to self-delete. But I don't know.
yeah,
Oh,
it's
sorry.
yeah, and she was a real Carrie Roberts. She was a talker. She seems like she'll really like to embellish her stories. But we will be back tomorrow and continue with day 2 if this whatever I'm feeling isn't getting worse. But I'll probably stream anyway. I'll just wear some socks. Is Jamie belching? Yes, Jamie is belching. I'll try and do a late night stream tonight because I am getting sick and tired of all of these people calling me fat and lazy. I need better roast. So if I could get out of bed, I'll do a self roast stream tonight because these people are lazy. Jamie, I demand better roasts than just calling me fat and lazy. You look like Jess Machado. You're fat and lazy. I don't have long hair. It's
That's all they got. They're lame.
yeah. I'm gonna do it better than they do it, Jamie, because it's not like I don't know how I look naked. I touch myself. I want you to touch me. Na na na.
Oh,
Na na
Lord.
na na. Do do they got the Cougar Club? Do they go to Cougar Club? It's Cougar class. Yeah, Cougar class. That's my dance class. No dance class tomorrow. I need to just hit the normal gym. Tomorrow will be. I'll probably most likely do some back tomorrow, back and by, so I can be effing swole, get the traps working for you ladies.
Yep.
Um, yeah, Discord is kind of like Facebook, just where Jamie yells at people.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm enjoying that.
even though it's been a long day, I will try and do the night streams as much as I can because I like the more loose, fun Baker I can be on that one, and a little more degeneracy. So we can have our court club for a little more grown-ups and the degeneracy at night. Yeah. Well, people spell wrong things, Courtney, like the transgender house. So
That was good.
that was the best one that we've had in a long time. Jamie, you're not going to join me tomorrow, most likely, because it's Tuesday. So
No, I'll be
yeah.
around. So,
If anyone wants to follow the, did you say you was going to be around?
yes.
Okay,
I'll
I
be
thought you
around.
had phone duty.
Oh, I'm not. I didn't work tomorrow or
Okay,
Wednesday. So.
I'll send you the link. Yes, if you want to join the Discord and get yelled at by Sue like everyone else, hit this link, make a profile, go into Broken Baker's Discord. It's free of charge. I will notify in there every time I go live if I remember it, and I'll notify on the Twitch chat every time I go live because YouTube is not that friendly. And I'm gonna, before we go, while I remember it, because I don't like having people having mod tools on my stream, so I'm gonna remove J7's wrench, and then hopefully her block problem will be gone later, so I don't have to have mods in here that I don't really, not that I don't trust you, but just I'm not. Again, please go hit. I'm down to 21,001 subscribers now. I'm losing subscribers, everyone. I should be gaining subscribers. Amy, I'll cry and stop streaming if I go under 21,000.
No. Who cares what those people think?
See, Sue thinks it's perfect that I'm getting under 21,000 and stop streaming. Please hit
We just
the.
need to get back to what we know.
Well, people just need to hit the effing subscribe button. Everyone, have a fun night, and we'll see you tomorrow at some point. Maybe we'll see you tonight if I can get out of bed. Love y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
I know English is your second language, but you don't word
It's
your
my
questions
third,
carefully.
but I'm still better at it than you. You are
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.